Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine Saturday, May 2nd? We are live, and uh, bear with me. I'm going to be getting used to my new headphones today. Sorry. The time has come for me to start using headphones, but can y'all hear me? Just checking. Sorry if the volume just messed up. I mean, this is how y'all know that I'm truly independent, as it were. So, anyway, okay. So, originally, I wasn't planning on going live today, but shout out to everybody in the chat. But some developments have happened. So yesterday I was live for, 4 or 5 hours. And today I was going to be taken off. I think I did a 9-hour live stream on Tuesday. My voice is dry. I really wanted to take off. However, I simply couldn't. I simply couldn't. Because today I needed to react to a, I don't know what exactly is, criminal lawyer, JAYOMA. And I never heard of him before in my life. But yesterday I sent y'all not really like technically sent y'all, but I sent y'all from my live stream over there to JIDION. And JIDION, we'll talk more about, I'll do like formal introductions and stuff later. But basically he is a YouTuber, and he does like predator catching videos. So I'm like, okay, he started talking recently about the David case. So I'm like, I can't do that. Okay, that's better. I'm like, I've literally been a YouTuber for like going on 6 years, and I cannot deal with the headphones still. Anyway, so I'm like, yeah, let's go over there to JIDION, the predator, predator catcher, guy or whatever. And, tell him I sent you because I want more people to be covering the David case. I want it to be getting more attention. And I want, I think he said he was going to go to the court hearing. Plus there was like this SF Investigates interview that he did. It was like an exclusive interview. Anyway, I said I was going to get into the introductions later. But anyway, so I sent y'all over there yesterday to his channel after my live stream was over because he was live. I was like, go over there, tell him I sent you, whatever. Well, I also went over there into the chat. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. We've never spoken. That's not the point of this. It's just the topic of covering David, right? And he's like such a huge YouTuber that he got like SF Investigates. Excuse me. He got like SF Investigates and all of that. So I'm like, he's bringing some attention to the case. That's a good thing. So I go over there and I'm like, okay, what's going on over there now? And he happened to be interviewing this lawyer who's a criminal lawyer and a criminal defense lawyer in particular. I mean, that's pretty much the only way you can be a criminal lawyer unless you're a prosecutor, in which case you would just probably be called a prosecutor. But anyway, listen, so I go over there and there's this criminal defense lawyer on there talking about the David case. And essentially he's like bringing up every single point by point, what David could say as his defense, right? And I gotta admit, at first and even at last, when I was watching the video, I felt some type of way. We'll say that. But he was basically, they were, JIDION would read some of the evidentiary brief that was just filed by the prosecutors. And then he would say, well, what about this point? And then the lawyer would be like, oh, well, it was this. And it was like, parts of it, I was like, he made some good points, parts of it not. But anyway, we'll get into that after I get into a few updates first on other aspects of the David case. I wanted to update y'all with some breaking news developments and theories. And then after that, we're going to pretty much spend the substantial majority of today's live show reacting to and talking about that JIDION and JAYOMA, who's a criminal defense lawyer, discussion. There's it's like so many. It's probably going to be hours and hours long show today, okay? But it's very, very important because I think it really does not only highlight things that we all over here had already pointed out as weaknesses in the prosecution's case, just knowing what we know. We don't know any behind the scenes stuff, right? We're just the public. But also I think it kind of prepares people and me for, how hard the defense lawyers are going to go for David, and starts to give you some of the arguments David's team could make. So I do want to talk about that from, just a public perspective. I am a lawyer. I know I don't talk about that a lot, but I will be obviously using somewhat of my knowledge as a lawyer to do that analysis and do that discussion. However, obviously, please, this is not legal advice. I am not your lawyer. I do not represent clients. I am not giving you legal advice. I'm going to continue to make this disclaimer. Nothing I say in this video is legal advice, and I am not trying to represent any parties ever. I mean, definitely, I reserve the right to change my mind, but right now, no. I don't want to represent anybody. I don't want to be anybody's lawyer. I'm not in the market for being a lawyer. I do not want to get paid for being a lawyer. I like to use my education and what I've learned and bring it to the people so that y'all better understand your rights and better understand what's going on in these major high-profile, majorly public interest, in the public interest cases. Okay, so like I said, before we get into that, I have some other stuff that I want to point out to y'all because there have been some new developments since my last video. And I want to start with, I think it's a theory from SF Investigates. Now, why is SF Investigates important to this case is because he is a working private investigator. He's not working with the authorities. He actually was hired as a third-party private investigator for the, or by the owner of the house where David was living. So the house where we've been seeing all these pictures of the garage, we've been seeing all these pictures of some pictures of inside. That's, oh, it stinks. Oh, sorry about the smell. It's been I took a beep 2 hours ago, whatever. Right, that house. The guy who owns that house, or the family, I should say, who owns the house, the landlord, he hired SF Investigates. And so SF Investigates has actually gotten to go into that house, walked around in that house, took pictures inside the garage where now the prosecutors are saying Celeste was her remains were dismembered, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we're reading an SF Investigates tweet. Now, what I will say, and we'll get more into this a little later, but SF Investigates did kind of say with his whole full entire ass chest a few months ago that it was very clear who was the last. I had to take this headphone off. I know that looks crazy, but this is where we are with it. And I have to wear the headphones today because it's going to be such a clip heavy video that I can't hold that speaker up like how I normally do for this. It's going to be very long video that I would have to do that, and my elbow right here is like actually starting to be sore from like holding that speaker. So I'm just trying. I know we're still in OG territory over here, so Cat Sears, like, I don't listen to defense attorneys when they act like there's no case. That's their job. Right. You feel like the FBI got to SF? Oh no, girl. So listen, so he said it was so clear who was the last person to move the car, but like, truth be told, it looked like a ghost. It looked like a silhouette. It looked like Elon Musk's AI bot was wearing an invisibility cloak or something. Like, I couldn't tell anything about what was going on in that car. I mean, I know some of y'all were saying you could see somebody with a red jersey. Girl, I didn't see nothing but a blur. And this is one of the main reasons that I think it's extremely, extremely important that there be cameras in the courtroom, that maybe they're not live streaming the trial or anything, but like, yeah, the public should eventually get to see what was seen in court, because you can have somebody who is reputable and, from what I've seen, absolutely trustworthy. I don't think he's lying on purpose, but what he perceives and what SF had perceived in his perspective is just absolutely not in alignment with what I see with my own sense organs, right? So for that reason, it's not a knock on him. I'm actually very grateful to him. I think y'all should go follow him. I'm grateful to him for putting the information out, but it's also possible, I just want to say, it's likely even that SF Investigates knows information that we don't know. Okay, and what he's releasing to us to kind of prove his or back up his points could be just, you know, what he's willing or able to share with us right now. That's like the major takeaway after this entire live show today. It's going to be hours and hours long. I just hope, like, because I'm hoping that I'll be able to, you know, remind myself of this too as this case goes on and throughout the process of this whole thing, is that I really don't know anything. And even though the prosecutors have started putting out evidence and started putting out, you know, their theory of the case, they don't even know everything, but they know a hell of a lot more than me. They know a hell of a lot more than David's defense attorneys, for sure. So I just want to, remember, and I hope, to encourage y'all or suggest to remember that, like, we know some stuff and it makes David look very bad. We know some stuff and it makes David look very bad. And if everything that the prosecutors are alleging, or even like 90%, 85% of what they are alleging in that brief is true, they will have absolutely no problem making that case. But, we don't really know. We weren't there. And there are certainly some issues in the case as it's been presented to me that I don't feel like add up at all. I've talked about those with y'all a few times. Like, I just have a hard time believing David did this with no help at all. I don't have any facts for that. It's certainly possible David did it with no help at all, but I don't think so. I think even beyond, like, okay, well, where were the parents? Why'd they let their daughter run away? A lot of people let their daughter run away and their daughter doesn't end up, chopped up in somebody's trunk. It's a good question. If the parents were involved, like, in any affirmative way, they should be being prosecuted too. I don't think that it would be fair to just prosecute one person if multiple people were involved. But I'm not even talking about the parents and their negligence. I'm talking about, like, putting bodies in trunks, chopping up, chainsaws, this, that, the other. I just, that's one issue that I've seen with the case. Another issue I have with this case and the way that the facts have been presented to us so far is I have a hard time believing that David would put the body in the trunk in May. The body never left the trunk at all. And by September, after going through and during the, like, his record-setting heat, this is 15 million, $20 million houses. This is $20,000, maybe not 20, not even 50, maybe like $10 million houses. But this is like $20,000 a month rent houses. Like, y'all, please, have you ever lived in just like a regular suburb with like $200,000 to $1 million houses in it? How long would a rotting corpse body Tesla be allowed to sit in your suburban street? Flies flying all around, probably dogs sniffing at the car every time people walk their dog. How long in a neighborhood would it be allowed to sit there just reeking like that? Like reeking, like bad enough to call the cops on September 8th. But on September 5th, it wasn't stinking that bad. The car did not get towed for smelling bad. It wasn't written anywhere in the report. How? I don't get it. I don't understand that part. That aspect doesn't make sense. And the fact that it sat in the tow yard for 2 full days, and I know the LAPD is corrupt, and that is who was in charge of that tow yard. So there has always been, and if you followed my channel for a while, or especially since the beginning I've been covering this David thing, then that has always been one part of this that hangs me up, because we are dealing with the music industry. The cartels and the mafias have always run these industries and have always taken advantage of young people from vulnerable communities. Now, look, listen, this is going to sound like a stark departure from what I'm normally saying, because truly in my heart and soul, I feel like David had something to do with this. Even if he didn't, proverbially pull the trigger, even if he didn't, do the deed, I do think he knew about it quite well enough to be convicted for being an accomplice. That's my opinion. So a lot of this stuff I just don't say, because I don't know. I feel like I say that enough. And I know there are corrupt entities involved here. Powerful, the most powerful. We're talking high levels of government, and we're talking Hollywood. They run a lot of stuff in the global world. The global world, girl. Internationally, they run a lot of stuff. Like, Hollywood has influence. Hollywood has clout. And look what happened to Britney Spears. She was trafficked as a slave in front of our very eyes. So I believe that there could be, always something good. Like Diddy, the Diddy trial, right? We watched or read through the Diddy trial as it happened live. And one thing that I have not forgotten is that the fingerprints that were taken from Kid Cudi's, the fingerprint, latent fingerprint marks that were taken from Kid Cudi's apartment or house or whatever after it was broken into, they disappeared within 1 year after them being taken. And that was in the LAPD's custody. And it's like, well, it's clear to me, in my opinion, my belief, I don't know, maybe a little office fairy broke in and took it. But in my opinion, it was Diddy's clout, Diddy's proximity to power that ultimately resulted in those fingerprints being discarded. That's my opinion and belief. I have no facts to back that up. That's just what I think. And maybe it was just some negligence over there. Okay. Even, you can see this happen across the country in these police departments, but LAPD in particular, it feels like they are corrupt and they'll just destroy evidence and they'll just set somebody up. Now, this is what I really think, and this is my opinion right now. Saturday, May 2nd, 1:54 p.m. My opinion right now is there's a group of people that did this and various people had various parts to play. And as of right now, Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 at 1:54 p.m. Eastern, as of right now, David is the only person that's been charged. And from a starting point, if there are more people involved here, I don't think it's okay that some people get to plead the fifth and only David goes down whenever what we're actually looking at here is a dead child. Chopped up, mutilated, fingers missing. I mean, this is like the worst type of thing you could do. This is like a really bad crime, okay? It's like one of the worst. It's a child. It's you know what type of crime. It's imagery of it. It's it's exploitation. It's if all is going as accused. But here's the thing too. Like I just kind of had like a moment last night where it's like, I don't know. I've never met Celeste Rivas Hernandez when she was alive. Rest in peace, Celeste. And maybe, maybe after I say this, somebody's going to show up at my house and try to put me in a psych ward or something. But I did get this like feeling last night where it's like, how do I even know Celeste Rivas Hernandez was real? Like, how do we even know that that's not AI? And this whole story is just like, I never heard of a David before this trial. Anyway, I got over that real quick. But like, sometimes like, because I do have a lot of neuroplasticity and I have a lot of self-training on my willingness to have an open mind, I absolutely become biased on these issues. I think David did some part of this and he should go to jail. That's my bias, but I don't know. And I have to continue to remind myself that I really don't know. So sometimes, when you're trusting the media and TMZ and even, Steve Fisher, even though I wouldn't consider him to be the media, I would consider him to be a private investigator who's tweeting and letting us know what he knows. Even if you're really aware of how the propaganda works, and I've said this before, I think the scariest part of the dark arts of public relations is you can know about it, you can know it exists, you can be on guard for it, and you can still fall victim to it. And certainly in this David case, I have. And to some extent, and I do try to bring myself back to as close to the middle as I can in each one of these things, because to me, truly, my allegiance is with the truth. I want the truth to come out in a criminal trial. I mean, also that people's constitutional rights are respected, because it's easy to allow the tyrannical government to invade upon and erode our collective rights because we are okay with it happening to somebody we think is guilty. Like, okay, for Diddy, right? Like, I do say it. We all were like, okay, lock Diddy up, whatever you have to do, right? Some people are now like that with David, just whatever has to happen, lock him up. And Charles Manson, right? I'm trying to think about like, really like Jeffrey Dahmer, whatever, right? But if those people don't get a fair trial, now it somewhat has set not necessarily a precedent, but it has set a reality where that happened one time. So if it could happen one time to one person, it could happen to you. Now, I'm not saying any of those people didn't get a fair trial. I think Diddy got a very fair trial. But when you're listening, when I'm listening, when we're listening to the news and lawyers online, even me, when y'all are listening to me, like, consider what the person is trying to make you think and what they stand to gain by convincing you. There's all kinds of revelations happening lately about the dark arts of public relations, the Jed Wallaces of the world, who can apparently, according to court documents, manipulate entire social media sites, Reddits, get full profiles of people on social media taken down. That is like literally banishing someone from the town square. The Melissa Nathans of the world who were mentioned in the Epstein files. And I know y'all like Justin Baldoni, a lot of y'all, that's fine. Y'all can like him. But what he hired those people to do is to manipulate the public perception. That is something that has not always been like common knowledge, and now people, and I predicted that this would happen. Now people see the dark arts of public relations and they're like, yeah, I always knew that could happen. No, you didn't. People were not accepting this as what goes on until about a year and a half ago, when the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case came out. Probably a lot of people in this actual chat, yes, because that's what I do on this channel, but and my other channels. But anyway, yeah, and y'all are open-minded too. Some of y'all aren't, but anyway, I get distracted reading y'all's comments. So today's video is going to be extremely long, but I did want to do my little monologue here. And all right, so Steve Fisher, shout out to him. I do like Steve Fisher, and I am appreciative that he is sharing his information. And I am appreciative as well that Steve Fisher always or often says he doesn't have all the angles. He doesn't have all the information. He doesn't have anything more than, what he has. And he has been, I'm not going to say threatened, but strongly encouraged by the authorities to stop letting the public know anything. But if he wasn't letting us know stuff, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, who knows what we would even know, if anything. And this is a case of major public importance. It's been going on for 8 months, 7, however long. Okay, so this is a theory Steve posted, what time? I think it was like last night. Oh, yesterday afternoon. He said, I can't stop thinking about the timeline of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez as put forward in the pre-trial brief. Okay, so what or how the prosecutors portrayed this whole thing as having happened. Could the 10:30 p.m. "Where are you?" text message actually be real and not a staged alibi? Huh. I didn't actually even read this full thing. I read this. No, wait. I read this paragraph. I didn't even read the full thing. I don't read every full thing before I come on here because sometimes I just want to react. Okay, I can't stop. Okay. He said, could the "where are you" text actually be real? And this is one of those so-called holes that could be poked in the pretrial brief story. And for me, I want the holes poked because I want the prosecutors to have to go through every little hole and fill it in with a fact. Because if David did what he is accused of doing, they should be able to make that case. But I hadn't really, even considered this until yesterday, like after my live. But we're all assuming, or maybe we all are not. I assumed when I first read the pretrial brief that this "where are you" text was David attempting to cover up the crime. But Steve Fisher's like, let's not assume because we weren't there, we don't know. Could that be real? Okay, just starting off right now, I think no. I think it's fake and it's still an alibi. But let's see what Steve Fisher is cooking over here. Let's see. Could Celeste have walked away after an argument upon arriving in the Uber? Oh, I didn't think about this. Now, please, I know y'all don't see a lot of people online like doing this type of exercise where they like just are open-minded and they consider all the options. Don't take me considering options as if I'm saying David needs to walk free, David didn't do it. I'm just considering in this one instance of when she arrived at the house, could they have gotten into a fight and she just walk away? Stepping out of my little, both sides character real quick. I don't think so. I think she went in the house and he did what he did. But let's just see. Let's just follow this road down. Could Celeste have walked away after an argument upon arriving in the Uber? Maybe those texts from David asking where she was were real, as if to say, like, he really was asking where she was. And after he didn't receive a response, he went looking for her and found her. And maybe they ended up driving to Santa Barbara County where the killing actually occurred. He could have shut her phone off when he found her. He said in that scenario, her body could have remained along SR 154 for about 12 days until the pool, the body bag, the laundry bags, and the chainsaws were ordered and delivered on May 1st and May 5th. It's also worth noting that the pool was ordered after her death, meaning it would not have contained blood from the actual killing. The pool thing, just to let y'all know, is another part of this that I think is, what's a less harsh word than problematic for the prosecutors? Like, their theory of why that pool was used. Why did David buy the pool? It was to contain Celeste's blood from spilling all over his garage. Okay, fine. But what did they say? He cut her up with a chainsaw, and the pool itself had linear marks in the pool. So how possibly could a pool that got chainsawed through contain blood? And then people might say, well, David was just stupid. Okay, maybe, but like, I'm pretty sure a 6-year-old could figure out that a chainsaw is going to cut through a pool. He could have gotten a metal bottom pool. I'm not saying he didn't buy the pool. I'm not saying he didn't use the pool for something. But to contain her blood doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, the prosecutors are saying that they found bits of that pool in Celeste's limbs. You know, like somehow the pool was, but was the reason for that pool to contain the blood, or was something else? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Why didn't he get rid of the pool? They said it was an inflatable pool. They said it was inflatable. They said it was inflatable, not hard. But whatever the case may be, whether it was a rigid plastic blue baby pool, you still got to know a chainsaw is going to cut through that. But it was an inflatable pool. It was something that came from Amazon. Anyway, Steve Fisher said the DA's version of events is a very compressed timeline. True. It's a short time frame to get this done. Another reason why I think David doing this alone is hard to believe for me. The DA's version of events is a very compressed timeline. She arrives at 10:10, a fatal stabbing, and then being composed enough to send an alibi text by 10:30. That's a 20-minute window. They also claim the trip to Santa Barbara that evening was to start disposing of evidence. However, the evidence hadn't even been purchased yet. Maybe the knife or the weapon he unalived her with, or the fingers or something. The pool, the chainsaw, the shovel, the other items had not even been ordered at the time of the first Santa Barbara trip. Okay, this is a good point. And so far, I've kind of chalked it up to like, probably they have more information, you know, they're going to tell us later and we'll just see. Like, there's no use in like getting too far off in these thought exercises. Yeah, that's kind of has been my thought process. But I mean, this is a good question. Like, what evidence was he disposing of that very night? See, I've been thinking maybe he somehow unalived her at the house, or fatally wounded her and then put her in the car, the trunk, or whatever, and drove to Santa Barbara County, put the body somewhere over there, and then went on his little tour thing for a couple weeks, did the, you know, his appearances, his tour, his whatever he had to do. And then when he came back, maybe he drove, got the body, whatever, you know, maybe he just whatever over there, then put it in the trunk, drove back. I've thought maybe that's an option. The truth is, none of us know. And if you do, you should probably call the cops and let them know what you know, girl. Thanks so much to Black Owl for the $4.99 super chat. Pathology here. Love you. Love your channel and intellect. So proud of you. Thank you so much. Shout out to Big Peach 23 for becoming a new member. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Donique for the €5.99. Thank you for covering. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks so much to Nadi for the $1.99 super chat. Good morning from California. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to Lil Nishich, Lil Nick for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, beautiful, for your time and energy. You are welcome. Thank you, thank you. Maybe he cut up and then used the pool to hold the parts that were coming off. Yeah, but the pool had lateral cut lines in the pool. Maybe the pool wasn't blown. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's possible. It was cut up. The pool was cut up. Like it had linear marks, I think they called it. Yeah, no, I mean, one option is he did all this and he's just stupid. That is, I don't know, could be. Okay, so SF Investigates goes on. He said there's also the question of storing a body at his manager Josh Marshall's rental house for 12 days while waiting for tools, with nearby neighbors and decomposition odors likely becoming noticeable within a few days. All while David was out of town and having to trust that nobody would enter a house that wasn't even leased to him. None of this changes the central point that David is responsible. He, on a live Celeste, SF Investigates says that I'm certain of. Like I said, the DA is likely correct in their theory. They are working with all the evidence. So, like I said, he always does kind of circle back to that. Like, from what I know, I don't know about all that, but maybe they know something SF Investigates doesn't. And of course, they do. Okay. Oh, I don't know what that is, girl. What? Hold on. Okay. So this is another SF Investigates, I guess you could call it theory. Hold on one second. Okay, so he says one may wonder how David could be so dumb to leave his cell phone on all 3 times he came out to SR 154 in Santa Barbara. The same road Celeste's passport was found. Maybe he didn't bring the phone. But, okay, maybe he didn't bring the phone, but perhaps didn't think about the license plate reader. Okay, so then there is this video, 12-second video, and it sounds like he's talking in there. I can't really hear it though. Hold on. I missed the. Okay, so I'll pause it here about the 6-second mark. I guess this is the license plate reader. I don't know if that's another word for surveillance camera. But anyway, this is just interesting to me because it shows that there is some type of surveillance here that SF Investigates is calling a license plate reader. Again, I think it is a surveillance camera, but maybe this is how the prosecutors were able to trace David specifically. No, yeah, it was David because we got, his car or whatever. Okay. Or it was with Neo, maybe Neo's phone. Was the pool, thank you so much to Hoodies Crowbar for the $10 super chat. Was the pool bought and received before the body bag? Maybe used to temporarily hold the body as a makeshift body bag. Cuts could be from taking her out of the body bag. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Let me see. I have the brief here, so we can just pull it up and answer that question. Let me just access that. Okay. So let's go pool. All right. Moreover, he took horrifying. Okay, that doesn't say the date. Let me go to the next one. Okay. He took horrifying measures to destroy and discard the body after placing her body into the blue inflatable pool. So it's not that one. Okay, here's the dates. Here's the dates right here. All right. So this is on page 5 of 9. It says, tellingly, defendant, that's David, subsequently purchased tools to carry out his plot to dismember and dispose of Celeste's body. On April 24th, he ordered a shovel. So that was the day after the supposed death date. That was delivered to his home from Postmates. On May 1st, so like I guess about a week later, he ordered and delivered 2 chainsaws. Okay, so then May 5th, he got the body bag. Okay, so Hoodie's crowbar, to answer your question, the body bag and the pool were ordered on the same day. The body bag and the pool were ordered on the same day, and as well as heavy-duty laundry bags. Heavy-duty laundry bags, a body bag, and a blue inflatable pool. Those were all ordered on the same day that the prosecutors alleged David dismembered Celeste, which he purchased the saw for, according to prosecutors, on May 1st. Okay, so April 24th, he ordered the shovel, realized that wasn't probably going to cut it. According to prosecutors, then on May 1st, about a week later, he ordered the chainsaws. 4 days later, he orders the pool, the body bag, and heavy-duty laundry bags. Thanks so much for that $10 super chat. Thank you, Rom Rising, for the $4.99 super chat. Prosecutors are probably going to tie it all together with the 40 terabytes and or witness testimony. Why park a car in the street and get caught when you have a garage? Yeah, I mean, there's a few questions like that I have outstanding personally. Thank you so much to Venus Envy for the $9.99 super chat. Sending love and listening, watching intensely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Flock cameras. I don't think those were flock cameras because those are a little more heavy duty. Like they have all those panels around it. Okay. So what else did I want to show y'all today? Okay, let's see. Celeste's dad. Okay, so I wish that family would, bless their heart, but I wish they would just kind of figure out, do they want to make statements or not? Because they're like, okay, yesterday I read an article that was like, the family's been stunned into silence. Oh my God, they're so traumatized that now they're not going to make any more statements. And on the same day, we get a statement from the dad. So it's like, okay, like, why am I being, yanked around like this? Thanks so much to Naughty for the $1.99 super chat. Oh, no time for you. No time for you. Got it. Okay, gotcha. I wonder what the Uber driver has to say. I know. I've thought of that too. I wonder what the Uber driver has to say as well. Because he would have been, or she would have been driving that Uber for a long time. The Uber driver would have had to drive like an 80-mile Uber ride. I was like, well over an hour. Thanks so much for that super chat. I think the defense is going to say he just mishandled a corpse. Well, okay, so here's the thing is the fact that she died by, and the medical examiner said that it was by homicide and it was by like puncture wounds. David is going to have to, his defense is going to have to offer up someone else who did that. There was not enough drugs in her system to overcome the fact that she had all those stab and puncture wounds on her body. Now, if David's defense can come up with an alternative, what's the legal word for it? An alternative defendant, like an alternative defendant theory, that would be his easiest and best way to get completely off, to make the jury think someone else did it. This is kind of like how Karen Reed sort of did. Like at first, in her first trial, I think she lost it. the case because she wasn't able to offer up an alternative defender, an alternative murderer. But in her second trial, she won. Because she was able to show, that the police were corrupt or whatever. Like, if I'm David's lawyer, which I never would be, and I don't want to, represent any clients, especially someone the likes of which what he had on his phone, ew. But if I were his lawyer, what I would be starting to do is saying that he was getting set up by the music industry. He was an up-and-comer. He figured out how to go viral very early on in his career. The record labels were pissed off at him. They were all copyright striking him because he was going viral with their clips. He was riding their virality. And so if I'm David's defense lawyer, right? I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying this is a theory this is the theory I would go with. They, start copyright. Who was it that was copyright striking David? Universal Music. We all know they're a big mafia. We all know they crush the little guy. If you don't get on with what they want you to do, this is what I'd be saying if I was his defense lawyer, right? I mean, I'm just playing the part right now. I'm just not saying I believe this. We all know if they don't do what you want them to do, and if you don't fall in line, that they start to attack you. They own the police stations. They own those police. They control them. They have blackmail on the police from those parties. And this goes back years, and it's all corrupt. Everybody knows this. And my client, this up-and-coming talent, this young black man, is being persecuted. Yeah, he was doing stuff with Celeste. And maybe that is fine, okay? Like, because I'm not going to get up there and lie. Maybe that needed to be prosecuted, but that doesn't mean my client committed murder. He got set up. Why did they cut off only the finger that said David, but not the one that said Shuh? What, whatever. These are and I would put in the stuff that I have already told y'all. Like, there is some stuff on this story that don't add up, and all the parts that don't add up could be reconciled by there was an accomplice. Somebody was helping him. And who was helping him? The people at the record label. And why were they doing that? Because they were going to set him up. As soon as he went on tour, they were going to get that car towed. They were going to get the body from the meat locker they were storing it in. They were going to put it in there. And when it started rotting, he would be the one that was obviously all going to fall back on. He's going to be the scapegoat, even though he was kind of maybe in on it somewhat. Maybe he wasn't, right? He's the scapegoat. That's the theory of the case I would go with. And because I would be, pointing at the most powerful industry probably in the world, the Hollywood world, the Hollywood cult, probably I would lose. But there's a world where you can kind of see that a defense lawyer can start to make a mountain out of a molehill, right? Like, there's certain things that the prosecutors could easily just explain, like, why haven't they charged these parents? Did they get any citations at all whatsoever? Did they have to go to any court mandated classes? Did they, what did Robert Morgenroth say? What did Neo say? What did Asia say? Were David's parents involved? If the prosecutors can explain that stuff, I think it's going to put a lot of our issues at rest. But the bottom line is a little girl is dead. And this is not because of one person. And if they're going to try and scapegoat David, I think that a good defense lawyer is going to be able to bust that wide open. And that's a shame, because this case, Celeste deserves justice. I don't even know if her family deserves justice at this point, because I don't know what they've been on about. You know what I mean? Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to get into some more, I'm going to get into some more of my, specific theories as we go through this other stuff. But I think this is the last article that I'm going to read. And then we're going to switch over to the JAYOMA and JIDION, reaction. Okay, so Celeste Rivas' father denies ever meeting David, and he rejects the rumors that he got paid. Celeste's dad never met David nor received money from him. Okay, so met David is different than giving your daughter permission to go on tour with him, right? Pay as much attention to what's not said as said. This was published yesterday by TMZ, and they're saying that this is an exclusive. Celeste's dad said Celeste's father says he never even met David, much less received any money from him, despite rumors floating around that the family's hometown, despite rumors floating around the family's hometown that the singer was giving funds to the Rivas family. I don't know about floating around the family's hometown. I mean, this was kind of implied by SF Investigates on JIDION's stream. Father says he never met David, did not receive money from him. There are rumors floating around the family's hometown in Lake Elsinore, California, that David was giving funds to the Rivas family. There's been online speculation, including on Reddit and Facebook, the two most easily manipulable PR sites, or sites for PR, social media sites for PR. Reddit and Facebook springing up around Lake Elsinore, California, located about 2 hours southeast of LA. I thought it was like 1.5 or 1 hour. So like 2 hours away from LA. That David gave money to the family. The dad, Celeste's dad, Jesus Rivas, tells TMZ through his attorney, I never had any contact with this guy. We haven't received any money from him or anyone in his family. The family was so devastated and exhausted after David's first court appearance in the murder case last week. They decided not to talk to the public or the media. Now they're dealing with gossip about supposedly being paid off. According to prosecutors, investigators claim the singer stabbed Celeste to death at his home on April 23rd, 2025, after ordering an Uber to bring her all the way from her family's home in Lake Elsinore. Prosecutors this week laid out their details of the case, saying Celeste's family first reported her missing in February 2024 and a few months later in April 2024 again. But she did return back home and they never told the cops. That's something that I think is important. According to documents, Riverside County Sheriff's deputies called David on February 17th, 2024. They found his number in Celeste's phone records. They say Celeste returned home 2 days later and her parents took her phone. Prosecutors, so she went back home and her parents took her phone away. Prosecutors say that then David got back in contact with Celeste by paying a student in her class, a junior high schooler, $1,000 to deliver a cell phone that David had purchased for her. Prosecutors say throughout 2024, Celeste and David traveled together as a couple to Las Vegas, London, and Texas. And in Texas, she even met his family. Now, remember, she would have been 13 for most of 2024 and would have turned 14 in 2024. She was traveling with David throughout the year, according to prosecutors. When we reached out to David's parents for comment, their attorney tells TMZ, based on the advice of counsel, they have no comment at this time other than they fully support their son. Celeste's body was discovered in September 2025. Months after she's believed to have been killed, David was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Okay, so the dad is saying he never met or received any money from David. That could be true. That could be true. Okay. Now, there's some other stuff I wanted to talk to y'all about, but I'm just not trying to be on here until midnight. So I'm going to go ahead and start the reaction, the JIDION and JAYOMA reaction. And this is that lawyer who apparently is a really big deal. I had never heard of him in my life, but he's apparently a really big deal lawyer, defense lawyer. He kind of like runs in the influencer circles and has represented some of them in the past and stuff, I think, too. So let me pull that video up here. So I'll show you what I'm going, because I'm not actually reacting to the video from YouTube. So let me show y'all that one on YouTube so y'all can go and watch this yourself. Okay, so this is the video itself. It's called David Officially Did It. Weapon confirmed. Family speaks out. Is Michael Jackson guilty? It was streamed yesterday, so that would be May 1st, 2026. And there's this lawyer and he comes on there. Okay, so this is him. All right, so this is, let me copy the link and I'll share it in the live chat. And I literally always forget, but Okay, so this is the video, and as you can see, it's like, 4 hour, not the lawyer part is not 4 hours long. But he was on there for quite a while. So I'm not gonna be reacting to the video like from YouTube. I'm gonna be reacting to kind of like a clipped down version of it, but it is still very long. So settle in, we're gonna be here for a while. I'm just getting the video up here in my studio. In the back end. Okay. Whew. All right. Doing a reset here. Closing some tabs. Okay. So this is JIDION right here. And I kind of just learned about him probably this year, maybe at the end of last year. He originally, at first on YouTube, I think he may be around my age, maybe a little younger. I'm not exactly sure, but I think he's been on YouTube for years and years and years, and Kick and Twitch and streaming and this and that. And originally he was like a prankster. And he's very religious, it seems. I don't want to like misinterpret or whatever. I don't want to misspeak, but he seems like very religious. And so he kind of had this like, moment at some point where he was like feeling guilty or bad about the mayhem and the chaos he was causing with his pranks. And so he like deleted all of his videos, I think, at the time. I think some of them he's put back up now, but he deleted all those videos and he kind of felt bad about it, and he issued apologies to people and stuff like that. And he started doing these videos where he would like predator catching is the genre. And there's like a few, he's not even the first person who does this type of videos that came across my algorithm. I think the first person was probably like either Skeeter Jean or maybe the Predator Poacher Alex Rosen guy. Which I watch all of them. I love those predator catcher videos because what they do is well, okay, let me just clarify. I'm not a fan of the ones that beat people up. That's a crime too. So while it is like, somehow like primally satisfying to know that somebody's getting, I don't know, I guess hurt because they're a predator or something, sure, but like no, that's like criminal. And I think it kind of makes it a lot easier for those people to get off. Like there was recently like a viral video with Vitali, who, I mean, girl, can they please stop trying to make Vitali happen? Can I please stop having to pretend like anything that man does matters, please? He started doing these, or I guess apparently also does these predator catcher videos, and he, someone who worked with him or for him, like basically lured this guy to a place. Now, look, listen, the guy was, kind of nasty, the things he was into, I think was nasty and reprehensible, but not illegal. And so they basically like got one Indian guy mixed up with another one is what it looks like, and lured this one Indian guy who didn't have any idea that this supposed decoy had said that she was under the age of, consent or whatever. And he's like thought she was 18. And then like basically like the cops get called. They take this guy away who truly didn't know, apparently. Like they had tried to send, I don't want to get into like the whole story, it's like a huge thing, there's all this lore, but like basically like this guy was like pretty much falsely accused by a big YouTuber, and then the big YouTuber had to like come out and basically be like, oops. So I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of like belligerent people. I'm not a fan of like the ones that run down the grocery store aisle and like punch people, but that is not, the people that I just named don't do that. JIDION does not do that. And I've never seen, predator poachers or Skeeter Jean doing that, like beating people up and anything like that. So I needed to make that disclaimer because I did say, oh, I love all those predator catcher videos. No. Nobody's going to say that I'm out here promoting violence. No, I don't promote violence. If you do violence, you should get arrested too, girl. You can't do that. That's the social contract. That's the law. And so if you don't want somebody running up on you, you can't just run up on somebody. Now, whatever happens to them people in jail, that's none of my concern. Anyway, thank you so much to Donique for the 599 euros. Her passport was found dumped by David. Is that correct? We'll listen now, just drawing a map, and I'm not sure if that's the right one. Thank you for the 599. I don't know exactly where the passport was dropped or found as far as like on a map or anything. I'm from the whole entire other side of the country, so I really don't know about their freeways and things. But maybe somebody can help Donique with the question she's asking there. And thank you for the super chat. Skeeter Jean is so funny because he, at first, his like kind of older videos, he kind of parodies To Catch a Predator, which I think we all grew up on. I mean, that was like reality TV before reality TV, To Catch a Predator. Hold on one second. I need to check something real quick. Or like send a text message real quick. Okay, so this video right here I'm about to react to, this is JIDION. Now, recently, he has kind of gone back to his streaming roots, and he's been streaming a lot lately, and as a result of that, he's been covering the David case. It is a very important case, and it does fall right in line with the type of content he usually makes, which is like, you know, people, grown men, usually, sometimes it is women, but almost always it's men, and by grown, I mean over 18, trying to meet up with people who they believe are not yet to the age of over 18 to do all kinds of things, you know, unspeakable, and some things speakable, like, but it's always very weird. It's funny sometimes, it's scary and sad sometimes, you know. I highly recommend JIDION's channel, JIDION Premium. But now he is kind of like on the David beat. And wait, is this? So do I have to play it?
All right.
Huh. Sorry, I'm actually working with some. I want to try something. Tell me if y'all can hear this. Because I would rather do it this way because I can hear it easier this way. This is my first time using this type of setup. So tell me if y'all can hear the volume or the audio here. I can't hear it. Hold on. Can y'all hear that? No. Okay, so I'll have to do it the other way. Okay, hold on. I think I figured it out. I think it's my wire. I got to get another wire for this headphone. Or adapter, rather. Okay, let me do it this way then.
All right. What's good, EDP Watch Nation, man? So,
no.
Since we've been talking about this David case, we were saying we don't know how his defense lawyers are going to even plead for his case to get him off of this. He does have a very good attorney. I got criminal defense lawyer JAYOMA.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so y'all can hear it when I do it that way. All right. Cool. I gotta get a new wire for these. That, I think, is what is going on here. But that's not something I can address at the moment. Test, test, test. Okay. That's how y'all know I'm not a plant. Okay. This will just have to do then. Okay, so we are... Oh, it's loud like a commercial? Okay, let me turn it down then. I want it to be, like, even.
All right. What's good, EDP Watch Nation, man? So, since we've been talking about this David case, we were saying we don't know how his defense lawyers are going to even plead for his case to get him off of this.
Is it still loud like a commercial? It's still too loud? Okay, hold on.
All right. What's good, EDP Watch Nation, man? So, since we've been talking about this David case, we were saying we don't know how his defense lawyers are going to even plead for his case to get him off of this. He does have a very good attorney.
So here we are. I know I've played that part a few times. Sorry. That was a little troubleshooting. So, okay. So here we are. Hi, hello. One exactly hour into this. Now we're finally getting to the topic at hand. This is JIDION. Oh, that's not like particularly flattering. Okay, there. This is JIDION right here. He's the host of the show. He's a popular, famous, almost streamer. He's a predator catcher. He runs in the predator catcher circles. This guy right here, we're going to get an introduction to. The person who the BJ Investigates production headquarters studio team put together this kind of more like a compilation or a clip from it. This is still like 2 hours long, so we're going to be here for a while. But he's a lawyer. He's a criminal defense lawyer. He practices criminal defense. And he also represented JIDION. And so JIDION brought him on yesterday. JAYOMA is his last name, or the name he goes by. And pretty much this guy not only poked a bunch of holes in the David case, he also took the holes that already were in the case and ripped them wide open. And basically, like, by the end of the stream, I was like a little bit even like shook and like, you know what? The prosecutors are going to have to buckle down, because if the lawyers on David's case come as hard as JAYOMA just came at this case, they might actually give the prosecutors some problems in front of a jury. And I think you're going to see what I mean. So yesterday I was live about David, and I sent y'all over there, and I didn't know what he was going to be talking about. I just knew that JIDION had in the past interviewed Steve Fisher for like an hour. So that was cool. So I'm like, okay, let's go see what he's over there talking about. Support his channel, whatever. Well, when I got over there after my live stream, I went over there, like I got off live and then I went over there and this lawyer was on there and I was like, oh my God. So some of y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all saw. Look, Chris saw. Put a 1 in the chat. I didn't know he was going to be doing that. Like I said, he don't know me from Adam. Neither one of them know me from Adam. I'm just a little baby YouTuber over here. I do want to say I am a lawyer. I did go to the University of Pennsylvania Law School, graduated from there, class of 2020, COVID graduate. So I basically got 2 fake graduations instead of 1 real one. And I don't practice law. Nothing I say in this video should be taken as legal advice. I don't have any extra inside information about this case. I'm just going with what I've seen. I have been following it for months and months, probably 7-8 months now, since since September. And I've been on the case, commentating on it for a while. I do have somewhat of a bias, but I do try to keep logic and truth at the forefront here, because I personally think the most important thing is justice for Celeste and the truth to come out. But justice for Celeste should not depend on anybody lying. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so without further ado.
All right. What's good, EDP Watch Nation, man? So, since we've been talking about this David case, we were saying we don't know how his defense lawyers are going to even plead for his case to get him off of this. He does have a very good attorney. I got criminal defense lawyer JAYOMA. JAYOMA, welcome to the show.
What's up, y'all? What's going on?
Okay. So who is this guy? From interning at the Fort Bend County District Attorney's Office to opening his own practice in 2018. He's entered plea deals and dismissals in front of judges. I guess this is his law firm website. Drafted intake reports for narcotics and gang cases, reviewed countless police reports and videos to find illegal searches and seizures, 5th and 6th Amendment violations. He's participated in motion to suppress hearings, correlated bank records for white-collar crimes, assisted in murder cases and full trials. He's also clerked for a family law attorney. Woo, y'all. Family law is a dark, dark place to be. Woof. family law attorney, where he contributed to every portion of representation on divorces, child custody, child support, spousal support, grandparents' rights, paternity, modification of prior orders, and common law marriages. As a former registered nurse, he's a jack of all trades, isn't he, Mr. JAYOMA? Combines the compassion of helping people with the killer instincts of defending his clients. I think it's supposed to be clients with the S and then the apostrophe comes after. Position in every stage of representation. He made a name for himself after he earned his way to the highly coveted South Texas College of Law Houston mock trial team by competing alone against 2 counsel advocates. He is accustomed to proceeding in trials as lead and sole counsel, practicing as a sole counsel after licensed. He has hands-on, they call him Alain. That's his first name. JAYOMA appears to be his last name. Hands-on experience with dealing with client problems on a personal level. Staying 10 steps ahead of staying 10 steps ahead of the opposing party is his sixth sense. Okay, so he's psychic. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, so this is a little intro to who he is. Girl, is it gonna play?
If Hitler was alive today, right now, his charges are mass genocide, amongst other things. Would you represent him?
I represent him. And I do that, and I say that. I'm serious. I'm serious. Because he's charged with it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Just because you're charged with it doesn't mean you actually did it.
All right.
Number one. And then number two,
True.
You have this thing called the presumption of innocence.
So you're dating a woman, your girlfriend gets beaten near to death in front of you, the case lands on your desk. Do you represent that individual?
I would love to. I would love to.
So if someone beat the shit out of your mother and you got the case presented to you, would you defend that individual?
Yes, I would.
He would. He said he would defend the individual who beat his mama. Girl, I ain't gonna say that might be the way he got like that. But look, listen, I do think a lot of this is just him kind of trolling, which I don't know if he needs to be trolling like that, but this is just I think this Tyler Oliveira did a video about pretty much like about JAYOMA. He's like, this lawyer gets murderers off or whatever, something like that. Pause. But, you know, that kind of thing. Thanks so much to Tatted Little Tiger. Girl, I didn't know. Truthfully, I didn't know that's what they were going to be doing over there. I've done that before on accident one time. Like, I'm trying to, like, you know, get the topic out about a certain topic. And it's like, you know, I can send people over to somewhere that maybe they're going to be saying things maybe slightly somewhat different than what I say. But girl, I didn't know they were going to be doing that over there. But thank you so much, Tatted Little Tiger, for the $5 super chat. She said, girl, I went over there after your live and I was doing yard work with my earbuds and I was yelling at myself in the backyard. Bro was making me so mad. I mean, that's what made me need to come on here today and talk about this with y'all. Truly. I have some thoughts.
I definitely would, because everybody has a right to good representation. And so what I do is I just blot it out and just take care of that person who needs help.
At any point, did you ever feel like I'm helping the world become a worse place?
No.
Has anyone ever confessed to you that they've committed murder?
Yeah.
What if you had a client that went on to commit mass murder?
Then they call me.
And what were you accused of doing?
I was charged with on a family member.
Buying a girl, threatening to kill her, indecent exposure, playing with my junk in front of a lady.
Oh, no, man.
And
Oh,
how much
he's
prison time are you looking
10 years, bro.
10 years.
20 years for each prescription. So that's over 100 years.
And why am I the best lawyer?
If you're wondering, yes, he does post all this on social media.
You got my case dismissed.
And you got my case dismissed.
Got my case dismissed.
Case dismissed.
Have any thoughts about JAYOMA?
JAYOMA's one of the best young attorneys, promising upcoming lawyers that I've met in a long time. Yes, he's like a shark. And once he smells the scent, he does not get off.
You go for blood?
Pause.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Straight for the jugular?
I am pausing this every so often as well because I don't want to get copyright struck. This is a reaction video and a commentary video on matters of public concern and all of that. Don't tell me what to do in my chat. If you don't want to give him attention, get off my channel. Bye. Okay. I just keep randomly thinking about the person holding their nose in the car. I didn't see that. That's another thing, y'all. I did not see anybody holding anybody's nose in the car. I didn't see anything in that car. It looked like truly if somebody told me that Elon Musk was driving it remotely, I would have believed it. I didn't see anything in that car.
Straight for the jugular all the time.
Do you think JAYOMA's like the real life Better Call Saul? But Asian?
I'll have to think about that. He could be.
Oh, there he is.
So y'all, I'm gonna show you guys how good a defense lawyer JAYOMA is before we interview him.
JAYOMA.
And why am I the best lawyer?
I mean, you gave me probation on my criminal case.
All right. And what were you charged with?
Aggravated.
And how much prison time are you looking at?
20 years.
Okay.
20?
And did this case go to trial?
Yes, it did.
And during that trial, did the prosecutor show a video of you shooting somebody 3 times?
Yep, it did. 2 times in the stomach, 1 in the arm.
All right. And
so the criminal case went to trial. It wasn't even like a dismiss before trial or a plea. No, it went to trial, and they went to trial, and the jury sat there and saw a video of this man shooting, pew-pewing somebody more than once.
were you found guilty on this case?
Yes.
All right. And now during the punishment phase of your case, did I remain fighting for you?
Yes, it did.
All right. And while I was fighting for you, how much time was the prosecutor asking this jury to give you?
20.
All right.
20 years.
20 years in prison, right?
Yep.
And after my arguments, what was the result of me convincing that jury to give you as a punishment?
Probation.
All right. And are you happy with the results?
Yeah.
I bet he is. So, listen. Consider me your Saturday Lima Yevrimovich, if you will. We're going to do a little exposure therapy. We're going to be doing a little exposure therapy. And the reason is because this is what we have to be prepared for. I was in no way prepared for all of the stops Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' lawyers were going to pull. I was not. But I'll be damned if I be caught off guard again. All right. I want to be galvanized. I want to be ready. David might even call it desensitized. Okay. I want to know what these arguments are going to be because I want to be able to combat them. And if I can't, then maybe they're good questions and they need answering. But I just want to remind y'all, like, people can have criminal trials. People that are not famous and not rich can have criminal trials where there's videos of them pew-pewing somebody 3 times and still get probation. So just think about what somebody with a lot of money, a lot of clout, a lot of exposure might be able to just get probation on, right? It's like I think, kind of got lulled into this false sense of like, oh, David's dead to rights. David's going to lose. David's getting locked up. And if David did what he's accused of doing, he better get locked up at the very least. But this is like a little exposure therapy moment. Because this is, I don't want to say anything offensive. Like, I really don't. Like, respect to the hustle and all. I don't want anybody mad at me, and I certainly don't want to have to be going head to head against JAYOMA. All right. No, I don't want that smoke. I truly don't. I'm trying to get married and have a baby. Okay. I don't. All right. However, JAYOMA is obviously very young, but apparently making a name for himself. Just imagine a Blair Burke who's been doing this as long as JAYOMA been alive. All right. This is what I'm trying to say here. So keep all that in mind, I'll just say. And I'm talking to myself too.
All right. And just to put it together, you got probation for body 3 times on camera, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is there anything else you want to add?
I mean,
Well, where are we going tonight?
We're gonna go to a place that I used to dance at one time, and it's gonna be a fun experience.
Oh my Lord, what is that?
No, I used to be a male stripper over here. And this is
Oh
one
my
of the best
God.
entertainment that
Oh
we
my
have
God.
going on.
I did not know this was in this video. He used to be a male strip. I said respect the hustle way too soon.
in Houston, Texas.
And your job as a male stripper funded your entire law firm?
The entire law firm, from having zero to having what I have now. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this place, this opportunity, the community, and Tony the man himself.
And how long were you a male stripper?
For about 2 years. Those 2 years were rough. I'd come here and
put a 2 in the chat if that kind of made you like him more. I don't know why that made me like him more, that he was a stripper. I don't know why. Somebody said, oh yeah, that's a good sign. No. I don't know. This is a character, y'all. I didn't know about this man until yesterday. No. Little Tiger said no, did not make me like him more now.
nighttime, and in the mornings I'll be in court. Lawyer by day, dancer by night.
And look who we have. Tony.
He's still a stripper?
Hey. Tony, who are you?
No.
My name is Tony Vaccaro. Can I take you for a walk?
Let's go. Did you think your dream would take you to being a male stripper to fund that dream? Did you think you would come here to make that dream a reality?
No.
I didn't know.
A Time to Change 2025. If it was a woman and she was like, actually, no, this isn't true. I like Sloan Bella more because she says that she used to be an S worker as well. She used to be a stripper. She said I used to work at the strip club, and I'm not ashamed of it. And I'm not going to let anybody make me feel ashamed of it. I like her more. I mean, I already liked her, but I like her more because she says that, because it's like not being ashamed of it, but also not being kind of like stuck in it either, and saying, look, this is what I had to do for a means to an end. And I'm not embarrassed of it. You're not gonna make me feel ashamed of it. Yeah, I could be a lawyer too now. I like that, especially when people like do eventually, as they are getting older, like get out of that. That's a totally separate thing from like, I think the like OnlyFansification of society, which I have talked about ad nauseum for hours and isn't the purpose of today's video. No, Little Tiger said no, he's just aggravating. He's just annoying.
All I knew, I was getting paid $8 an hour. It's hard to build a dream that way, especially if you're working 40 hours or 40 plus hours for
I don't
retail.
need the reenactment of it.
So here was just a better opportunity, and I only had to work maybe 3 days, 2 days a week.
What did your girlfriend think about you being a full male-time stripper and lawyer?
We broke up.
We broke up because of this?
Yeah, she
I don't blame her.
Right. Have you missed this guy?
Yes.
Yeah. Was he good stuff?
Yes. We have rules. One of them is to use this as a
Girl. What?
stepping stone.
Okay. Do you think that's what he did? How was JAYOMA as a dancer? I know you're a good dancer from what I hear.
It was one day the best right here.
Actually?
Yeah.
It seems like JAYOMA can succeed in whatever he puts his mind to. From the pole to the bar exam, JAYOMA's life story is an example of the American dream.
From the pole to the bar exam.
Dream coming true. In a soft world, always looking for excuses, JAYOMA looks for blood. And that's why he'll beat you and your kids.
He's scary.
What's a message for the people watching at home that they should walk away with?
Don't ever give up on your dreams, right? Like, use every stepping stone, every opportunity to get to where you want to get to. Don't let anybody stop you. Don't let your fear stop you, because you're the only one who can.
He's right.
You know, JAYOMA, he actually got
Okay, I'm gonna turn him down a bit. Okay, I think it's just a JIDION is just like a loud talker. Look how far away. We have the same mic. Look how far away his is. And he's yelling. You can hear the echoing. Yeah, if you don't like the video being shown, please leave the chat. It's not gonna bother me. Goodbye. People are like, I can't stand this guy. Okay, so JIDION's about to tell you how he knows him, how he knows JAYOMA, who's the lawyer.
got me off of a case.
Who's your favorite lawyer?
JAYOMA.
And why am I a favorite lawyer?
You got my case on the path to getting dismissed.
All right, and what were you charged with?
I was charged with allegedly videotaping a grand jury proceeding and posting it on my YouTube channel. And
That's
the video
serious.
getting 4 million views, allegedly.
And it was...
That's actually serious. A grand jury proceeding in a criminal case? Oh,
contempt, right?
And I got contempt of court.
Yeah. And so how much jail time are you looking at?
I was looking at up to 6 months.
oh.
Okay. And are you happy with the results?
Very.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Get JAYOMA.
Tell them what really happened.
So there was an accusation that my
I gotta turn them. It was loud. Okay, hold on. They loud, or is it just loud to me? Is that okay for y'all?
client, JIDION, was accused of recording court proceedings and posting it on YouTube. Crazy allegation. Crazy allegation. And what makes it even more crazy, they have a video of it and they plan to use it. And I don't want them to use that shit. because, you know what I'm saying, it's like an open shut case. It's your face, not your face, but it's your, you know what I'm saying, like it's regarding your case. So it's easy for them to win
Okay,
it.
I turned it down.
But there's legal arguments that I made, and there's legal threats that I made in those secret.
Can I tell them specifically? Can you tell them specifically what you said really happened in my case?
Please remind me. I have a lot of.
He don't even remember.
I'm working on other cases right now, and
so
you know what I'm
so
saying?
this is what he told me. So I told him, yeah, I recorded a court hearing and I posted it on YouTube.
Okay, so JIDION hires this guy as his lawyer. He said I recorded a court hearing and I posted it on YouTube. Just to be very clear, a grand jury proceeding is not a court hearing. It's not supposed to be public at all. It's secret. So you could get in trouble for recording any court hearing, but especially a grand jury proceeding. It's crazy. And so JIDION said he went to the lawyer and he said, I did it. I recorded the video.
JAYOMA looked me in my eyes, and this is what he told me, chat. He said, I have it on video too. Actually, I still need to work on that video. I'll get it posted. JAYOMA looked me in my eyes, and he told me, this is what really happened. Your editor, Neon, did something stupid, and he recorded, without your knowledge, that court proceeding. You didn't watch the video. He edits all of your videos, and he posted that without your knowledge. You never knew that you recorded that, and you never knew that you edited that. Neon, right? Your editor, Neon, he's the one. And I just looked at him, and he just said, that's what happened, right? Chat on everything, bro. That's what he looked at me and told me.
Okay, so I'm sure there's a lot of lawyers that do this. I'm sure this is like one way to do it, especially in the defense thing. But basically, JIDION's like, yeah, I did it. And the lawyer's like, actually, it wasn't you. It was your editor. He recorded it. He does all your videos. It was him. That's what really happened. That seems like lying. Somebody said, Lord, I don't know if I'd be saying all that. Well, he can't get tried again. It would be double jeopardy. Okay. So this one thinks it's funny that he did that.
That's what really happened. That's what happened. Because any reasonable person wouldn't post it and go against a law that can get you to go to jail for 6 months. You would never have done that. So they can't prove intent. The prosecutors must prove that you intentionally did that. You had no intent because you had no control over it. Because you had no control over it, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. And because of that, I got you the results, right? No jail time, no risking going to jail by going forward with the hearing. Good results, right?
For me, yeah, very amazing results. But yeah, so El Neon, chat. Well, I don't have to say allegedly anymore. I did record it. I did record.
And the thing about that is, to me, like, is that the same thing as what David is accused of? No. And he did make it public for the public. Like, you know, there's somewhat of a Robin Hood element there where it's like, you know, you're putting the information out there, even though legally it is supposed to be secret. You know, you can understand, you know, somewhat. I don't know anything about the story. I don't know what he was trying to make it, you know, what this court case was even about or whatever. But yeah, I mean, something doesn't really sit right with me that it was like a lie. Like, I'm kind of like, you're going to see, I'm going to even agree with some of this stuff that's going to like aggravate me. Some of the stuff's going to get on my nerves. Some of the stuff's like, you know what, this guy sucks. But I'm going to agree with it. And then there's some stuff that's like, there's no way. There's no world where no, absolutely not. Like, we're just lying now. We're just making stuff up now, even though you know that's not what happened. You just lying. Okay. And laughing about it.
I don't have to say allegedly. You know, you can't double dip. I did record the court case. I did record it and I did post it. Bro, I'm feeling like freaking TMZ, y'all. TMZ's pulling up criminal defense lawyers. I can do the same. Is interesting you so much about this David case that you've seen so far? What has pricked your mind where you're like, okay, this could actually be in his favor? Or what is something that you've seen where, okay. What about?
Okay, so that was the sort of like, how does JIDION know JAYOMA? Now they're getting into the David stuff. Like, what do you think, like, what stands out the most in your mind about this? Or, what's the specific question? Let me see. Hold on. Just go back a few seconds.
Interesting you so much about this David case that you've seen so far? What has pricked your mind where you're like, okay, this could actually be in his favor? Or what is something that you've seen where, okay, what about this case is something that you've seen that could be in his favor? And what is something that you've seen that you think will be a very hard mountain to climb going through with this case?
In his favor is probably hiring me because I like challenges.
Okay, so out the gate, he's not hiding what his intentions for this interview are. He's not trying to bury the lead. He said he wants to represent David. Now, it is against the rules of professional conduct to solicit clients, but there's an exception. You can solicit a client pro bono. And that's why he ends up later in the video saying he would represent David for free. So if you want to represent somebody for free and you're not going to get paid, it's not like, oh, I'll represent you for free and then later you got to pay me. No, like you're going to actually represent them for free. You can solicit a client. But remember earlier when I was like, you got to just listen to these sources and listen to these people and decide or try to figure out what their angle is and where they're coming from and why they want you to think what you're thinking. It becomes pretty quickly apparent to me during this interview that JAYOMA's motives or his motivation for doing the interview, which everybody has a motivation for doing an interview, okay? I'm not saying he has done something wrong for having a motive to do the interview, but his motives are kind of like to advertise his services and say like, this is how I would represent David, and also this is how I would represent you. So is his motivation to find the truth? No. He's not even trying to pretend that that's what he's doing. He's not even trying to pretend that his motivation is to get justice for Celeste. His motivation is to get hired by David or anybody else who watches the video.
So,
in my opinion,
that's why I like taking cases, because if you can get the most unbeatable cases and you beat that shit, it makes you feel really, really good inside. Like for me, selfishly, it does. I get this type of high that fentanyl can't match, drugs can't match, women can't match, money can't match. It's a high. And only those who win in jury trials know what high this is. Okay? The advantages that he could have is hiring me. The disadvantages is not hiring me. Because, yeah, it's just one of those
So
things
the question is, what do you see as some of the advantages or uphill battle, what do you see as like uphill battles for the prosecutors versus David? What aspects of this case look bad for David? What aspects look good for David? See, JIDION is trying to get this lawyer, this kind of high profile at this point, like definitely viral social media lawyer, to say like, okay, what are some of the strengths of the case? What are some of the weaknesses? But this guy's doing a sale pitch the whole time. And he doesn't want to do that. And a lot of times when you get a lawyer on your channel, they will do that. I would do that. I do that on my own channel where it's like, all right, here's one aspect that's going to be hard for the prosecutors. Here's, oh man, this looks bad for David, in my opinion, or whatever. He's like, oh, the disadvantages would just be if he doesn't have me come represent him. Like, girl, answer the damn question.
I really want to attack this case. I really, really want to get on it. I see that he's a victim of this girl or society. He's a victim of the public. And I need to do whatever I can to show that he's not this monster that the prosecutors are painting him as. I was listening to the song 3 times this morning. Like, it's a great...
Okay, then the guy is trying to say that he likes David's music, which this part I think he's just kind of trolling. But he's saying, like, this is how I would represent the defendant in this case. Okay.
Song.
Bro, he's talking about, like, murdering people in his song.
Oh, God, it's loud.
It's art. It's art. Just like 50 Cent, Jay-Z. It's all art. And I'm a fan of his art. But he's a...
Okay. Okay, besides you, what is an advantage and disadvantage that is in this case that you see? Besides you.
The advantage is that it looks like this was done in California, which is a crime, or not California, but LA, right? It's a high crime area. And there's other reasons that caused the death of this girl, other than him. That's why I see an advantage of, and she's motivated.
I see. So he's saying, when finally pushed and asked 3 times, he's like, well, something else could have caused her death. It could have been drugs. It could have been a gang. It could have been the cartel. It could have been her ex. I don't know who caused this. So, if this was over there somewhere where there's not a lot of crime, it might be harder to make the case. But they're out there in LA, so who knows? We weren't there. We don't have a video. That's basically what he's saying. That's a good thing, that the location where it happened, because people in LA specifically will, jurors from LA and in LA are going to have an easier time believing that, something else could have killed her than maybe elsewhere. That's what he said. Okay. I'm not saying that. That's what he said.
To go after him. The other thing, the disadvantages that I see in this case is that he never called me. If he would have called me, or his family would have reached out to me, I'll take that case. David, if you're listening, I'll take your case for free.
Bro!
If you reach out to my office, JAYOMA office, I will take your case for free. Don't forget that, and it's recorded.
Okay, what is
He needs help.
What is the disadvantage besides you? What is the disadvantage besides you?
The disadvantage? That's it. Because anytime any charges come, there's no factual disadvantage. Dude.
What would be a good outcome for you, for David, if you did his case?
Dismissal or not guilties. Actually,
acquitted. He wants acquittal.
Not guilties, because I want to meet the prosecutor right there at that trial. I want them to see, and I want them to do the whole work, put all the evidence there, and for them to lose. Once that happens, there's just like this feeling that you get inside, this rush that will linger for like the next week. And I'm chasing that. So, David, if your people are listening, get at me. Shit, I'll fight everything.
Lord.
I'm going to be one of those attorneys where I don't care what allegations that they have against.
So, okay, it is very... Sometimes I feel like I'm like watching something that I shouldn't have access to. Like I'm watching 2 guys in like the locker room or something. Like sometimes I feel like I'm not the one that they meant to see this. And so I just laugh. I don't have brothers, I didn't grow up around like boys and stuff. So sometimes I'm just kind of like, oh my God, like I don't know. It's like, girls are from Mars or whatever. Anyway, so it's very clear to me that the perspective that this guy is taking is bias. He's starting out with a bias. JIDION is also starting out with a bias. And so I thought this was, while, aspects of it could be a little infuriating, because I don't think this guy, JAYOMA, is coming at this interview or this analysis fully in good faith. He is biased. He's coming at it, from an angle, possibly in a real attempt to elevate himself, his career, his profile by representing David on this case. And who knows, he might be able to get him off or whatever. But it still ended up being an interesting intellectual exercise, because while it's something that doesn't always feel like fun or good to do on social media, he is a lawyer who practices in court. And this is how these lawyers approach things. They're not going to just be like, oh yeah, Your Honor, my client did it. They're going to do what they got to do for the paycheck. So somebody said, to be honest, good for JIDION and bringing out into the public and in the open what these people do and how they operate. I mean, I agree.
My client, I'm always going to fight it.
Disturbing new alleged details that were revealed by prosecutors. And this is big because there has been so much secrecy to this case. I mean, remember, we just saw the autopsy report last week after it was sealed. In fact, we actually thought...
So now they did a little, we've done the intro. Now you know who JIDION is. Now you know who JAYOMA is. And they did a little bit of a Q&A at the beginning. And now what they're going to do is JIDION plays this Law and Crime sidebar video. And Law and Crime is basically going through that evidentiary brief saying, the different evidence that the prosecutors came up with. They put that document out on Wednesday. And so pretty much on Law and Crime, Jesse Weber goes through each one of those points, and JIDION plays the video, and then he'll pause it, and then JAYOMA will give, oh, well, this is how I would basically spend that.
So why would the murderer coincidentally cut off the finger that has David's name on it?
It's a great frame up. Wouldn't you do it?
No.
Wouldn't you do it if you're trying?
Okay, this was an interesting angle. Okay, so Celeste had 2 finger tattoos. She had a finger tattoo on her left hand. She had a finger tattoo on her right hand. On the left hand, she had a finger tattoo on her left ring finger, which is where you would wear the engagement ring, and said David. On her right hand, she had one on her finger, her index finger, that said shh. When she was found, her remains were found. The left pinky and ring finger were chopped off. But not just the ring finger, the pinky and the ring finger, but that would have been the one that said David on it. However, the other finger that said shh on it was not missing. It was still on her hand, and the coroner saw the shh tattoo. So JAYOMA is saying, yeah, well, that means he was set up. Because why would he chop off just the finger that said David on it? Don't you think that makes it obvious? Why wouldn't he chop off all the tattoo fingers? Why wouldn't he chop off? And it's like, well, I mean, the obvious answer is you chop off the finger that says David on it because you're David. But he's like, no, wouldn't that be what people would think? So if someone's setting someone up, and then he kind of like is trying to destabilize and present reasonable doubt. Because why? David does not have a duty, a constitutional duty to defend himself. He doesn't have to explain himself. That's what the Fifth Amendment is. The burden in the case, David doesn't have to prove himself innocent. The prosecutors have to prove David is guilty. The burden is on them. They have to prove it. And so if they don't prove it, because maybe possibly something else happened, maybe possibly there's another explanation for the fingers. So pretty much in order to do that, the defense attorneys are going to have to go through every single exact little baby piece and say, this is the explanation for that. And so this sounds like this angle right here is him saying, oh no, you can't prove David did that. Someone else could have done that to set him up, which I didn't even consider, nor do I think. I think the finger got chopped off because of that anime. I really think that.
Trying to frame David to be like, it's more likely him that he did that because of that. Does that make sense? It looks too perfect. Too perfect.
You know,
that's why
you sound like this dude on TikTok I talked to. You sound exactly like this dude on TikTok who was defending David, saying he got framed.
It's a great possibility. And I'll tell you right now that LA has a history of when a person of color is rising and he's doing well.
I didn't even hear this part yesterday. This is true. LA does have a history. And this is that reasonable doubt that could start to be created in the jury's mind. There is corruption in LA. There is corruption at the LADA. There is corruption and has historically been corruption at the LAPD, and especially against up-and-coming artists who are black. Now, am I saying that's what happened to David? No. But the prosecution bears the burden. So that's why I thought this was a good exercise. Fine, let's hear it all. Let's hear all the best defenses that they could come up with and figure out, does the prosecution even have enough evidence to take David down? Or do we need to look higher up than David within this decrepit industry?
There's criminal charges against them. You know what I mean? Like OJ.
Oh,
you know
shut up.
See, he almost makes a point and then he veers right off into the ravine girl. Like OJ. And then he smiles, that little devious, little devilish smile. And it's like, you kind of just threw out the window all the stuff that I had just, you know what I mean? Like, girl, like OJ. OJ, who was in that Bronco in a slow speed chase for hours with the people.
Have to wait for a preliminary hearing to learn any new details in this case. The preliminary hearing, of course, is where prosecutors try to present.
Are you requesting a preliminary hearing within the period?
Yes, Your Honor. From the media reports, apparently there have been 4 months of secret grand jury proceedings. We believe that Mr. Burke is entitled at the earliest opportunity to an open preliminary hearing and the proceedings not be done in secret. So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th date. Your Honor.
Is that so? Why are they trying to do that? Like, what is this that she's trying to do? Why does she want the preliminary hearing to be open and to the public?
Okay, so the preliminary hearing is because they don't want things to be secret. Okay? Usually when like like things happen with the government to try to bring charges against you, and it's often happened in secret. And so what she's doing right there is trying to make it to where it's public. So then it's nothing like foul play, because foul play is something that can be the difference between you doing prison time and you not doing prison time. It's the difference between you getting the needle and you not getting the needle. So to protect that and the integrity of the whole court system, they're asking to do this open.
That's another part of this that I completely agree with David's lawyers. Why are we doing this hush-hush secret? I want to know what the evidence is. I don't want to see all the evidence. I certainly don't want to see all the evidence, given the nature of what the evidence supposedly is. However, it has been secret long enough. No problems from me with more transparency. So, I mean, I can't even get mad at that part. I agree. Let's do it all. Bring it out, and put it on camera too.
Openly. So then we can see all the people who's going to testify against them in that preliminary
Y'all,
hearing.
we are only about 4 minutes in to this so far. You're going to get, look, Casca said, I can see why you guys were mad. No, it's about to get way worse. Like, so far, he hasn't said that much about specifically about the David case that I disagree with. But y'all, my blood pressure's finna go up again. I'm trying to keep it down. But
and just try to show like there's some transparency, like people could see it. Because if it's secret, it's kind of like the defense attorney is like out in the dark. They don't know what the hell's going on. We got to know everything that's going on. And how did you arrive at the idea, right? How did you arrive at the idea that this guy should be indicted? How did you arrive at the idea that he should be charged with murder?
Okay,
How did you arrive at
that's another thing too. JAYOMA clearly, and I'm not, no shade, whatever. Like, obviously this isn't his job. He has a day job, but he clearly hasn't been following the case. He doesn't really know even procedurally like what's going on in the case, which again, like, no shade, it's fine. But like, he's like, why did he get indicted? He didn't get indicted. And that's one of the things that the pro David PR has been running with, is like, why couldn't they get a grand jury to indict? I will not get indicted. I will shoot you on sight. Remember the David rap, the rare David rap. Anyway, so he's like, why did the grand jury indict? The grand jury didn't indict. But that's actually, if he knew that, he would be on that like a dog with a bone too, because that's what Mark Garagos and them are like, why didn't they get an indictment then? And there's reasons. There are advantageous reasons for the prosecutor not to get an indictment. Like, they, for example, would be if they got an indictment on strike that. The prosecutor would be more limited and kind of locked in. The prosecutor would be more locked in. The DA would be more locked in to whatever the grand jury indicted on, whereas this appears to be a different route to do more investigation first, because what the prosecutor said, we need to do an investigative grand jury because all we know is there's a chopped up 14-year-old in a car. Okay. At the point that they assembled the first grand jury, I don't believe that the cause of death had even been determined yet. So they were like, we need to be able to subpoena people and things and records and maybe get wiretaps. I don't know where that wiretap came from, but it was like for the purpose of investigating to even figure out like what it is. Like, this isn't for the purpose of indicting. So maybe and again, y'all, they still could. They're gonna look at the car video on here. They still could indict. They could assemble a grand jury and do an indictment if they wanted to, or try to get an indictment.
the idea that he had these photographs or he had this inappropriate relationship with this girl? And there's so many questions to be answered, and it's all on the record. So
this is something you would do as well.
Oh, hell yeah. I do that too. But
so is this the reason why we're getting so much more information, is because they're wanting it to be public?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you want something to be public for yourself? Like, or would you want like secret?
Yes. For myself, I would want it to be public, but I don't have the type of material on my phone, which is being accused. David is being accused of having on his phone. Okay. Now, have I seen the stuff on his phone? No. Do I ever want to see it? No. But I can't imagine there being a world where I'm like, yeah, make everything in my whole case public. Because on the one hand, David's lawyers were like, make it public. We want to do public. Like, that's what they're talking about right now. But then when the prosecutors finally were like, okay, fine, let me do this little brief, they were like, no, keep that sealed. It was like, y'all were the ones barking and bitching, excuse my language, to get this show on the road, you were like, where's the evidence? We want it public. We want it public. This has been going on in secret for so long. We want it public. But then when the prosecutors are like, okay, bet, we're going to make it public, they didn't like that either. It's like, y'all been asking for this.
Things that happen behind your back so then they could attack you later. You know?
I feel that, but now it's coming out to the public that he has CSAM on his phone, you know? It's coming out to the public that he's having these inappropriate relationship with her on the phone, you know? All these different things are coming out now that we know about him.
Yeah, but that's like that's like rumors. You know what I mean? Like rumors isn't evidence. It's not. And so I can make a rumor about you. I can make a rumor about you right now. And then people are just going to take it as true. But remember, whether it's true or not true, whatever happens outside of court, it's just outside of court. It has nothing to do with you going to prison.
That's true.
Anybody watching this right now, you don't go to prison for something that happened in real life. You go to prison for something that happens in the courtroom. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a sad world to live in.
You could literally, in real life, be innocent of whatever they're accusing you of doing. But because the prosecutors have done things in secrecy, or they provided skewed evidence or skewed witnesses, you're looking at prison time. And it's going to be really, really real when it gets there. So we got to make sure, like, we do everything in the open.
That's true. I think everything needs to be in the open.
You know what I mean?
Understood.
So according to investigators, Celeste was last seen or heard from on April 23rd, 2025, when David, according to prosecutors, sent a rideshare car to pick her up from her hometown of Lake Elsinore and bring her back to the home that he was apparently renting in the Hollywood Hills, a trip of more than 80 miles. Prosecutors claim she was exchanging...
It's funny because, like, you know how kids in the spelling bee will do, like... You ever seen a spelling bee? And the kids will, like, snap when they're doing the words. ANTIDISESTABLISHMENTA. You know what I mean? Like they like do a little like I feel like I can see this guy's brain moving through what he's doing with his hand. Like he's ready to, he's getting his next argument ready, and he's like got that little devilish smirk. Look at him. He looks like he's gonna pounce.
Messages with David during this ride, and then she apparently never uses the phone again. Celeste's dismembered body was found months.
So what would you say about that? It's like they have evidence that he ordered the ride to her to pick her up. She's on the way there. She's texting him while she's on the way there, and then she never uses her phone again.
Number one, how do you know it's her texting? How do you know it's David texting? How do we know that? There's accusations that he killed her. How did he kill her? With his left hand? His right hand? Did he choke her first? Was his DNA there? How good is that DNA? Did y'all even check the DNA?
They did say they found DNA inside of his garage.
Was it her DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely, for sure it's her DNA?
For sure.
Was it her DNA regarding the murder or beforehand?
They're saying it was the murder. They're saying that the murder happened in the garage.
Yeah, I know, but how can the prosecutors prove that her DNA was not there before that alleged murder?
That's going to be hard. And that was a point he made yesterday that I was like, true. And like, again, I mean, the prosecutors, I'm sure in the last 7 months have gathered some kind of evidence. But if they're trying to say she was disassembled in that garage, there better be disassembly proof up on the roof, because we're talking chainsaw. That thing's moving so fast, spewing whatever it picks up in its little teeth up. So if they only find it in a puddle, then I'm going to need to see the chainsaw forensics. I don't need to see them literally. I'm just saying a jury would. The thing about the questions he's asking, though, we the public haven't been let in on a lot of these details yet. We just kind of are assuming that that the DA and the LAPD and them have done enough evidence gathering, as it were, to prove these things. Like, for example, David ordered packages to his house, according to the prosecutors, under a fake name. I'm assuming they went into his Amazon history and didn't just say, okay, this is David's account. They looked at the location from which the order was placed. I'm thinking they looked at some other evidence and made sure that it wasn't someone else. Because, like, here's the thing. David didn't even rent that house he was living in. His manager, Josh Marshall, did. David wasn't even given the authority or whatever, or maybe he just didn't have the credit or whatever to rent that house. His name was not on the lease. His manager's name was on the lease. So if that's the case, then can he make an argument that he didn't order things for his house? Someone else did. And maybe there was a real Victoria Mendez somewhere. Maybe she, you know, really did order that stuff to us. I don't know. Right. But these are some of the questions that have crossed my mind.
You know, can they prove that? There's so many things that they have to do. They're saying they have evidence, but number one, is that evidence even good evidence? And number two, can it come into court? You know what I mean?
So some of this evidence that they're laying out, it might not even make it to court, is what you're saying.
I'll make sure that shit don't get into court. I will.
Right. So what he's saying is, she lived at the house with David, right? So how do we know her DNA just wasn't just in the garage because she was just in that garage? Maybe she had blood. Maybe she bled in the kitchen. Maybe she cut her hand in the garage. That doesn't mean she was murdered there. And it's like, okay, true. I mean, again, I don't think David is in my opinion right now, I don't think David is innocent. I think he knows and or actively participated in the death. I don't know for sure. This is my opinion. I think there were other people, other parties involved as well.
Sure, like, there's no fucking way these prosecutors are going to use that shit. And if they do, I'm going to attack that shit. Like, I'm going to really attack it.
Later on September 8th in a Tesla Model X allegedly registered to David. And according to this filing, the car had been parked on the street just 400 feet from where David was staying, and then it was towed. The manager at the tow yard reported a horrific smell, flies around the front trunk, and that's when authorities discovered Celeste's body. According to this document, it's called the People's Brief regarding preliminary hearing evidence, quote, surveillance video and other evidence confirm defendant, meaning David, was the last person to drive the vehicle on July 29th, 2025, before he left Los Angeles on a concert tour.
So with him being the last person to, so this is a big deal, right? With him being the last person to drive the car?
I can see it looks bad, but there's so many different things that could have happened. He could have drove it for a little bit, had somebody else drive it.
But they're saying that he was the last person to drive it.
That's what they're saying. But do you have the video? Like, I want to see that. Do y'all have the video from the time that he went to that vehicle to the time that the dead body was found? How are you so sure about that? You know, there's so many different possibilities out there, and they're very reasonable. You know? So that's what I look at.
So that's about, what, a month or so before the car was towed and the body was found. It's not clear if anyone else actually moved the car or had any knowledge of what was reportedly inside. I want you to keep that in mind. We're going to talk about it later. There's something in the filing that I thought was really interesting. But it goes on to say, quote, at the tow yard, LAPD detectives opened the Tesla's front storage compartment and observed a black cadaver bag covered in insects. Inside the bag, they discovered a severely decomposed head and torso. A plastic garbage bag beneath the black cadaver bag contained the dismembered arms and legs. However, the victim's ring and pinky fingers on her left hand had been amputated and were not found in the Tesla. On September 16, 2025, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Department positively identified the body from dental records as belonging to the victim. But this is the part.
So that's pretty bad. So where are we at right now? Anything in here? What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, like, why?
What's going through my mind right now is Jesse Weber okay? That was what was, I mean, truly that's what was going through my mind. I was so distracted by the look of this gaunt man. I mean, I hope everything's going okay with him.
The fingers.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. JAYOMA, thank you. Why the finger that coincidentally...
Okay, this is the argument where it's like, okay, now I just feel like I'm being effed with. But he says it like he really means it.
It has the word David on it. Why?
Why did they cut the David
because
finger?
It's perfect. It makes David look more guilty.
It does make him look guilty, but maybe it's because he's guilty.
Y'all, and this is good. Chat, genuinely, this level of rage bait is what we're gonna see when this goes to trial.
It's true.
So,
they're gonna.
If you guys are mad right now,
And it's what they're actually gonna do is gonna be way worse. Because I think this guy is kind of still a little bit like playing nice. Like when these lawyers come out here, they're going to be making Celeste look bad. They're going to be calling her everything but a child of God. They're going to be saying she was on OF. She was doing this. She was doing that. She was manipulating these. They're going to be making her the dead victim. They're going to be coming for her throat, just like they did in the Diddy trial to Cassie, to Mia, to Jane Doe, the same way. But didn't she also, they're going to get her ex-boyfriends in there. Didn't she also initiate beep, beep, beep with you that one time? Didn't she also tell you she was 18 or 19, but really she was blah, blah, blah? Didn't she cheat on David? Didn't she steal money from David? Wasn't she using him for money? And when the money ran out, she decided she was going to, like, they're going to make this little girl. This guy doesn't go that hard against Celeste. He really goes against the cops. He really goes against the DA. But he doesn't go that hard against Celeste. And when they go into real court, they're going to crucify her.
Imagine how mad you guys are going to be when the trial happens.
Right.
Imagine. It's going to be 10 times worse how mad you're going to be.
Everybody's saying she's a baby. She's a baby. Yes, I know this. Just like Cassie was 19 years old. Well, not just like, because that's still an adult. So I shouldn't say just like, but in a similar way to where Cassie was just 19 years old and Diddy was like 30 something. And he was her boyfriend, but he was her manager and he was the owner of her label. He got to decide which songs she did. He is the first person, according to stuff that came out at trial, that gave her substances that ultimately got her addicted to substances. And he had he owned the companies that had her apartment being paid for and this being paid for. And so it was like a very, very, in my opinion, unequal power dynamic. And she was only 19 when they started dating. She wasn't even 19. She was under 18 when they met. I think she was 17 when they met. And so it's like, that is so wrong to, in my opinion, to make it seem like she was somehow manipulating Diddy, but they sure did it at the trial. Didn't you hear those lawyers do it? And it was female lawyers too. Teeny Garagos, Nicole Westmoreland. They went in on these women who were in positions of vulnerability, weakness, victims, but they went in on them. Yeah, she's a baby, but look how they talk about Nova. Look no further than No Jumper. Women like that, girls, some girls, according to Aunt Heffy, be fast and grown and thrust theyself into the lifestyle, and they be manipulating these men. She lied. It's just fluff. Yeah, they're just a baby, but that's how these freaks think.
That's new, okay? The filing claims that LAPD...
Okay, hold on. Straight Out of BS podcast, please relax. Because there's been not a single thing on this show or any other show that I've ever made defending anything. What I am saying is we don't know the truth. You don't know the truth. And you're allowing your emotions to make you crash out. Something happened to Celeste. Something happened to her. And she was killed, according to the medical examiner. That's pretty much all we know. We don't know for sure that David did do it. What if David is guilty? Then he will be guilty. But David is not yet guilty. Legally, he can't even be guilty yet, because legally you don't become guilty until you're found to be guilty by a jury after having due process and equal protection afforded to you in a fair trial. David deserves a fair trial, because otherwise we the people suffer. We are harmed if our systems don't give everybody a fair trial. David deserves and is entitled to a fair trial. He deserves the presumption of innocence the entire time, so that when those jail doors clang behind him for that last and final time after he gets convicted guilty, we don't have to do this song and dance over and over again. No, you had a fair trial and now you're in prison. Okay? Nothing I'm saying in this video is defending David, other than to say David is innocent and should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. I mean, like, here's the thing too. I have been wrongly accused of things in court, and it wasn't criminal. It wasn't in criminal court, but I've had lunatics and liars, jealous bitches and others try to harm me with false and fake statements in court. So while I'm not going out of my way to defend David, I'm also not going out of my way to tear him down, because there is a greater than 0, but in my opinion, not much greater than 0% chance out of 100 that someone else did this whole thing. Now, it's a very low chance. I think the prosecutors, if they're able to prove even just the evidence they've claimed they have in this brief, it's open and shut. It's done. And if David's guilty, he's guilty. But what's the point of court? If we all just get to say, okay, David's guilty, moving on, then what's to stop people from just saying that about you or your mom or your dad or your kids or me or any of us in here? We all are entitled to a fair trial, and that's what I was saying earlier. So what if David is guilty? Then he'll be guilty. Then he'll be found guilty and he'll go to hopefully prison and maybe even get the death penalty. We'll see. If he did do what he's stand accused of doing, he better go to prison. I'm not defending any actions of David's. In fact, and indeed, I think he kind of made it very easy to set him up if he is getting set up. Okay, and it's more likely, in my opinion, he did at least most of what they're accusing him of. But I don't know. I wasn't there. And if you were there, you should probably call the police and tell them what you know.
Robbery homicide detectives determined that Celeste and David met in January of 2022 when she was just 11 years old.
Is that illegal? Is that illegal?
Meeting her, no. Meeting her when she was 11 is not illegal.
He met somebody at 11 years old? I don't see that being illegal.
But they didn't say it was either. That's the other thing, too. The prosecutors didn't say that that was illegal. They just said David met her when she was 11, and then when she was 13, the illegal part started of their relationship. Yes, that is illegal, what they claim happened. So no, it's not illegal, but the prosecutors are also not saying it's illegal. This is kind of like the thing that Harvey Levin and what's his name, Charles, were doing yesterday, where they were like, how do they know David watched? How do they know David watched? The prosecutor said he watched. And it's like, when you pulled up the brief, the prosecutors never said he watched. That was just fake. They just made it up. And it's like, well, that's not illegal. How do they know that? How do they know that? How do they know that? And it was like, y'all, calm down. Take a freaking beta blocker. No one said he stood by and watched. Y'all are making it up. It's a straw man argument. And that's kind of the same thing JAYOMA is doing here. He's like, that's not illegal. It's like, well, he's not being charged for meeting her. That's not the charge. The charge starts September 2023 when he started alleged by the prosecutors having sexual relations with her. That's when they say that that was illegal. So that's not illegal. No, they didn't say it was illegal. They just gave context for when they met. And it is interesting to know they met when she was 11, because even though they didn't start doing anything until after that, according to prosecutors, she was 11. 11 years old is like 6th grade. It's like very young. So maybe 7th. So it's interesting in its context, but not every word in an indictment or in a charging document is supposed to be, that was illegal. Like, it's just storytelling. Like, is that illegal? Like, no, but no one said it was illegal.
Now, imagine how mad you guys are going to be when the trial happens. Imagine. It's going to be 10 times worse how mad you're going to be.
That's new, okay? The filing claims that LAPD robbery homicide detectives determined that Celeste and David met in January of 2022 when she was just 11 years old.
Is that illegal? Is that illegal?
No one said it was, so moving on.
He met somebody at 11 years old? I don't see that being illegal.
Laissez les bon temps rouler, Michel.
You have young fans too. You have young fans.
I am in.
We all have young fans.
So are you in?
Okay, look, he makes a fair point. If David, and I've said this, so this is an issue I've been consistent on. Why is Mr. Beast, or was Mr. Beast, sending karambits, real knives? I don't give a flying rat's beep if it was based on a video game. It wasn't a knife in a video game. It was a real one that could actually hurt somebody. Under the statutes, it's still something that's a knife. Why was Mr. Beast sending karambits when he was over the age of 18 to 13-year-olds? Wasn't that weird too? But since nothing ever happens to any of these other content creators who have 11, 12, 13-year-old fans and they meet up with them at meetups, then I guess David can do it too. And that's why we have to start holding all these people accountable. Now, is it illegal to have a meet and greet? Of course not. You do a meet and greet and whoever shows up, shows up. Hopefully if they're 11-year-olds there, they came with their parents. Hopefully you're not doing anything with them in the trailer in the back. Hopefully you're not being alone with them. But like, there's nothing illegal about meeting an 11-year-old. However, if you meet an 11-year-old and then you begin having, you know what type of relations with them when they are 13 years old and you are over the age of 18, that's a crime. Okay. That's a crime. If David did it. I certainly was never there when they did it. I didn't see any video proof, but that's what the prosecutors are alleging.
Contact with any of your fans that are 11 years old? Do you have any 11-year-olds numbers that you're not related to?
No, I don't think so. No.
What 11-year-old do you have their number?
Huh?
What 11-year-old do you have their number?
They're my clients. I'm representing them on cases.
I said 11-year-old.
Yeah.
Wait, you have an 11-year-old's number?
Yeah. They're accused of theft. I'm not going to say their names, but they're accused of theft. I keep up with them.
Okay. How about one of them that is not have anything to do with any case or anything? Do you have any just random 11-year-olds numbers?
I don't have contact like that. I'm mostly at the jail, at the court, and it's rare for me to see an 11-year-old.
I do agree with this. Something can be weird, very, very weird, and not be illegal. Yeah, I don't think he's telling the truth about this 11-year-old client either. That's my opinion.
His business is art, right? It's music. So I can see why he would be in contact with a bunch of young fans. They could be really, really good fans. Hell, we don't even know if she worked for him. Who knows?
That's crazy. This is his craziest theory of all, y'all. He's going to come up with this internship theory. But in a way, put it too in the chat if you remember me having this theory, that David could have possibly been actually trying to pretend like he was going to be somebody's manager. Put it too in the chat if you remember me saying that. Like, what if David was like luring some of these kids into his orbit and into his circle by saying, oh, I'm going to be given an imprint in Interscope, like, or whatever. Like, I'm going to be managing artists. And that's why he told Celeste, I media trained you. Like, you know, yeah, maybe they're dating, but like kind of like with Cassie, right? Like, really, you know, Diddy and Cassie knew each other from the label, but then they started dating. So I had that theory before, but I'd never put it together like JAYOMA does. And he don't know, right? He just says stuff like, okay, this is his theory of the case. You already know how he does with his clients, according to JIDION. JIDION said that he sat down and said, okay, this is what really happened. And JAYOMA said back to him, no, I'm going to tell you what really happened, and said something completely different. So like, he basically does that in this video too. He's just like, oh no, it was an internship. And it's like, I had thought about it like, okay, maybe David was luring, like using that as a means to lure these kids in, girls and boys. But I never thought about the fact that he could use that as his defense. We had an internship program. Now, is it a good defense? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it looks really damn bad for David, and he's going to have to come up with some defense. They're going to have to come up with something to say. So what if one of the things they could say is like, actually, she was an intern and her parents signed over a guardianship? What if they say that? We don't know. We know those parents have a lawyer now. We know that those parents never called the local authorities who they called to report Celeste missing. They never called back to tell them, hey, Celeste isn't missing anymore. When she was found, her remains were found rather, she had been reported missing like a year and a half prior. But we're also being told by the prosecutors that David had Ubered her to his house from where? Her parents' house. So she did return back home at some point, but they just didn't bother to tell the cops. But you have to. You're required to. You have to tell them if the runaway or the missing person comes back, especially if it's a child, and they just never did. So the parents have motive to lie about aspects of this because they have to cover up their own. They have to protect their own interests. They apparently already were under investigation for child abuse and neglect. Now, all of that can be true, and it still be true that David did what he's accused of doing. I'm not saying, oh, the parents XYZ, so David gets off. No. Have you ever heard of like accomplices, co-conspirators, co-defendants?
Wait. What did you just say? What did you just say? Say what you said one more time. No, genuinely. Say it without a smile. Did you really mean what you just said?
Young fans, because of his music reaches out to everybody in every age. It touches every human being, regardless of race, religion.
Listen
creed,
to this.
matter.
This is gonna make you mad.
She was
this
probably
is his craziest
a good fan of his, and he probably offered her an opportunity to get into the music business, and that happens a lot. Okay, for people who want to be in the music business, they want to be interns, right? It happens.
So you're saying that he got in contact with her to give an 11-year-old a job?
I will tell you this: I have in my some of my online platforms, I don't respond to it because I don't really run it, but I can see like people would text me and say, "Hey, I'm in 4th grade. I want to be a lawyer. I want to learn from you. I want to be an intern." So I can see that.
So this is where it goes from like, is it illegal to like, should you be doing that type of stuff? Like if an 11-year-old messages me, hey, I want to be a lawyer one day. Hey, I want to be a YouTuber one day. I'm going to say, oh my God, that's, so cool. Where's your mom? Like, I have no interest at all whatsoever in talking to an 11-year-old, nor mentoring them for an internship. Now, if they want to do a little one interview, one day of job shadow, okay, fine. But like their parent has to be there. Like there's no way I'm going to just be taking some 11-year-old I don't know under my wing. If it's my own niece, nephew, cousin, my family member's kid, maybe. But is it illegal? I don't know. Maybe it should be. I don't know. Should it be illegal to talk to other, people's kids? Maybe. I don't know. These are questions that have not yet been answered by the law.
So I'm possibly thinking that David had this girl who wants to be an intern and possibly sing and follow into a career the same way that he's doing it. It's a positive thing, and it's not illegal.
Okay. Allegedly began a sexual relationship with Celeste when she was 13.
Okay, what about that?
Those are allegations. I need to see more evidence. Once I become the attorney, I'll be able to see if this relationship...
He said once I become the attorney. He's shooting his whole shot.
...ended up being sexual in any way. It's an accusation.
David was 18, and the court paperwork revealed that investigators have been looking into David for quite some time.
Y'all's comment
says detectives learned the victim had been reported missing to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department by her family, who live in Lake Elsinore, in February and April 2024. RCSD telephonically contacted defendant on February 17, 2024, after they identified a phone number in the victim's phone records that belonged to him. During the call, defendant claimed he had spoken to the victim last on February 13th or 14th, 2024, but stated he was unaware she was a minor or that she had been reported missing. RCSD advised him that Los Angeles...
So, at this moment, right here, he is aware of, like, you can't say that he wasn't aware that she was a minor before or anything. At this moment, it is a 100% fact that he is now in full knowledge that she was a missing person and she was a minor.
This is the part where I think the prosecutors made their case the strongest, where they said, first of all, they're not even going to charge for anything before the age of 13. Second of all, David knew and found out from not one, but two police departments, or sheriff departments, on the same day, back in 2024, that Celeste not only was a runaway, not only a minor, but she was a runaway. He found this out from the Riverside County law enforcement, and he found it out from the LAPD law enforcement. I can't remember if it was the police or the sheriff, but it's in the brief. But then, and again, if that's true, that makes the case for me, because he can't say he didn't know anymore. So anything he did after that, after being informed by two law enforcement sources, now JAYOMA's going to say, but I don't know that. I haven't seen the evidence. And I hope to God the prosecutors have the evidence. Hopefully, not only write-ups, and affidavits and declarations, but hopefully body camera of the cops talking to David. Hopefully recorded phone call, but hopefully body camera, because then no JAYOMA, no Mark Agnifilo, no Brian Friedman, no Alex Spiro is going to be able to say, well, I don't know that. Look at the body cam. They're telling him right there on the body cam in 2024 that she was under the age. And look at this. There's a video of them having relations that's metadata dated this day, right? Boom, boom. There you go. That's the evidence you need. But otherwise, you're going to have lawyers sitting up here like this. Now, one thing I will say on the whole JAYOMA front, he starts to you can kind of see his order of operations, right? The first thing and then the second thing he'll do is like, first thing he'll like basically pretty much when he gets backed into a corner where there is evidence, he'll go, well, I don't know about that evidence. I haven't seen it. I'd have to see it. We have to make sure they got it legally. So when there is evidence for stuff, he will not substantively deal with the argument. He just tries to keep it out. So there are parts of here where JIDION does get him, and then he'll just say, well, I don't know how that evidence, was procured. They might have violated my client's rights or whatever when they were getting that evidence. So there is stuff that he doesn't have an argument for.
I see the allegations. I don't know if it's true or not.
No, this is a police report. The police report of when they contacted him. Because
let me tell you about police reports. Police reports aren't fact. It's not 100% true. The police person who writes this, the agency, they may have a bias against you for whatever reason. They may have a bias against your race. They may have a bias against your religion. It doesn't mean it's 100% true.
So we can't even.
So you see what I mean? He's like, what about this police report that says da 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 da? And he said, well, they can have a bias writing that report, right? But you know what doesn't have a bias? Body camera footage that's unredacted and uncut. So if there's body camera footage of the police showing up to David's house in LA, and it's cops saying, hey, that girl's a runaway, hey, that girl's a minor, and here's David, oh yeah, I didn't know. Now you know. So it doesn't matter about any bias, it doesn't matter about any race, it doesn't matter about any skin color, religion, or whatever other things, which it's true, he's not wrong. Sometimes there is bias in a police department, but what's not bias is when you can see it on a camera. Now, I'm sure he would disagree. He would say, oh, that could be AI. He says that at some point. So once he starts going off into that could be AI woods, I'm just kind of like, I guess, then you got to get an AI expert. An AI expert has to come in and say they ran an analysis, and it's just, this is how they end up having to spend so much money on these lawyers.
The police report is true.
The police report is just as good evidence as somebody saying, I think he did.
What if they recorded it on body cam footage? Then what?
Let's see how good it gets in the court. Let me see if you guys can even bring that into court.
See, he's gonna try to keep it out.
Are you sure that it is David? Are you sure it's David? Because he looks like somebody else.
See,
well, they talk on the phone.
So do you see what I mean?
So you're saying you might have a lot of wiggle room to play with if.
How do we know David on the phone? Like, do they actually have recorded conversations?
That's another situation that we're dealing with here too. Leonardo said he doesn't even have much knowledge. He doesn't have much knowledge about this case. That is true. He doesn't. But it's also true that the average person on the street, me and you, don't have that much knowledge about the case either. We have a lot of knowledge about David's behaviors, his patterns, his music, his lyrics. We have a lot of knowledge about what they've been alleging on Reddit. We have some knowledge about the actual case that's going to be presented in court, but almost none. I mean, they basically have shut the public out of this case by sealing everything. Even the search warrants are still sealed. So we don't really have that much knowledge about the case either. And frankly, until pretty recently, David's lawyers either. So I'm definitely interested in seeing what more information is going to come out. I'm hoping that the fact that the prosecutors and the police or whatever took so long to bring charges or to arrest him, I hope is an indication that they have been tightening up some of these holes. Some of these loose ends have been being tied off, and maybe hopefully they do have the evidence to actually support the claims that they made in that brief. I hope, because if they don't, then someone like this is going to be able to easily just tear into the case, and then there's no justice for Celeste.
Conversations that David talking to this girl? Like, I need to see all that.
Chapman, this is, before I hit play, would you say it's harder for the prosecution to get a conviction, or is it easier for the defense to get, a not guilty? What do you think's harder?
The prosecutors. have a higher chance of getting convictions. I think if you go on Google and type in,
but that wasn't the question.
Rates, it's really high for the prosecutors, and their job is just to show that, hey, here's the evidence. You know, there's a high chance he did it. Convict them. And sometimes they don't even have to go that far. I'm telling you, there's people who just want to look for blood because they've been wronged in their life, and they're just going to choose guilty just based on the charge and based on how you look. So the odds are against defense. That's why, like, you know, I'm trying to change that. Hold on. With every case I have, I'm trying to change that to
where there's people who have been wronged and they just want to get a conviction no matter what. But wouldn't the same thing be true in the other direction, that most of us have also been wronged by the police and by law enforcement and by the overreach of the government? And so they just want to just let anybody off. And most of us know stories like, most of us know stories like Rodney King and Emmett Till, and we know that the police have historically marginalized, you know, black men and held the law against them even more. And there's been even protests about that. So if it's true that some people just gonna want to get a guilty no matter what, isn't it also true some people are just gonna want to let the people off no matter what? And this is where I just want to point out, like, this guy's motivation isn't the truth. His motivation, and he doesn't even pretend that it is. It isn't what's most likely or Occam's razor. His is like, how do I figure out a way to make it to where the defense wins and the prosecution loses? It's not really, how do I figure out a way to get justice for Celeste? That's not his interest, and I don't even think he even thinks about it. I don't even think he even lets his mind go to that direction.
More not guilties than guilty.
The Sheriff's Department deputies would be coming to his home. On that day, defendant was living at 804 North Doheny Place in West Hollywood. RCSD requested that LASD conduct a welfare check at defendant's home. LASD deputies went to defendant's home that night at 8:15 p.m. and informed him the victim was a 13-year-old runaway. Defendant again claimed he was unaware she was a minor, and he had only met the victim once in person in November of 2023. However...
So, wouldn't that be him lying? Because he's saying he only met her once, and then...
It looks like... I think what that right there, what I just heard, what I saw, it looks like they violated his right, because right before they asked him questions that could incriminate him, they didn't say you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
He says this with a lot of conviction. The truth is he has no idea what he's talking about, but neither do I. He doesn't know if they read him his rights. They could have read him his rights. He doesn't know if they read him his rights. They could have. Now, also, they don't have to use the statements he made during that discussion. They did put it in this brief, but they could easily take it out. David is not being charged for kidnap. He is not being charged for harboring a minor. So the statutory crimes that he could be accused of having to do with that February 2024 thing, I think there's a reason they didn't charge him for that. They didn't charge him for harboring a minor. They just mentioned it as one of the things that they found in their investigation. They said, we found the number, David's number, in Celeste's phone records because we were looking for Celeste. And the number popped up. We called the number. It happened to be David. So anything that David said on the phone was done, sure, during the course of an investigation. And David's attorneys might even try to keep his statements out from the trial that he said during that if his Miranda rights weren't read to him. Because, of course, you can't use something against someone that they said for the truth of the matter asserted if you haven't read the Miranda rights to them, which is you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law, blah, blah, da, 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 da. But if they were not investigating, David is not on trial for those crimes. David is not on trial for harboring a minor, a fugitive, whatever. You know what I mean? He's not on trial for having Celeste at his house when she ran away. And they don't even say in their brief that she was with him. What they say is David denied it. David denied knowing where Celeste was. However, she did return home 2 days later, and that's when her parents took her phone. So he's going to say this like a few times, like they didn't read his Miranda rights. How are they going to hold that against? Okay, fine. Even if they didn't read him his Miranda rights, which we don't know, they could have easily done so, because David does come across as the type of person who I think would still talk to police and be like, oh, yeah, no, I've nothing to hide. Yeah, no, I'll talk to you. Yeah, no, yeah. Like, you have the right, you don't have to talk to us. You have the right to have an attorney here, a lawyer here. No, bro, no, yeah, no, I don't know. I just met her once. Like, he does seem like the type who would do that. So maybe they read him his rights. Maybe they didn't. Even if they didn't, the only thing, from what I understand, that would be able to be kept out from that is his statements that were made during the course of that particular specific investigation. And you don't even need to let the statements in, because what were the statements? The statements were, I only met her once before in November, and I only ever saw her the other day on February 13th or 14th, which was Valentine's Day, by the way. Okay, fine. Keep those out. It doesn't matter, because his lawyers are going to say those same statements in the court. He didn't know her. He didn't hang out with her. He didn't know where she was. She wasn't at his house. They're just going to repeat those statements. So you don't really need those statements to come in. So what? Like, again, this is another, in my opinion, straw man that he's making a big deal about. Like, David is not on trial for kidnap. He is not on trial for harboring a minor. He's on trial for murder and an SUL relationship, right? Okay. With a person, under the age, That's the parts of this that do kind of aggravate me. Like, I can kind of get on board with a lot of what JAYOMA is saying, because to some extent, this is just part of the song and dance of it to make sure people get a fair trial. If it can even be argued, I'm going to probably be like, all right, fine, maybe. But then some of it's just like, come on, this is bad faith. This is bad faith. Why are you making such a big... They didn't read him his rights. You don't know that. They could have, if they didn't. Like, instead of saying, well, we don't know if they read him his rights. So if they didn't read him his rights, we're going to have an issue. So that's one question I would ask. But he's like, they didn't read him his rights. Like, you don't know that. How do you know?
During the court of law, if they got that evidence from him or that statement from him, they cannot use that against him in court, because I didn't hear Miranda right. So
that's why we need the body cam.
So therefore, if it can't be used in court, it never happened. If it cannot be used in court, it never happened.
See, he would just try to keep it out of court at that point.
Damn. So, like, genuinely, if they didn't read a Miranda right, they can't use any of this.
That's not true.
Is what you're saying? To use it to paint a picture?
That's not accurate.
Yeah, from my understanding, they can't, because if you're already going to have charges, or you already do have charges, which
his understanding is wrong.
They said that they've been watching him for a while. They need to give him a Miranda right.
Now, just to be very clear, I'm not saying they can for sure use it either. But the fact that they didn't read him his Miranda rights is already up for dispute. We don't even know if that's true. But even if they didn't, there absolutely are ways that you could still get it in. A spontaneous utterance, excited utterance. There's all kinds of ways you could get this in. Saying something, like saying something without having been asked, being free to leave, being right, like certain things. Yes, there's certain ways they can definitely get it in. And this part is like, we do live where we live. We have what we have. And a lot of times the government has gone to great lengths in the past to get certain things in, which does set a precedent. So it is not the case that, just because they didn't read a Miranda right, they can't put any of this in. That is a grossly inaccurate misrepresentation of the state of the law. But it doesn't mean that they for sure can get it in either. I just want to be very clear.
That's something that people end up doing. Like, if they get charged with a crime, and I've done this multiple times, okay, where, my clients, they admit to whatever charges that they have, right? From running a red light to murder to whatever in between regarding children. If they say something that's going to hurt their case, I'm going to look at whether the Miranda right was read to them. If it wasn't, that shit is not coming into court, and it never happened.
Deputies,
that devilish smile.
Yearbook photo of the victim he had on his cell phone. Although he claimed to be unaware of where the victim was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. By the way, you're seeing how in-depth.
And then also, I want to show you this before we continue. even more, this is a private investigator is working the case as well. And the private investigator, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Private investigator, who hired them? Was it the prosecutor?
The house that he was at. The house that he was the homeowners of the house.
Okay.
Can you see the Twitter?
Yeah, I can see it.
So this was an email that was sent. He's not disclosing who it was that sent this email, but this email was sent to his manager, and the private investigator is saying that he has proof that the manager forwarded this over to David, and then that David got it. And coincidentally, the day after this email was sent, she returned back home. There's been talk that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. And then here is...
Okay, so that was an email. That's going to be another one, right? You don't need a Miranda right for that. So this is one of the emails that is going to be used as evidence in the case. And it's an email to David's management team. And it says... there's been talk that your artist, David, possibly has something to do with the disappearance of a 13-year-old, Celeste Rivas. And this was sent February 2024. This is the day Celeste turned up at her house. This is 2 days after the cops informed David how old Celeste was and that she was a runaway, and he maybe allegedly claimed he didn't know and all of that. Well, 2 days after that, his management gets this email. There's been talk that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of a 13-year-old Celeste. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. Okay, so that's the email, and they're looking at that.
And stuff like that. So this is so you're saying that the Miranda right thing can't work. What about this email and everything?
That's hearsay. That's not coming in. And good luck trying to bring that in. Like,
see, when the evidence is really good for the prosecution, and he can't defend it at all, he says, well, that's not coming in. I'm keeping that out. So the jury's never going to know this. Now, someone said it a while ago, a little bit up above in the chat. Don't forget the prosecutors do this for a living, okay? They've gone up against 1,000, 1,500, 11, 50 million JAYOMAs, all right? They know what's coming. They know what they're doing.
Hearsay is something where you can't bring in outside of court statements. Okay, and alleged to be the truth. You can't bring that in there. Plus, this guy right here, we don't know
That's
who he
not
is.
true. He just misstated the hearsay rule. It's alleged for the truth of the matter asserted, but certainly can be brought up to show the truth of some things, some aspects of the case, not for the truth of the matter asserted. But
he might have an out for David also. Like, he probably don't even like David.
Well, I mean, he's a private investigator who's found 33 missing persons since 2023.
Right. And when you work as a missing persons investigator, you have a higher chance of you're more like laser focused on honing on one person.
Yeah, so did the Diddy prosecution. They had a lot of experience. And if some middle of the mall attorney would have gone up against Diddy's lawyers, they would have gotten him completely acquitted. Like, he would have walked out of the courtroom that day. The fact that he even got put in jail for a prison for 4 years for any moments at all and didn't walk out the front door, because that's what Diddy's lawyers were asking for. Your Honor, let him walk out the door. Don't even wait for the sentencing hearing. If that would have been going down in a little podunk courthouse, Diddy could have walked right out the front door. So yeah, the prosecutors in Diddy's case had a lot of experience, but also the prosecutors in Diddy's case have a lot of experience with cases that were highly politicized, and didn't really get, in my opinion, a just response. It was kind of like a nepotism situation, and I have conspiracy theories about that too. Don't worry.
And not a full investigation. So all he's doing is trying to show that it's just David. Whereas my mind is more like, how about the other people who could possibly have done this? Is your investigation going to that? No, it don't go to that. So your investigation is just David alone?
That is his strongest argument. And I'm biased because that's what I'm wondering. It's just David. Y'all been looking into this for 7 months. Not a Neo, not a Asia, not a Morgan Roth, not a Donald Marshall or whatever his name. Nobody, just David, only David. And it was the biggest, most poppin' part of his career. You want me to believe they left David alone for even a few hours in a house that wasn't even being rented in his name? And what about those parents? We're just only going to prosecute David and not everybody who contributed to this. This is his strongest point, in my opinion, and I agree with him. Who else? We just doing David? Can we get a few other arrests?
When there could be other people out there, wouldn't it be a travesty if David went to prison for something he did not do?
It would, if he really didn't do it. I mean? But girl, I mean, whew.
Like that's dangerous. And I just think there's so much stuff out there that we need to uncover to show David's innocence.
Was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. By the way, you're seeing how in-depth this investigation was, and maybe kind of gives us an idea of why it took so long for there to be an arrest and for these charges and for the evidence to develop. But remember, prosecutors claim he killed her to keep her quiet about this supposed relationship, to not have her expose him to ruin his career. Just keep that in mind. So the filing continues, quote, despite being informed by law enforcement the victim was only 13, defendant continued to pursue her. After the victim returned home in February 2024, her parents took her cell phone away. Defendant drove to Lake Elsinore and paid a junior high school student in the victim's class $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone defendant purchased so they could stay in contact. Throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with defendant, including summer weekends at his home in the Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. So now I'm thinking travel records, right? I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I feel the same exact way. Kiki said, wait, no, hold on. Lacey said, I don't see how that helps David get out of it if they don't charge the accomplices. Oh, sorry. I don't see how that helps David get out of it if they charge the accomplices with him. So his buddies go down with him. David still gets charged. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Like, just saying like David isn't the only one doesn't mean David is innocent. And it doesn't mean that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is everybody who had a hand in this little girl becoming no longer among the living, and everybody who had a hand in perpetuating this illegal, unlawful relationship as alleged and accused ought to pay the price. Why do the law apply to some people and not to other people? If there's other people who had a hand in these crimes, as alleged, they should be what do you mean? So only one person out of, let's say, 5 gets in trouble for something? What do you mean? If we commit a crime, we go to jail. If we commit a crime, we have to stand trial. So if anybody else did this too with David as helping, they should be, I don't understand how that's controversial at all. And I don't understand how that excludes David getting what he got coming after a fair trial.
So yeah, there's definitely going to be travel records of her being on these flights.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
That sounds like an internship.
Here he goes with this internship
that people would be so jealous about. And not only it's just an internship like to an office, it's traveling to Las Vegas, London, Texas. Wow. I would be jealous of that too.
11 years old.
Jealous. I'm jealous of that right now, and I'm an attorney. I want to take that internship. David, take me on an internship. I'll take that. Oh, but you're gonna give it to this girl? What is she, why does she deserve that? I deserve that more than her. Oh, I hate David now. You know what?
There's a very useful, rhetorical tool to use right here, and it's called so what. All right, and I want you to just remember, so what? What is David accused of doing? Unlawfully having S relations continuously with a person under 14 years old, murder, and mutilating a body, a corpse. Okay, that's what he's accused of. So this guy is acting like he had the greatest idea of all, that maybe there was some internship. Yeah, maybe there was an internship. So what? He's saying, well, that would make other people jealous. Right. But is there any proof at all whatsoever that other people did this crime? And that's the question that hasn't been answered yet. If there is proof other people did this crime, well, the prosecution should definitely release that proof or that evidence. But so what? I don't believe this whole internship thing, but it kind of people get so mad. It's like, well, who would give an 11-year-old an internship? I mean, this is a great question, but so what? Is David accused of giving an 11-year-old an internship? No. Is he charged with living with her in the house? No. He's charged with carrying on a continuous relationship with her in the illegal nature. If he gave Celeste an internship and someone else was jealous, so what? Like the same way that he says that JAYOMA says there's just not enough evidence. They don't have enough evidence. I would need to see the evidence. He don't have evidence for what he's saying either. He's just pulling stuff out of thin air. So hopefully when it goes to real trial, the prosecution does have this evidence and they present it to the jury in a way that none of these arguments even matter.
Let's find a way to make him go down, because he gave this opportunity to somebody else and not me.
Okay.
F David.
When are we gonna see a 13-year-old girl go on an internship with JAYOMA?
12, 13, yeah.
I'm too busy. I'm sorry to tell y'all, whoever, my fans out there, man, I'm going to jails. I'm going to go visit my clients. I travel all over. Like, I'm constantly out there. It's hard to get an internship with me. The only thing I can offer as a partial internship is when I post going to trial, please come. If the trial is on live stream, please watch. That's the only thing I can say. I'm constantly out there. I'm not in that industry. I'm in the legal industry. So I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm on the move. I'm not an artist. Maybe if I was an artist, I'd say, you know what? Do you want to be an artist? I'll show you how it's done.
So
I do think David was.
So wait, hold on.
Okay. That's not a good excuse. I mean, defense to me, in my opinion. Like, okay, maybe David had 11-year-old interns and 13-year-old interns. First of all, I don't know how old you have to be an intern, but if David got permission, or if Celeste got permission from her parents, let's say they forged a notary document. Oh, David didn't know how old she was on the one hand, but then on the other hand, he's helping her forge notary documents. I mean, he's going to run into these catch-22 situations, but also, that's not what he's alleged. Like, he's not accused of traveling with her. You notice that he's not accused of trafficking? They're not accusing him of that because, I don't know, maybe there was a document that allowed her, maybe somebody gave David a guardianship. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's happened. R. Kelly had a guardianship over Aaliyah, from what I understand. Maybe he married her. Steven Tyler had a guardianship over his 16-year-old concubine that he kept in a hotel room, and that caught on fire while she was pregnant or something. So these people do get guardianships. Remember, it is widely stated and reported that Diddy had a guardianship over Usher, but I never was able to confirm that. But you remember when Usher went to P. Diddy flavor camp, and then years and years later, Justin Bieber was with P. Diddy. So this is how the industry works. So what JAYOMA is saying will resonate with a Los Angeles jury. And remember, we've already established that in LA, you call the cops to tell them that a kid is being abused, and they say they don't do internet crimes. Man, we don't do internet crimes. You tell them that a child is being abused before their very eyes, and they say, no. Some little girls be fast and grown and thrust themselves into the lifestyle. Okay, so we're in LA. That's where they, some people like that do think like that in LA. So who knows? Maybe they pull some of those for the jury. That's why you just have to remember before you get all worked up. Nobody's alleging any crime where an internship would be even relevant. Maybe he was doing an internship. Maybe he was calling it a guardianship. But there's apparently videos on his phone of him and Celeste engaged in illegal relations. So the only thing left to prove is that David knew how old she was. That's it. That's the whole crime. The end. Boom. Continuous S relations with somebody under 14. We're done. It doesn't matter about an internship. It's just distractions because the case is very damning. He's having to do all of this song and dance because the case is actually very bad against David. Now, all of the case could fall completely apart if the prosecutors are saying, if they are lying, if they're saying they have evidence for stuff they don't, then the case could fall apart. But if what they're saying in that brief is true, it's going to be hard for David to stay out of prison for the rest of his life.
So you're saying this sounds like an internship, right?
So
wouldn't you have to show, wouldn't there have to be parent permission for it to be an internship?
I have no idea about parent permission or not. I don't even know if it's even legal. Like, you need to have the parents' permission. Like, it's in the code. You must have a parent's permission before they can get an internship.
Okay, one thing about internship, traveling across the country without a parent's permission, wouldn't that be kidnapping?
No,
they're not.
Kidnapping is doing it.
They're not charging him with kidnapping, which I do think is interesting. They're not charging him with kidnapping. They're not charging him with false imprisonment. They're not charging him with trafficking. So far, they're not charging him with anything about going out of the county line or state line.
And then she goes ahead and says, I've been kidnapped. If she's been to one of those places already and she didn't say she got kidnapped, that's not a kidnapping. That's an internship.
This man in the whole video is not more wrong than he's about to be in the next 30 seconds. Okay, let me just rewind this a little bit.
Permission for it to be an internship?
I have no idea about parent permission or not. I don't even know if it's even legal. Like, you need to have the parents' permission. Like, it's in the code. You must have a parent's permission before they can get an internship.
Okay, one thing about internship, traveling across the country without a parent's permission, wouldn't that be kidnapping?
No, kidnapping is doing it, and then she goes ahead and says, I've been kidnapped.
That's not true. That is patently false. Okay, so I'll give him his credit where it's due. But I want to pull up the kidnap statute. In California. Penal Code 207 through 210.
Been to one of those.
What are we at? 3621. Let me write that down. I don't want to lose my spot, but I want to show y'all the statute. Okay. I have the kidnapping statute for the state of California. Penal Code Section 207. Crime and punishment, crime against the person. Kidnapping. A person who forcibly or by any other means of instilling fear, so like a kind of like a coercion type of thing, but they don't use that specific word, steals or takes or holds or detains or arrests any person in this state and carries this person to another country, state, county, or into another part of the same county is guilty of kidnapping. Every person who, for the purpose of committing any act, hires, persuades, entices, decoys, or seduces by false promises, misrepresentations, or the like, any child under the age of 14. So they could have charged him with this, but they did not. To go out of the country, state, county, or even into another part of the county. Every person who forcibly or by any other means instills fear, takes or holds, detains. So this one right here, B, kidnapping of a child under the age of 14, it doesn't even require force, fraud, coercion. It just says if you take them. Every person for the purpose of committing any act. Okay. Hires, persuades, entices, decoys, or seduces by false promises, misrepresentations, or the like, any child under the age of 14 years old to go somewhere else. That's kidnapping. So in the state of California, it is kidnapping, even if the victim doesn't call it kidnapping. There is no, as you can see, statutory requirement under California Penal Code, Section 207 through Chapter 3, 207 through 210, subsection B, any child under the age of 14 to go out of this country, state, or county. Now, what if she was 14? It appears that if she was 14 or older, then it would require the force, fraud, or coercion. So let's say it happened when she was 14 instead of 13. Well, if it happened when she was 14 instead of 13, then it would require force or instilling fear, threats, stealing or taking or holding or detaining or arresting any person in this state against their, not only against their will, but against basically like tricking. Like if you trick them, lure them, false promises. Nowhere in the statute does it require the victim of kidnap has to say, I've been kidnapped. Nowhere in the statute does it require, if the victim doesn't call 911 and tell them she's been kidnapped, it's not kidnap. So just so y'all are aware, the way this man is saying this isn't true. And it's interesting to me because where the statutes wouldn't be helpful to him, he says he doesn't know the statute. He's like, well, I would need to see the statute. But then when a specific question is asked, instead of saying, well, I don't know, I would need to see the statute, he'll say, no, that's not kidnapped because she didn't say she was kidnapped. But it's like, I thought you didn't know the statute 5 minutes ago. And now you know the statute, but then you look up the statute and he's wrong. So, I mean, this part does seem like he's just kind of like, I don't know any other way to say it other than just making stuff up. Okay. 3621. Let me go back to this video. Oh, this isn't in here like that. Okay, hold on. I know.
All right.
Oh
It's
my
too
God,
perfect.
he's loud.
It's way too perfect. It's against you.
About this supposed relationship, to not have her expose him to ruin his career.
3621. I'm just trying to get back to the spot we were at.
Bit of a person he is. The only thing I can offer as a partial internship is when I post going to trial, please come. If the trial is on live stream, please watch. That's the only thing I can say. I'm constantly out there. I'm not in that industry. I'm in the legal industry. So I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm on the move. I'm not an artist. Maybe if I was an artist, I'd say, you know what? Do you want to be an artist? I'll show you how it's done.
So wouldn't
Look at Justin Bieber.
So wait, hold up. So you're saying this sounds like
He is right about that. Look at Justin Bieber. He is right about that. He was taken when he was a kid.
Wouldn't there have to be parent permission for it to be an internship?
I have no idea about parent permission or not. I don't even know if it's even legal. Like, you need to have the parents' permission. Like, it's in the code. You must have a parent's permission before they can get an internship.
Okay, one thing about internship, traveling across the country without a parent's permission, wouldn't that be kidnapping?
No, kidnapping is doing it, and then she goes ahead and says, "I've been kidnapped." If she's been to one of those places already and she didn't say she got kidnapped, that's not a kidnapping. That's an internship.
He literally just made that up. Like, he's just saying that with so much conviction. It's not true.
That's a positive thing that's going on. And David's doing that by showing how good of a person he is, by allowing somebody to learn from him.
So wait, so that you cannot be charged with kidnapping. So you're saying, how can he not be charged with kidnapping? Let's say she was still alive and the parents filed a complaint. Would they not charge him with kidnapping?
If a girl was kidnapped, she would have called the police at the...
Obviously, this is not true, but this is the type of victim blaming that you can expect at the trial.
Place that she was at, she had every opportunity to use her cell phone, to run for help, to at any events where there's security, to
but
say,
this is a child. This isn't like an adult. This is a child.
Anybody would do that. A 5-year-old would say, "I'm being kidnapped. Help me. This guy is trying to take me." So
that's absolutely not true. A 5-year-old would do that. Like, I was just like, this is the type of stuff he was saying yesterday where I'm just like, okay, so we're just full on lying. Okay, got it.
Seeing this right here, that don't look like a kidnapping. That looks like an internship.
He's just trying to get hired.
And a great one too. I envy that internship. You know what I'm saying? There's people her age going to the museum for a field trip.
And what is her age?
At this time, 13. When I was 13, you know what my internship was? My internship was learning music, like playing a saxophone, like
cutting the grass.
That's all I had from a college reject. This girl has David. You know, like, who wouldn't take that internship?
This is not an intern. You know, this is not an internship. This is grooming. This is quite literally grooming. You can't take a minor across state lines without a parent's permission.
That don't look like grooming,
bro. No, genuinely, like, is that not illegal? You cannot take a minor across state lines without a parent's permission.
I don't know that. I gotta see the code. I don't. To my
Alexa,
recollection.
Can you take a minor across state lines without a parent's permission?
That's a complex legal question involving parental rights and state laws. Generally, transporting a minor across state lines without parental consent could raise legal concerns, but specifically circumstances and state regulations matter greatly.
It could be. Doesn't mean for sure is.
What about in Texas? What would that? Let's say you were a prosecutor. Could you charge David for kidnapping if you're a prosecutor?
Bro, if I was a prosecutor,
Alexa, stop.
If I was a prosecutor.
And this is, yeah, I mean, it's a good time to just remind everybody who's got their cortisol going up, y'all, that none of this has anything to do with, he's not charged with kidnapping. He's not charged with trafficking. He's charged with having a continuous sexual relationship with a minor. He's charged with murder. He's charged with chopping up, mutilating a corpse. Okay. Nothing to do with going out of the state. Now, if the feds choose to pick this case up and they want to charge trafficking, this, that, the other, these are questions they might have to contend with. If the prosecutors in this case wanted to charge David with kidnap or harboring a minor that was missing or something like that, they would maybe have to contend with these questions then. But isn't it interesting that we are now focusing on whether it's kidnap and whether he knew and it was an internship instead of did he murder her? Because we're talking about a whole lot of other stuff beside murder and inappropriate relationship. These are the charges. These are the accusations. Okay, just to remind you.
JIDION, this interview that we're having right now is coercion. This interview that we're having right now is you grooming me. This interview right now that we're doing is you taking advantage of me.
Okay, so there's a very big difference between the power dynamic, even from a legal perspective. Like children under the age of 18, even 17-year-olds, really are not legally entitled to make their own decisions about things, and adults are. Children under the age of 15 or whatever aren't allowed to work and earn money. Adults are. And so children cannot enter into contracts. I mean, they can, but they're completely voidable. They're not enforceable. And so that isn't the same thing as adults. So children cannot consent to legally to going, I shouldn't say cannot, but in general, like you cannot hold a minor, a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old to the deals they make, to the contracts they sign. They're not enforceable. You shouldn't be entering into contracts with 13-year-olds. You should know this, that they're not adults. They're not to the legal age. Now, is 18 like why is that the magical age? Like, girl, I don't know. Maybe you're actually still a child at 18, but at the very least, there are laws. And so in this particular circumstance, he's like, well, you're coercing me. It's no way relevant what he's doing to you. You are an adult and a very sophisticated and astute, educated businessman as far as the law is concerned. You are a lawyer. You know your rights. Celeste was 11 when she met David.
Everything against you, JIDION.
How?
Because look at this. You're posting me on for the world to see, and you're taking advantage of me. So I bring those charges against you.
I didn't say me. I said David.
Right. What does that have to do with David?
This is an internship. This is an internship that everybody wants, and they just mad. I think the killer, the real killer of this girl, the real one, was a fan, and he was let down by David. I'm serious. That is quite a possibility.
Okay.
How in-depth this investigation was.
Like, I don't even know what to do with that. That is just out of that's out of left field.
Celeste was with, or allegedly was with, this much older man, and it really speaks to how many people were potentially aware that he was maybe in this relationship with a younger girl, right? Members of online forums that David and Celeste were reportedly part of have said they didn't know Celeste was so young, thinking she was David's age. But if she was traveling with him to different places and meeting these people in a circle, did none of them suspect that something was maybe amiss here? I mean, again, assuming these allegations are true. You go back to the filing, quote, text exchanges between the victim and defendant contain references to sex, pregnancy, abortion, and use of the Plan B emergency contraceptive. There are also...
Yo, I didn't even... So, they talked about Plan Bs, abortions, all of this.
Look, he's smiling.
And this is still an internship.
He already knows what he's going to say. Look at him.
Man, I got to see those text messages.
See?
I don't believe it.
He starts to attack the evidence.
See them. I got to see what they look like.
He starts to attack the evidence, and then when the evidence doesn't look good, then he wants to keep the evidence out. Or it's fake.
Right. And was it really made by David himself? was it sexual in any manner? It's just detailing that, but I don't know the full amount of that conversation. There's more to it.
Explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their sexual relationship. In November 2024, defendant and the victim broke up, although they continued to communicate, and text messages suggest they also continued to have sexual relations. See, that's the kind of alleged evidence that is incredibly compelling. What separates this from other cases of, let's say, a he said, she said, right? That's the kind of alleged evidence that supports the sex charge, but goes to the special circumstances of killing a witness, right? Remember, to support the special circumstances allegations, which you would get life in prison without the possibility.
So here's the thing about it being a fan. Good theory is that, okay, maybe it was a fan and it could be another girl or like a jealous girl, because, you know, there was jealousy going on. Okay, all that's fine and good, but they cannot present these theories in court unless they actually have evidence of that. Like, they have to present like basically a full case. Like, no, it was this person and here's the evidence. Like, this guy's like just literally making stuff up. It's not like you can just say this in court without having some type of evidence.
Of parole for the murder charge or the death penalty, allegedly killing her because she's a witness to this, or allegedly killing her to silence her. It's evidence of this purported sexual relationship that's really problematic, or potentially really problematic for David.
And by the way, I have to tell you, this just came out at the time of this recording. So the death certificate for Celeste, and this is per reporting from TMZ, there's a change. It used to say that she was not pregnant. Now it's saying that section is marked U for unknown. So what is this suggesting? That it was possible she could have been pregnant? Not entirely clear.
Per process.
I just gotta see the evidence.
That's true. I mean, we don't have the evidence on that one.
Let's say hypothetically all of this evidence.
And we don't know why they changed it. We don't know.
How can you combat this?
Now I'm keeping that shit out of court.
See?
I'm gonna do what I can to show that it's illegal in the manner in which the investigators got it. They violated one of his constitutional protected rights, and having it would interrupt with the fair judicial process.
This is basically him saying, if that evidence comes in, David's in trouble.
That we have.
So if his defense team is looking at this, they're seeing that this is true. They can't poke holes in this. You're saying that they're going to be looking for ways to get this thrown out of court.
Yeah, you have to.
So what legal right could they, like, because it's an investigation, so how could they legally say that these text messages being brought into the case goes against his constitutional right?
Right.
It could be hearsay, which is an out-of-court statement asserted for the truth of the...
Or if they did an improper search and seizure, like they searched his phone without a warrant, or they lied to get a warrant. I'm not saying right? This is ways to keep stuff out. If they didn't read him his Miranda rights, and then he turned his phone over thinking that it was for one reason, but they were tricking him or, deceiving him. There are ways to keep cell phone evidence out. Hopefully the prosecutors did this right. Hopefully they took so damn long to bring charges for the reason that they were not doing improper searches and seizures, hopefully.
Matter, meaning you can't use that. It's rumors. And also authenticity. We don't know if it's David that's sending these text messages. We don't know that for sure. I have no idea. It could be somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
Cosplaying as David, having a continuing just they get his phone and they just have a sexual conversation with her. They give him his.
And this is another one where it's like, okay, like the theory in and of itself isn't the worst theory I've ever heard, but he's going to have to say who is the someone else. Like if David's lawyers want to use like a defense like this, they're going to have to say who's the someone else. Like, oh, it could have been someone else. Okay, but who? Because right now we have all this evidence on David, so who is the one that's pretending to be David? Now, a savvy lawyer will be able to make somewhat of this argument. David's phone was iCloud mirrored by 5 managers. David had people, let's just say, right, if they could bring that type of thing in. But that would be the type of evidence that exactly I'm saying would be needed. He can't just say, well, someone else did it. Okay, well, who? Who? You got to actually say who the someone else is supposed to be. You can't just say, well, it's possible someone else did it. Oh, shit.
Man, I gotta see those text messages. I don't believe it. Let me see them. I gotta see what they look like. And was it really made by David himself? Was it sexual in any manner? It's just detailing that, but I don't know the full amount of that conversation. There's more to it.
Explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their
Look at him smiling. He's loving the rage in the comments. He's loving it.
Although they continued to
because this was a
communicate,
live stream.
Text messages suggest they also continued to have sexual relations. See, that's the kind of alleged evidence that is incredibly compelling. What separates this from other cases of, let's say, a he said, she said, right? That's the kind of alleged evidence.
Okay, let me get to some of these real quick. Thanks so much to Mr. Jabba Walk for the $5 Australian. This lawyer is dumb. He is publicly admitted to committing a breach of ethics in court. This could potentially damage his future cases. I don't think the people he represents cares. Thank you so much to Lena for the $4.99 super chat. He's cooked. Let's keep this coverage cooking too. Thanks so much to Mr. Jabba Walk for the $2.99. You are a lawyer, so you cannot think like a jury. Well, I don't practice law, and I've never done trials. I think I could think like a jury, because there's lawyers that serve on juries. Thank you for the $2.99. Thanks so much to Sammy Smallboy for becoming a new member, and thank you to Tatted Little Tiger for the $5 super chat. She got brought to his house, so where was David when whoever did it? Wait, where was David when whoever did it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where anybody was. I hope they're going to show some more evidence coming up at the trial, the preliminary hearing at the end of the month. Thanks so much for that super chat.
The sex charge, but goes to the special circumstances of killing a witness, right? Remember, to support the special circumstances allegations, which you would get life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder charge or the death penalty, allegedly killing her because she's a witness to this, or allegedly killing her to silence her. It's evidence of this purported sexual relationship that's really problematic, or potentially really problematic for David.
And by the way, I have to tell you, this just came out at the time of this recording. So the death certificate for Celeste, and this is per reporting from TMZ, there's a change. It used to say that she was not pregnant. Now it's saying that section is marked U for unknown. So what is this suggesting? That it was possible she could have been pregnant? Not entirely clear.
Per process.
I just gotta see the evidence.
Let's say hypothetically all of this evidence is 100% true. How can you come
Now I'm keeping that shit out.
Lost my spot earlier, so
I'm gonna do what I can to show that
I had to go back a little bit.
In the manner in which the investigators got it, they violated one of his constitutional protected rights, and having it would interrupt with the fair judicial process that we have.
So if his defense team is looking at this, they're seeing that this is true, they can't poke holes in this, you're saying that they're going to be looking for ways to get this thrown out of court.
Yeah. You have to.
So what legal right could they, like, because it's an investigation, so how could they legally say that these text messages being brought into the case goes against his constitutional right?
It could be hearsay, which is an out-of-court statement asserted for the truth of the matter, meaning you can't use that. It's rumors. And also authenticity. We don't know if it's David that's sending these text messages. We don't know that for sure. I have no idea. It could be somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
Cosplaying as David, having a continuing just they get his phone and they just have a sexual conversation with her. They give him his phone back, and he never realizes, hey, what's going on? Like,
do you know when people go on OnlyFans and they can chat with these girls? Do you think they're chatting with those girls?
Okay, so now he's saying David might have had a fan texting line, and there were people cosplaying as David pretending to text Celeste about pregnancy and Plan B. Because on OF they do that, but on, you know, how they have like dudes in Pakistan or Russia or whatever chatting with the girls as the girl, like pretending to be the OnlyFans models, but it really isn't. It's just like some dudes. So he's saying that maybe that's what happened. Girl.
That is a completely different thing.
No, but do you think that those girls are chatting with you? Like, No, these are Russian guys who are proficient in English, typing and texting whatever fantasies that you have. That's out there. And so
the good news for me is like these are the strongest arguments. Like, and David's freaking cooked. If this is what they have to go to,
we don't know. Right now, it's just too much out there. There's an authenticity problem, and there's also the legal problem that whether this can come into court or not.
Prosecutors, quote, April 23rd, 2025 is the likely date of the victim's death and when all her cellular activity ceased. The night prior, April 22nd, 2025, defendant and the victim engaged in a lengthy argument described in detail in their text messages. The messages reveal the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationships with other women, as defendant led her to believe they had a future together. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with defendant to end his career and destroy his life. Defendant's first studio album was due to be released on April 25th, 2025, so 2 days later. He had an emerging multi-million-dollar career already in progress. He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. I mean...
So that's a lot of financial gain to lose.
He's a walking lick. He is a walking lick, I tell you that.
So
okay.
If you're gonna say a lick, what would be
the
lick? What?
Yesterday I was so confused. What the hell is a lick? Girl, what is a lick? But then they kept saying it like a few different times in different contexts, so I kind of like got the parameters of the definition. And a walking lick, I think, means like a guy or a person who is easily targeted, like you could target them to try and get money from them or extort them or blackmail them. I think that's what a walking lick means.
Lick, you have to get something. So who's getting something from this?
I would say her.
What is she getting from this? The ball's in your court. What is she getting from this, Jay?
Did she ever write down like, hey, how about you give me a car? You know, those are things that are done on the phone, not through text. Can you imagine when you text somebody, that's going to come out in court. When you have a verbal conversation, nobody can prove that. So if you're going to make a...
So now it's just, girl, they're just going to have to make something up in court and say there was a conversation that was had. And Celeste is not here to say whether the conversation was had or not. This is so out of left field that it just must be. It's just going to be very hard to defend this. And to me, this is great news because it's so outrageous and preposterous. He's just making this up. Great news to me because it means if the prosecutors actually have this evidence, then it's going to be open and shut.
Threat. The smart person will make a threat verbally, right? And not put it on text message.
So what was she? Okay. I'll play your game. So she threatened him, right? What would she be threatening him about?
No idea. It can be anything. It could
No. Like, what would be the threat that he could suffer? How could she? What could a 13, 14-year-old girl have to threaten a multi-millionaire?
That's the question. See, I'm not even of the opinion that a 13-year-old anyone isn't capable of doing things unthinkable and unspeakable. Like if you grew up around, a hard life, if you might have had a hard life, like it is the case that there can be 13-year-old girls and boys who can figure out, or have to be forced to figure out how to survive on the street code, this, that, the other. They can learn how to extort. Some countries, I'll refrain from naming, but like you go there and there's like criminal gangs of children. It's like feral children running through the streets and they are criminals. But JIDION asks the question, the important question: how could an adult find themselves in a position where a 13-year-old could extort them? So for me, it is victim blaming, of course, but because I don't know, because I wasn't there, I don't know. We don't know who Celeste's parents are. We don't know how she met David. We don't know what environment she was brought up in. We don't know what she was being forced or used to do by other people. So I don't know if Celeste threatened anything. The prosecutors say she did. The prosecutors say that's why she died, because she threatened David. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to snitch. But all of that is irrelevant because David was an adult who, according to prosecutors, knew this was a child who was a runaway. So he still put himself in a position where a child who is a runaway who's 13 years old could even possibly threaten him if all this is true. So even if it is true that she was threatening him, Jidion's question is the one that I wonder too. Threaten him with what? If he didn't do anything, let her threaten. Is it the fact that maybe David did some illegal activities that he's trying to hide? So to me, it's like people are getting so up in arms like, oh, why would a 13-year-old girl do that? Y'all don't know who's threatening her. They might have a gun to her head. They might take her phone and text him. We don't know. But we do know that if there was nothing that ever happened, there's nothing to threaten with. That's the question.
Adult man, what could she have?
All right, so there's ghostwriting. That's very embarrassing, right? If you have somebody else write your...
So the prosecutors said in their brief that the threat that Celeste made was she threatened to... it wasn't expose, but it would reveal. She threatened to report aspects of their relationship or to make public certain... I think it was something about their relationship. Some details of their relationship, and it was going to ruin his career and his life. So Jidion's saying, okay, so what could she possibly be threatening to ruin his life? And he said, well, maybe that he doesn't write his own music. And he's going to say maybe that he's gay. But again, y'all, please, this is irrelevant. If she threatened him about anything, then that still qualifies as the special circumstance that he killed her for financial gain, because the whole purpose is he didn't want his career and his life to be ruined. Now, that does not, wouldn't go to prove. Remember, what are the three allegations? Murder, inappropriate S relationship, or in the other order, inappropriate S relationship, murder, and dismembering the body or mutilating it. So maybe that piece of evidence of whatever she threatened with him, maybe that wouldn't go to the SUL relationship, but it still would go to the special circumstance of murder. Not every piece of evidence has to support every one of the charges. Different pieces of evidence support different things. So again, I know the instinct is to knee-jerk and get all worked up and riled up, but like, it doesn't matter. The charges are inappropriate S relationship, murder, and chopping up a body. So if Celeste was supposedly threatening, which look, I just want to remind you, we have no evidence she was threatening or wasn't, but the prosecutors say she was threatening to make public certain aspects of their relationship, certain details about their relationship. And David did not want the smoke. He didn't want to lose his career over it. And so maybe she was threatening to make something public about Neo, or maybe she was threatening to tell everybody, that he was gay or whatever, but it still would help to support the murder and the special circumstance motive, and the murder motive and the special circumstance, which does make it a death penalty eligible or a life without parole eligible crime. So not every piece of evidence has to support everything. And I think just because I went to law school with truly the best and brightest, I went to law school with people that go and clerk for the Supreme Court right out of law school. I went to law school with the best and brightest. My law school I went to is in the top 5 in the whole country right now. Okay. So, and it was always in the top 10 since I've ever heard of the law school. So I think it's just because I've had to be forced to actually debate against these people that'll just hang on to their point no matter what, that it's just okay, but what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? Okay, so she didn't threaten to expose aspects of their SUL relationship. Instead, she threatened to expose aspects of his SUality instead. So what? That still is a motive for murder and a special circumstance of financial gain. Maybe it doesn't help or move the needle with the inappropriate SUL relationship aspect of things, but we have evidence for that, according to the prosecutors. There's videos, there's pictures, there's 40 terabytes. So again, if this guy is able to say one piece of evidence doesn't support one charge, so what? It doesn't ruin the case by any means. Even if it's true what he's saying. Also, I have no reason to think what he's saying is true either, because he's not actually attacking any of the evidence. He doesn't know what it is. They haven't made it public. He's just throwing out hypotheticals.
Lyrics or making music for you, that's embarrassing. He could be gay. He could be gay. or he could be into trans women. And that's something that a lot of rappers and a lot of straight men are afraid of. If she is around him and she knew that, that is a great tool to get what you want.
So it wouldn't be, I don't know, maybe that she's a minor?
Could be that.
Well, I know that from what you showed me.
But they don't say that either. It could be that she got pregnant. It could be that she was forced to get a deletion of that pregnancy. It could be that he's selling images of her online. It could be anything. What the prosecutor said was some aspect of their relationship. Let me pull up exactly what it says while this plays.
Great opportunity to have an internship, and David was nice enough to
I can't even take the internship part seriously.
To be part of your team, they get to see you personally, and maybe she may have seen something or recorded something that could be used against him later on.
Right.
Whenever he reaches this pinnacle of his success, endorsements, multi-million-dollar deals.
And that's all the prosecutors are saying too. So what JAYOMA is saying right now actually perfectly agrees with what the prosecutor said. I'm just going to read you the excerpt from the brief. They said there were messages on April 22nd, 2025, showing David and the victim engaging in a lengthy argument described in detail in their text messages. The messages reveal Celeste's jealousy over David's relationships with other women, as David led her to believe they had a future together. She became extremely upset and, quote, threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with the defendant. Okay. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with David, quote, to end his career and destroy his life. So even the prosecutors are saying, yep, she threatened him. Sure did. And as a result, because David had done those things, he killed her. That's what they're saying. So JAYOMA actually agrees with what the prosecutors are saying right now, even though he's got this devilish grin.
So David wanting that, Celeste may have a like a little leash around his neck to say, you need to do something that I want. If not, I'm going to expose you. And that's a real thing that happens.
It does happen. That does happen. They use children in these rings.
Just people who wear a hoodie who runs up on you.
And that's why you don't have the relations with the 13-year-old runaway. Hello?
While you walk to your car. Criminals could be anybody. They could be the most.
So she didn't have any evidence of him having sex with her, is what you're saying.
I don't know that evidence, is what I'm saying.
We don't know. We don't know it.
All that is once to become his attorney. But from what I'm seeing, in my opinion, on what's out there in the public that's not evidence, is that it looks like this is an extortion scheme, right?
It could be, but that doesn't mean, again, there could be an extortion scheme. There could be. You don't know if there was. I don't know if there was. Does that mean David didn't murder her? Does that mean he didn't dismember her body? And does that mean David didn't have those relations? You see what I'm saying? Those are the charges. Inappropriate continual relations with somebody under 14. Murder. Dismembering a body. If you murder someone who's extorting you, you still murdered them, did you not? If you continually have relations with a 13-year-old, even if they're extorting you, did you not still have those relations? And I'm saying you. I should say someone, because I know y'all don't do that. But I'm just saying, like, so what? Again, always come back to so what? Does it matter? Maybe it'll make you feel a little bad for David. Oh, no, he got extorted. But then you're asking the same questions to David that you've been asking to Celeste. Why didn't you report it? Why didn't you go to the cops? Why didn't you go to your management? Why didn't you go to the authorities, the federal authorities? Same things they're asking of Celeste right now. If she was kidnapped, why did she da-da-da? No one said she was kidnapped. So what? Maybe he was being extorted. They do use children to extort people, and that does not mean Celeste deserved to be murdered. Okay? So again, sexual relations, murder, mutilation of a corpse. That's what he's charged with. She is not on trial for extortion. Maybe she was extorting. She's dead now.
So a 14-year-old girl extorted David, in your opinion?
You've never seen kids extort
No.
other kids?
No. A 14-year-old girl extorted David, in your opinion.
Do you know girls, like, they mature faster than men? Like, their minds are there, right? Like, manipulation is a learned trait even at a young age.
And then he veers right off into the ravine, girl.
Nieces, cousins too.
But you see how we're arguing about whether the little girl extorted David instead of whether he murdered her, instead of whether he did what he's accused of doing? Now we're distracted again, talking about things that aren't anything to do with the case.
At that age, can you imagine 10 years, so she's 14, that she's known how to manipulate? Does that make sense?
Irrelevant. So what? Even if she did, so what?
He
Irrelevant.
also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. I mean, to give you an idea about what was at stake and what the prosecution may use at trial or a preliminary hearing, I mean, we told you in an episode yesterday that after David was arrested on murder and mutilation charges, the video game Fortnite announced it was going to refund players who made David-related purchases in the game, saying in a statement, we hear the concerns. We have a bunch of changes we're rolling out over time. The first one will be available on Tuesday, April 28th, when anyone who purchased one of these items will be able to get an immediate self-service refund. And right now, players who request refunds for David Cosmetics.
So he told you. He said it. He doesn't know what happened. He doesn't know the evidence. And he's just trying to get hired by David. Or for free, whatever.
Via
volunteer.
Support can be refunded. And according to reporting from the Houston Chronicle, David's song, Locked and Loaded, became the game's first official theme song in 2025. Now he's being canceled across the board. You have companies like Universal Music Group working to remove the songs that he apparently did in collaboration with their artists from streaming platforms. And I say all that because, again, think about what was going on in his life. Think about the height of his career at that time.
So a lot of companies are distancing themselves.
Yeah, I'm telling you, an allegation is strong enough. Just an allegation alone is strong enough for you to lose a lot of potential. And unfortunately for David, he's under this type of accusation.
JAYOMA, in your heart of heart, like no lawyer talk, no defense lawyer talk, genuinely in your heart of heart.
JIDION's like, okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, this is cute. I see what you've been doing, but can you level with me? Like, this is bad, right?
Because you know he's not gonna hire me, man. So you don't have to keep on trying to apply your heart of heart, deep down in your heart. Do you think he did it? Yes or no?
Okay, I don't think so.
Okay, so for me, I don't know. Because I don't know. I'm leaning toward he had something to do with it. But that's why I tell y'all, you have to actually ask, like, what these people's motivation are. Like, you go to people's videos, you go to people's channels, where's the bias coming from, and what is this person's interest? My interest is justice for this little girl that obviously something happened to her. And the truth, I don't think David should go to jail and be imprisoned if he didn't do it. But here's this guy, nope, he didn't do it. Like, you don't know.
Why
not? It's just, there's so many different outlets that are out there. It looks like the investigation is targeting him and not looking at any other potential.
They are leaving out any other potential perpetrators, and I think the parents need to be investigated.
And it would be a tragedy.
So what evidence are you seeing that there's another killer out there?
Yeah, he's biased.
Since you're saying all of this is just allegations and stuff, what is the evidence that you see that we might not be seeing that there is a different killer and it's not David?
Right. Thank you, JIDION.
The murder looks too perfect. It just looks way too perfect.
Oh, so we a conspiracy theory lawyer. Got it.
That's the most significant. Because if he was just mad at her, you know, for trying to expose her, why cut off the fingers?
His name is on there.
Right.
He didn't want the body to be identified.
Wouldn't that lead to you? Wouldn't that show investigation?
What I will say. Put a 3 in the chat if you agree, but I personally am very glad now that this investigation took them so long. Because imagine if they had arrested David on September 19th when the body was found in his car. His lawyers would be saying exactly this. You didn't even investigate. You just found a body in one black man's car and arrested him. You didn't even bother to investigate if it could have. Girl, it's been 7 months. That argument's out the door. They're going to be able to say, oh, yes, we did. We found a body dismembered in his car and didn't arrest him for months. I don't like that it took that long, but now I could see how that could be a useful fact.
But actually send them in a whole different direction. If they don't see that, I think he was hoping that she wasn't going to be identified.
No. They're going to identify her. DNA is there. When they do the teeth, they can identify through dental records that's her. They're going to know it's her. So you can't avoid that. But it's just the cutting of the fingers. It's like to just, it's purposely done to show that it's David and David only. And so that's why I say it's too perfect. It's way too perfect.
Like you're not lying right hand on the Bible. You genuinely don't think he did it.
I genuinely think that you have to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is a doubt. Like I believe he didn't do it. And it's a very reasonable one. That it just looks too perfect. When something looks too perfect, you gotta sit back and think, have we seen this before? Yeah, we have.
One thing I will say is, I mean, I have a lot of criticisms of this JAYOMA guy. It's clear. And I do think he just, lies. I do. I think he has no problem lying. And that is like a type of person I don't like to really associate with because you never know if they're lying to you, kind of thing. Now, it's my opinion. He'll claim he never lies, but okay. But obviously there's some things he's saying that it's like, all right, this is a hole that is poked and we need to get to the bottom of it before this thing goes to trial. There's a few things he does say, like it does appear like everybody in the media is all on one side. It does appear like everything is getting pushed to the David route. And it's like David can't even rent his own freaking house. All right. He can't even sign his own lease. So who knew what and when did they know it? And if they knew stuff, they need to be charged too. He don't need to be scapegoated even if he was one of the people involved or responsible.
We've seen this in his...
But he should be held accountable himself. That doesn't mean he should get off. That's the thing. What JAYOMA seems to be implying is other people could have been involved. Other people could have did it, so David gets off. No. If other people did it, they need to be charged too, and David doesn't get off. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think.
History in the judicial system where people who look like you, JIDION, went to prison for something they did not do. Went to prison and was murdered for something they did not do. Whistling at a white woman. Drug charges.
But you know the thing about those though is that the reason why we can look back and prove that those people were innocent is because evidence was ignored. We could tell racist jury was selected, all of that. At least right now, albeit we haven't went to trial yet, right now, what we're seeing is it's da 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 da. We're not seeing no discrepancies. We're seeing this. This is very black and white.
What do you think those people at that time saw? At the time of those, people who look like you were convicted for something they didn't do. They all saw the same thing. He did it.
No, you just said earlier. You literally just said earlier that those people, those jurors, racist jurors, they have in their mind something happened to them, or they just have in their mind they don't like somebody. That doesn't matter what they hear. I'm gonna get you. That's what you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I did.
So you're saying that they saw it as da 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 when you just said earlier, like when a juror has in their mind that they want to get you, they're gonna get you.
Mm-hmm.
It could be both. You can have that where the jury doesn't like you, and that's if evidence is great, good or bad. Evidence is great, they can still convict you. Okay, that's one. But the other factor is the evidence that we're allegedly looking at right now to be like, it's him. When there is no, you showed me all these things, right? This law and crime sidebar with Jesse Weber. You showed me all that, but there's no, it was silent to the investigation of somebody else. Everything is focused on this guy. What about anybody else?
Now, also, he didn't, the prosecutors didn't say what their investigation has been. And I do hope, what JAYOMA is saying, I do hope the prosecutors do come out and they do show The parents couldn't have done it because this. The cousin couldn't have done it because that. Neo wasn't involved because this. Asia wasn't involved because that. Like, I do hope they do come out and show that they actually did look into other people, because the thing about it is, to get justice for Celeste, we actually have to make sure the person who killed her and did these things to her goes to jail, or prison rather. Or, even, worse, eventually, whatever the case may be. But, like, we actually, like, it is true. We can't just, like, say, oh, look, it's that guy. We don't have any evidence. Put him in under the jail. That's why we have trials. But I think this guy is so off-putting because it doesn't feel to me like he's really operating in good faith. Like, he won't concede on any points. He's just like, oh, well, then we don't know what that evidence is. We got to keep that evidence out. Okay.
Any other possible suspects? They never looked into that. And that's confirmed.
How do you know they never looked into it? How do you know that?
Right. He don't know.
They didn't say it. They're not saying it. There's no, like, look.
They don't
at
have to
everything
say
that he
it.
said to me.
There's a
This
lot
whole
they're not
video,
saying.
There's nothing that says there's this person, there's that person. We looked at, no, they focused directly on this guy.
They wouldn't say that at this
Does
point.
every case need to look at multiple people?
But you know what? To combat that, actually, to push back on that a little bit, they do kind of say that. They say the investigation's ongoing. So actually, it would be even worse if they were like, yep, we've ruled out everybody else and it's only David. They say the investigation is ongoing and they still could make more arrests. Now, they didn't say that in the Pima County with Nancy Guthrie. What'd they say? Oh, the family's been cleared. They haven't cleared anybody. They haven't said anyone's cleared. So they did kind of leave it open. And I do hope that they do look into that more.
Yeah, you have to. Wouldn't it be?
So if there's a mass shooting, you have on video who did the shooting, do you have to suspect that there was other people during the mass shooting? Or can you?
Yes, because videos can be incorrect, okay? Allegations can be very, very incorrect. You have to look at all the possible suspects that are out there. If you don't do that, that's a bad investigation. That's a very bad investigation.
That is true.
And
that is true.
That could cost him his life.
But hopefully there's videos and other stuff.
So that's why my mind is more like, you, prosecutors, must prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt that it was David that did this and not anybody else. And to me, that's...
And
it
chat,
just reminds me...
I've seen some people in the chat saying you're a fake attorney. Chat,
he is a real attorney. He wins.
I know maybe we got more new people in here. We just went over this earlier in today's stream. He just got to do probation. He shot someone. I'll let you tell them.
We already saw that story.
3 times, 2 in the stomach.
Fast forward a little.
To point at him. And that's my reasonable doubt. And that's why I would vote not guilty.
So if you were a juror, you would vote not guilty just based on it looking like it was him too much.
Yeah, at this. Like this, if this was the evidence right here, what you just showed me, I'd be like not guilty. Because it's silent to any investigation to any other lead. Where is it? I don't see it.
They might have done an investigation. It took them 7 months. So this isn't a strong argument to me.
Rich, he's up and coming. He's young. He's black. Why are y'all just focusing on this guy? What about somebody else?
This whole theory of the case depends on the prosecutors not looking into anyone else. And they didn't arrest David for months and months and months and months and months. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to show they investigated everyone else. But we'll see.
People contend this was part of defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder, as she was already dead by this time. If that's true, that is a quick turnaround from when she arrived to when she was killed, right? And that goes to that premeditation aspect, lying in wait. Quote, knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career as she had threatened, very soon after her arrival at his home, defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. At no time did he call law enforcement or 911 or take her to an emergency room to attempt to save her life.
So, I mean, wouldn't that be the smart thing to do? Hey, you Uber your friend over to your house. She's not around. She's missing. Wouldn't the best thing to do be to call 911?
No. I mean, how many times has that happened to anybody out there where you expect somebody to show up and they don't show up? Do you automatically call 911? No, they're just like, maybe...
Wait a second. Here, this is the same guy who just said if somebody got kidnapped, they would call the cops. obviously they would call the cops. So JIDION used that same logic. Like, okay, if you Ubered a 14-year-old to your house and they're not there and you can't find them, wouldn't you call the cops? No. He said no. But a little kid is supposed to know to call the cops and know what kidnapping is? Okay, got it.
You can't say that because he ordered an Uber. Uber's not going to just drive over to somewhere without the passenger in the car.
Yeah, well, where's the Uber video? I want to see that. I want to see, did y'all really drop her off? I want to see, did that Uber driver like really take her to the house? What happened in those 20 minutes?
There are surveillance cameras all around that neighborhood, so I'm assuming the prosecutors do have video of her getting out and going in the house. If they don't, I do wonder why not.
I don't know that. What investigation went into those 20 minutes between her being dropped off to the time he texted her, "Where are you?" Where is the investigation there? I don't see it here. And that's reasonable.
Despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, defendant drove to Santa Barbara County. This is something we've always talked about before. Drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. At approximately 11:30 p.m.
That's an aspect of the story that I do find could possibly be a vulnerability. What evidence did he drive out there to destroy? Because like Steve Fisher said, he didn't start buying shovels and bags and body bags and pools and stuff for days, until the next day at least. So what did he drive out to Santa Barbara to dispose of? The actual like story of the night in question does leave a lot of questions for me open, but I'm just assuming it's because they haven't given us all the precise exact evidence they have that shows this or that tends to prove this. Now, this is all supposed to be shown starting on May 26th at a preliminary hearing. Maybe that'll happen, maybe it won't.
On April 23rd, 2025, he drove away from his home as he texted and called the victim's phone asking where she was. Again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's vicious murder. Defendant drove his Tesla north on the 101 freeway to San Marcos Pass Road, SR 154, near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. He returned home early the following morning on April 24th, 2025, before going to a radio interview for the release of his album that week. He sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. After April 26, 2025, defendant never attempted to contact her again. And if that's true, that would be strange, right? Because if that's the case, and
he's so ready to talk. He's like, he couldn't even contain himself anymore.
If you like somebody or you gave somebody an opportunity and they stood you up, does that make you feel good? No. And it's not disposing of evidence.
Mercedes, actually, I don't know. Y'all might be mad about this, but whatever. I completely disagree. Well, the first part I agree. He is just trying to come up with any argument. The man is a fool. That is, yeah, kind of. If I were in trouble, I would not call him. He just comes up with anything. I would. Because if I'm being prosecuted and persecuted, I'm innocent. So I need somebody that's willing to defend the indefensible to defend me. I have been accused of heinous things in court in civil cases that were false. And if my attorneys that represented me, it wasn't criminal cases, but if my attorneys would have just believed everything that the other side said about me, they would have been like, oh no, I don't represent people that have that type of accusation against them. Like, I'm glad they got people out there that are willing to defend us and defend people when they are being actually persecuted and prosecuted by the law. My issue with him is that I don't think that's his only motivation, and I don't think he always like tells the truth. But I would definitely hire him. If I had a case in Texas, oh hell yes I would. Because if he can defend these people, oh, he's going to have a great time defending me and might be able to sleep better at night. My opinion.
It's more like, I'm not fucking with you no more, dude. I'm not fucking with you at all. So if me and you, we're cool, right? If you stood me up.
Oh my God, Pigeon, stop.
Right, and you just completely ignored me, I'm going to be like, F JIDION, dude. Here's his jacket. I don't care about his jacket. I don't care about his bag. I don't care. Because JIDION stood me up. And even while I'm trying to grow my career, he stood me up. That doesn't look like I'm getting rid of evidence. What that looks like is a person who is fed up for being stood up.
So you drove to Santa Barbara?
That she was murdered. That's what I'm saying. That 20 minutes, we don't know what happened.
We don't.
And then all of a sudden he goes, I'm charged with murder? Oh, I thought she ghosted me. And now they're saying I'm disposing of evidence. No, I just got mad. I never murdered her.
Again, all of this stuff, we don't know. We don't know why the prosecution is saying what they think. We don't know what evidence the prosecution is basing why they think certain things on. I have assumed that they have a pretty airtight case because it just took them so damn long. Now, I also assumed Maureen Comey had an airtight case because they were the highest levels of the federal government. But then you look at her and she's like 2 years older than me. And it's like, why did they put her in charge of this very important case? I don't know. So you really never do know what stuff is going on behind the scenes with, and it's all political. You don't know who they are. You don't know who they are taking up for. So all the stuff that JAYOMA is saying, like, not all of it, but some of the stuff that he's saying is like, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, true, there is corruption in LA, but like a lot of the stuff he's saying is completely irrelevant. Was David being extorted or not is completely irrelevant to whether he had inappropriate continuous sexual relations, to whether he murdered, and to whether there was mutilation. That is completely irrelevant. If he was being extorted, it's completely irrelevant. If Celeste lied about her age at some point, if David at some other point found out about what her age was. So a lot of the stuff, did they read him his rights when they came to tell him about Celeste's age? Irrelevant. There's so much stuff that's completely irrelevant. And I think it kind of strengthens my faith that the prosecutors probably do have some good stuff, because we haven't even seen the evidence in what they're basing it on. They kind of allude to surveillance footage or phone records, but we really don't know what those phone records are.
You see what I mean?
So you got to drive 40 minutes, an hour away to throw someone's belongings somewhere?
I don't think he went to drive there just to throw it away. I think he was there to just, I don't know, meet somebody else, eat food. You can be driving for, there's multiple reasons, but it's silent to that. We can't even ask that question because David's not on camera. And it would be stupid for him to even be on camera to describe the events because it's what happens in the courtroom. And from what I'm seeing, he don't look like he was destroying evidence. He looks like he was mad and just said, you know what, I'm just not going to deal with her anymore.
So he took her passport over there just because he was done with her.
I will say, y'all are gonna think I'm defending this JAYOMA guy. I'm really not. I feel like I'm bringing it up when I disagree with him too, but I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. I will say it. It is not a great fact, in my opinion, that a state worker found that card. It's not a great fact that someone who works for the state found the passport card. It would have been a much better scenario for me if a jogger, a hiker, a YouTuber even found it. The fact that somebody on their side, on the prosecutor's side, found that card, so many months later,
I'm not fucking with you. You blocked me. I'm not fucking with you. I gave you this opportunity to learn. I introduced you to famous people. And then you just blocked me. Not only that, but you tried to extort me. You tried to ask me for a Rolex, and I'm not paying for that. And just because I say no, you're going to try to expose me for liking trannies or being gay?
Oh, my.
That's messed up. I'm fed up. I don't care about you anymore. Our friendship and this internship is over. Oh.
Internship with a 14-year-old. 14. So he fired a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old.
Ask your chat. How many of y'all who's 14 years old who wants to get an internship and learn about?
I know for a fact there's not one single 14-year-old in my chat, so I can't run that poll.
About the legal system. Who wants to be an attorney? Who wants to learn that? And that's just being an attorney.
Maybe y'all can ask your 14-year-old. You got a 14-year-old cousin. You got a 14-year-old kid, child somewhere around your house. Ask them if they want to intern for JAYOMA. Or me.
Play music.
It's not an actual, nobody's interning for me. I don't want interns, especially 14-year-old ones. I don't want interns. But I'm just saying, I can't run this poll in my chat.
From Justin Bieber. Who wants to learn how to rap from Jay-Z?
They're most likely,
Who would take that internship?
While I don't agree with the fact that he's saying this stuff to say this is what was going on with Celeste and David, this does go on. And this is how children are actually abused in the music industry, because they do want to be famous and they will go hang out with Diddy and they will lie to their parents to go and be the next Jay-Z, and they will get on a bus and go out of state to go and get a karambit from Mr. B. They will. Oh, they will. Just like Thomas Medlin met someone on allegedly Roblox, although that came out and was disputed, but he ended up dead, drowned in the Hudson or whatever, because he left his house. A little kid, he left his house. He was lured. This is what happens. This is how kids get abused. And if the first kid won't do it, then the next kid will. They pit them against each other like it's a competition.
You know what I mean?
No idea what happened to her, wouldn't he be desperately trying to get a hold of her? I think that's an argument that would be put forward by prosecutors. And
Miss Joy 16 said, why would it make a difference if the passport card was found by a state worker as far as the big picture, or is it just toward that specific piece of evidence? Not arguing, just asking. To me, it makes a difference because with evidence, you have what's called the chain of custody analysis. Like, you have to be able to account for specifics of exactly how certain evidence not only traveled through the judicial process, but also how it came there. So a state worker, this Caltransit worker, I don't know, like, could have conflicts of interest where, you know, they're trying to basically, it could be even for a good reason, right? Like, oh, I'd like to try to help the prosecutor make a case so I can get a promotion. Or, I mean, I don't know. It's just like, it brings to mind possibilities for conflicts of interest that just don't exist if it's a completely separate stranger or a third party, like a jogger or a friend. I don't know, something else. Now, there are other origins of evidence that would also give me pause, but it's basically like, okay, I'm the state, I want to prosecute David. I'm the state, I'm the police. The police is the state. The judge is the state. You know, the government, I should say. The police is the government. The judge is the government. The prosecutors is the government. Even the jury, to some extent, is, placed by the government, even though the defendant does have the ability to strike jurors and everything like that. And now the evidence is coming from the government workers. Like, it would eliminate, in my opinion, the possibility to even argue about it if that wasn't also coming from and now they miraculously found this random ID card and it's the state. I could just see them having a field day with that on the defense side. And the chain of custody comes into question, in my opinion, on that one piece of evidence.
And then the filing gets into the incredibly disturbing details of how David allegedly cuts.
My 10-year-old said, "Get out."
Quote, tellingly, defendant subsequently purchased tools to carry out his plot to dismember or dispose of the victim's body. On April 24, 2025, defendant ordered a shovel from Home Depot that was delivered to his home from Postmates. On May 1st, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered 2 chainsaws to his home. On May 5th, 2025, defendant ordered and Amazon subsequently delivered a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool to his home.
Look at JIDION. He's like, got him.
He made purchases under the fake name Victoria Mendez.
Oh, man, he's about to eat on this one.
That sounds like the gardener. I'm not saying all Hispanic people are like landscape people, but it looks like somebody who needs supplies to do work.
Chainsaw? What do you need?
This one is going to be probably the easiest argument. This one is going to be the easiest argument for David's team to win, whoever his team ends up being, because very, very likely David was not the only person using his credit card. Very, very likely his management, his house staff, his whoever, like the way that these things work, you see it with Kylie Jenner's getting sued right now by two lawsuits. Both lawsuits are suing not only Kylie Jenner by name, but a company, and I think it might be Lou Taylor's. I haven't made a video about this yet, but it's called TriStar Services. And the TriStar Services, from what I understand from looking into these lawsuits, is a company that basically takes care of it's a house management company. So not only people who do cleaning, but people who maybe have like, they hire the chefs or whatever. So there's companies that manage people's houses. And so if they need to go grocery shopping, if they need to, get landscaping done. Now, the owner of the house has come out and said that the landscaping was included in the rent. So that's still going to be hard to explain why they needed a chainsaw or 2 chainsaws. But David could say, I needed it for a music video. He could. Now, is that true that he needed it for a music video? No. But remember, what is the standard? The standard is David is innocent until proven guilty, and the burden is not on David to prove himself innocent. The burden is on the state to prove David did it. And if David can poke all these holes, and I don't think that a lot of these other arguments that we've talked about today are very strong, but I definitely think they're going to be able to, there better not be a Victoria Mendez. That's the thing. If there is in fact and indeed a real life living person named Victoria Mendez, and she was in any way associated with being in the staff, associated with David's house, this is going to be the easiest thing for them to say. David didn't buy that stuff. Now, if there's no Victoria Mendez, if that person doesn't exist, it's just a made up fake name, or there are Victoria Mendezes, I'm sure, out in the world somewhere. But like, if there's no connection to any Victoria Mendez to David, why did she have his Amazon card? Because here's the thing, I've bought stuff on Amazon before as a gift. And I'll send it to like, my mom's address or my grandma's address, and I'll put her name on it. It'll say, my grandma's name or whatever. And okay, fine. Like, you can send something to a different name using your Amazon account. But in this particular situation, we don't really know. So they better hope there's no real Victoria Mendez out there, because the prosecution is going to have a hard time proving David logged in there. These people do not control any aspect of their lives. They are not the only ones to have their Instagram sign in. They're not the only ones to have their Twitter sign in. They're not the only ones to have their Facebook sign in. They're not the only ones to have their email sign in. It's very, very rare they are the ones even negotiating their own deals. It's usually agents, managers. He didn't even have his own lease. He didn't even sign his own lease. The landlord of the house didn't even know he was living there. So this aspect is going to be, I hope they have something very strong to prove David Anthony Burke himself was logged into that Amazon, clicked purchase, or somehow like on the box, only his fingerprints are on the box, something like that. And they probably do. They've been working on this thing for 7 months. But these are the holes in the case that I'm hoping the prosecutors are going to be able to fill in. Thank you so much to Melanated Wealth for the $2 super chat, planting a seed, trying to confuse the audience and jury. And I'm not confusable. I know that there's a charge for illegal sexual relation. I know there's a murder charge, and I know there's a mutilating a body, and I'm gonna let myself get distracted. Thanks so much to Melanated Wealth again for the $2 super chat. Thank you to Rom Rising for the $1.99. 40 terabytes is gonna be like, hold my beer. Yeah, I hope that has some compelling evidence on it for sure. Thanks so much to Dr. Tarantism for the $2 Australian. This lawyer is incoherent. He will lose your case. Thank you for the $2. It can't be both the cops and a fan who set David up. True. He would have to pick one. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. David's house had cameras that show who was home and stuff when stuff was delivered. True. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you to Melanated Wealth for the $2 super chat. Or did the ones setting him up order it? I mean, this is what this guy's having to go with at this point. It's a tough case trying to win, I'll tell you that.
Pool to do work for.
I have no idea why people need inflatable pools. You might want to ask Victoria Mendez. Had the investigators asked Victoria Mendez what was she going to do with that pool?
You could change your name on these apps. I do it all the time on my DoorDash.
Right.
Wait. So you're telling me
sometimes I'm Dwayne Johnson on DoorDash. You could change your name, but all these material are coincidentally ordered to his house after she goes missing.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea, but I don't see any investigation looking into somebody else doing this.
These purchases under the fake name Victoria Mendez. On May 8th, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home around 11:30 p.m.
So why are we going back to the same place we threw all her stuff away at? Well, we had to clear our mind. I'm done with her. I'm going to throw all her stuff away. Why are we going back to that same spot?
I have no idea. I don't know what he left there. I don't know what's there. He might have left something that's really important to him. A ring, money, credit card.
Ring?
I have no idea.
He returned to the area.
You just won't concede, will you?
No, it's not that I won't concede. It's more
He
like
won't.
I'm not biased. I don't.
He is biased.
I don't look for blood.
So do you think I'm being biased?
He's biased. He's absolutely biased. He's absolutely biased. He is biased toward the defendant in all cases, every time. He is biased.
Do you think we're all being biased right now?
I think because there's a silence to an investigation that should have been done to see about any other possible suspects. You're not doing it on purpose, but I can see why your mind would go there, because all you're hearing is about David. You're not hearing about somebody else. If you're
True, I do agree with him on that point. However, that doesn't mean that David didn't do it. That doesn't mean David didn't do it. And here's the thing that is, I think it is unfair, but the prosecution doesn't have any duty to prosecute. They don't have to go after everybody that did a crime. They can choose to go after all of them, none of them, one of them. I do think that's unfair. I don't think that's right, but that is the truth and that is the law. They don't have to. They have no duty to prosecute. So maybe there was other people involved. And maybe I can even agree with JAYOMA. They should be held accountable as well. But that doesn't mean David didn't do it. You see what I mean? Why aren't they going after other people? Okay, they don't have to, for one. Maybe they got immunity deals. Maybe whatever. Maybe they don't have enough. I don't know. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. But they don't have to. So just because they're not going after other people doesn't mean David didn't do it. And that's where I'm not really seeing JAYOMA make the argument.
If you heard about somebody else, then you wouldn't be so focused on David. Does that make sense? This investigation was shot from the beginning.
Maybe. We'll see.
Because they weren't putting other names out.
They should have. They should.
They should.
Again on May 31st,
they should. That is true. They should.
This is an isolated
Bring
site
them out.
off
Line
SR
them up.
154 where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered in January 2026. Additionally, on July 7th, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. We've talked.
So not only did he use the same name for Postmates, but he used the same name for Amazon, and it's all getting delivered to his house?
Okay. That's something I didn't previously notice.
I have no idea.
What do you mean?
The prosecutors have to prove to me, like, this is the conspiracy. Like, it was all.
Yeah, since we're doing conspiracy theory, Chance said, was Neo the one they were having trouble getting to testify in the grand jury? I don't know if they were having trouble getting him to testify, but they did have to extradite him from Montana. They arrested him at his mama's house in Montana. But David's parents and little brother are also refusing to testify as well. Pigeon Dispatch said, okay, yeah, since we're doing conspiracy theories, why not? Maybe Celeste was the ghostwriter for the whole industry. Could be. Since we're doing these crazy conspiracy theories, JAYOMA started us on it.
Premeditated. You have to prove that.
So, okay, what would have to be proved to you? Like, word for word, what would have to be proved?
Word, I want an investigation that should have been done at the time.
It might have been.
Else did this. If there was no investigation, this looks very biased.
So
True.
So what if they?
That's a big if. I don't think they were sitting on their hands for 7 months. We were basically at the station with pitchforks, okay, and torches. Do something about Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Do something about Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I mean, we like the entire internet was all but harassing the LAPD. I don't think they were sitting there doing nothing. I think they might have been looking into people. It might be the easiest person to pin this on is David. Maybe there are more people. Maybe they got more arrests coming. They have not precluded that possibility.
But they looked at other people and all the evidence is still.
Maybe it was an alien.
Then it would help. Then it would help to be like, okay, there's a step further to me saying that David did it. Is that fair? I'm just not going to be the type of guy to be like, yeah, he did it. I'm not going to be that guy to be there and say, You know what? I don't need to see no evidence. I can tell by the color of his skin he did it. I'm not going to be like that.
That's certainly not what I think, because the color of his skin.
Trials, would they have to say, hey, somebody else maybe orchestrated all of this stuff besides Hitler before you say, yeah, Hitler said, let's start a genocide? Would that have to happen?
Well, at this time, for us to see what Hitler did, we have the opportunity and to see it by hindsight. At the time of that
I'm going to fast forward through this topic about that guy because I don't think YouTube likes it very much. So I'm just going to go forward a little bit.
That's why I got you the results that you got, because I was able to show that you were a victim. I don't lie.
What do you do then? What do you do?
I protect people's rights, and I do a damn good job at it. My results show it. You are a walking testimony.
In order to distance himself from the victim, he amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers have not been recovered. Defendant then placed her head and torso into the cadaver bag he purchased. He placed her limbs into a garbage bag, which he just...
Yes, this is such a great point, Fama. We have to expect that people like him not only will be on the jury. There will be people on the jury who rightfully don't trust the police, especially the LAPD. There will be people on the jury who rightfully are suspicious of why the DA is bringing charges against only one person. There are going to be people on the jury who have been discriminated against, abused by the cops. There's going to be people on the jury that are going to be looking for any reason to let David off. Yes, there will. And that's why the prosecutors need to be prepared and ready to prosecute this case against all of this type of stuff and more. Because like I said, he has not gone against Celeste Rivas Hernandez nor her family members like the defense attorneys are going to do. Primarily because he don't have no evidence. But Blair Burke or whoever ends up being David's lawyer, they're coming. They're coming, guns literally blazing at Celeste and her family. And he isn't even doing that. I think he's going about a 6 out of 10 of what he probably is capable of and about what these lawyers would do. So I'm glad to see what these arguments might be, because I want to see what the prosecution has to say to it. Because to me, it's not about just slamming David into jail. It's about making sure justice is done. That whoever did these heinous crimes, especially whoever is responsible for her being dead because her death has been ruled a homicide, goes to prison. And if it ain't David, it just ain't. It just ain't if it ain't. But let's see the evidence, because I got a feeling it's going to be.
Deposited into his front truck.
So the same bags that he purchased are the same bags found in his Tesla.
Where are the fingers at, dude? Where are the fingers?
I think he ate them.
Why do you need? What do the fingers have to do with it?
I think he ate them.
That means the investigation was incomplete. If you cannot find the fingers, I need those.
Oh, now we need the fingers.
So you're telling me if I was missing my pinky nail on my right hand and they found my body, the investigation still how is that incomplete? Like genuinely, like how? Like tell everybody, how is that incomplete?
Where did it go? Where did it go? How do we know that it was cut off by David? Right?
So she was just walking around with missing fingers?
I don't know who cut them off.
How do we know it was David that cut that finger off?
We don't.
What happened in those 20 minutes? Was it a couple gang members that rode up on her?
We are in LA. Now, all of this he's saying is hypotheticals. I have just been assuming the prosecutors have video evidence of Celeste getting out of the Uber and going in the house. They didn't say they did, though. I'm just assuming they do. I'm assuming they have video evidence of her going into that house. I'm assuming they do. If they don't, then these questions become relevant. We'll see what they have.
Like, yeah, David didn't pay us our money when we protected him, when he was out in LA that one time. We're going to get this guy.
That is a scheme that does run in LA. There's whole RICOs. There's a RICO case going on against a gang right now in LA that this is what they do. When famous rappers, when famous athletes come into LA, you have to check in. You have to check in with the gang that is, in charge of that area right there. That's what these allegations in the RICO say. And if you don't, they show up and extort you. They try to get money from you or they hurt you. So he's not wrong about this. However, again, if there's evidence that Celeste went into that house, he's just making up fantasy stories. If there's not evidence Celeste went into the house, that's where it's going to start to become like actually relevant about anything having to do with another gang and this and that. But in order for any of that to come in, you have to lay a foundation of why you would even be talking about a gang in the first place. Had David ever been threatened by a gang? Had Celeste ever been threatened by a gang? I mean, these are things he's just pulling it out of thin air, but he's not wrong. He's not factually inaccurate. I mean, yeah, there's gangs. You got to do the check-in, especially rappers, singers, R&B, and athletes. But, there's really no evidence that he's presenting or even claiming to have that shows that. The prosecutors, on the other hand, are claiming to have evidence that shows she was there and she did go into that house. We'll see if they have evidence or not. We might have to worry about it, but not today.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Am I wrong?
Yes. You're wrong.
That's very possible.
Is this lawyer one of Diddy's lawyers?
Actually,
No.
David, you know what? David, you should hire JAYOMA. If you, is this what you would argue in court?
Yeah.
David, hire JAYOMA. Please, David, hire him.
Incomplete investigations? Come on, man. We got to hold these government authorities accountable to do a right investigation.
Laying the cadaver bag on top. For several weeks or possibly months, defendant left.
He says stuff I agree with, but then he just goes off into the ravine, girl.
Let me stop right there. As you can see, prosecutors are going to claim they have digital evidence, forensic evidence, purchase history to all support this. I have to imagine this will be challenged by the defense with their own experts. And if there's certain items of evidence, body parts that are missing, they'll try to make room for reasonable doubt. But it's really, you're seeing now how.
I mean, you've already made a lot of room for reasonable doubt. So are you expecting his defense team to argue some of these same things that you are?
No.
Here's the thing, like, there's very few things he said that actually create reasonable doubt to me. All he has done is offered alternative theories of the case and asked why David is being targeted. He has made assumptions that none of us know if that's true or not. He's made assumptions. He said, why wasn't there an investigation into anyone else? Well, there might have been. We don't know. He said, instead of saying if there was no investigation into anyone else, then that's when I would start to ask questions. No, he said that he just assumed it. He assumed David was being extorted. He assumed that it was an internship. These are all just things he just pulled out of nowhere. He hasn't really created any room for reasonable doubt. There's no evidence for anything he's saying either. So while he likes to be Mr. Attack the Evidence, which he should, there should be evidence for crimes. I'm not disagreeing with that. He don't have no evidence himself. He's just offering alternative possibilities. I don't really think he really did create a lot of reasonable doubt. Now, if the prosecutors, for example, don't have evidence to back their claims up, if they just got a psychic vision from the mothership that Celeste went into that house, that's when he would be able to create reasonable doubt, or someone like him would be able to create reasonable doubt. But if the prosecutor has body camera footage, for example, of David being told she's 14, and then they also have video evidence of him on a date after that having relations with Celeste, that's it. There's no more reasonable doubt needed. Maybe they could say he was drugged. They could say that wasn't him. But if it came off his iCloud and it's got the same, deformity on the mole or the whatever, I don't really think he's created that much reasonable doubt. I definitely think he's done a great job advertising his services.
I really don't. I'm the only attorney that thinks this way, and you know that. The way my mind works is 100% protecting my client no matter how bad shit gets. And so those attorneys, I don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. They all think differently. Every attorney thinks differently. But I do my cases my way, and I get the results that I want.
It was Tommy, obviously.
How they are building this case and what they've been doing. I mean, Steve Fisher talked about, 54 search warrants were issued in this case. And this, by the way, is all important because we always wondered, did David have help, right? This is a monumental
criminal turtle. He is in Texas. He didn't leave. He didn't leave. He's over there.
By himself. But I will tell you, the filing does make you question if maybe, you know what? Maybe he did allegedly act alone. The filing states that David, quote, lied to friends, business associates, and others about the strong smell of decay in and around the home and the car.
You know what's crazy? I was talking to the private investigator, and where the car was parked, he talked to the family that lives there, and they said they smelled a horrendous stench where the Tesla was
Hearsay.
parked. They thought at first that it was their dog, but once the car got towed,
When he starts doing
they
this,
didn't
he's
dig
got
up their
something to
dog
say.
yet, and magically the smell went away.
Let me ask you this, JIDION. How often do you check your trunk?
Oh, girl, what's he about?
Yeah, your trunk of a vehicle that you're driving. How often do you check
Well,
it?
I have a Tesla, you know, when I go get groceries and stuff like that. So,
Like,
at
do you
least
check
twice
your
a month.
This might be a time that he never checked it. He had no idea that there was a decaying body in there.
But why was there was... So you wouldn't be able to smell that?
This one, it doesn't. I'm going to say this is one of the ones that doesn't get very much mileage with me because we have all had a rat in the motor or something before, or under your entertainment. Like at some point, like everybody has had like something in the wall, something in your car. And when you start to smell a rodent that done died up in your motor or up under your seat or something, you pull the freaking car apart until you figure out you can't drive around with that. If it's a whole 115-pound body, you open in that trunk. So this one doesn't get very much mileage with me, personally.
No.
Why? They said that they found air fresheners all around the car too.
You don't know what this. You know, like when there's a bad smell.
Oh, girl.
Like, what does the dead body smell like? Do you know?
He's about to get graphic too. Just letting y'all know,
Honestly,
it's gonna get
horrible.
nasty.
That's why when it was at the tow yard, they called the cops.
Yeah, I know, but like what kind of smell? We know it's horrible, but how does it differ from the smell of poop? How is it different from the smell of just vomit?
So when you investigate, like, yo, what the hell? Did I forget some meat in my car? Did I forget? Like, would you not investigate?
No, I just look right now. I don't know.
Yes, you
David's
would.
Sexuality.
This is where it's like
I don't know if
he's
making
just
out with
being silly, in my
transsexuals
opinion.
And they have butt sex in there, and it smells like poop in there. I don't know.
Stop.
I don't know.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's what I'm saying. The smell can come from anywhere. That's what I'm saying. It's just a possibility. It can come from him doing gay activities. And I'm not shaming anybody who's into that. It's just a possibility when it comes to this type of smell. Because from my understanding and my research,
This is Mark Agnifilo
'cause,
behaviors.
You know, I worked at that strip club and had a bunch of women and gay dudes there. They would tell me like it would stink if they had sex.
Stop. This
So,
is nasty.
To them, it's normal. So maybe to David, that smell is normal. He did not know that it was a smell of a decaying body. Does that make sense?
No.
LAPD served
No.
a search warrant at the house after Celeste was identified. They
Jimmy, I
reportedly
said
found all
no.
sorts of evidence in the garage to support dismemberment, including biological evidence that tested
Nasty.
positive for blood. They say it matched the victim's unique genetic profile, as well as the inflatable pool, which had these multiple, quote, linear cuts. And I want to go through the list of evidence that the state provides, which it says will be able to present at trial to prove David's guilt. Again, allegations, but let me go through this. And by the
Okay.
way, photos and videos of some of that evidence was released on X by private investigator Steve Fisher, who's been on this case from the beginning. He was hired
Shout
by
out
the owner of
Steve.
the Hollywood Hills
Shout out
home
Steve,
that
man.
David was
Yeah.
currently renting, who had a lot of questions about just what was going on at this property when Celeste's body was found. And the Tesla was allegedly connected back to the singer. But since then, I've spoken with Steve many times about what he's been able to uncover, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. But back to this evidence list. First, quote, the description of photographs depicting the victim naked, as well as while she was engaged with defendant in sexual
13
activity when
here
she
by
was
Mary.
13.
So they have pictures of her, not only naked, but him producing CSAM.
Okay. Let me ask you this, JIDION. If that's true, is that reason enough to convict him of murder?
Yes.
No,
actually, yes.
but he's charged. This is another thing too. It's like, I know that it's like the knee-jerk reaction is just get mad at him. But listen, no, if David is not only charged with murder, they're not saying that he's guilty of murder because he has CSAM on his phone. They're saying he has CSAM on his phone, and they're going to use that to prove one of the other two crimes that David's charged with, which is an inappropriate illegal sexual relationship with a minor or under the age of 14. So we're not trying to convict him of murder. Again, every piece of evidence does not have to support every charge. Some pieces of evidence are meant to support some of these charges. Some pieces of evidence are not going to support all of the charges. So the CSAM on the phone goes to the continual relation with a minor that was illegal. Is that enough to convict him of murder? No, but he's also accused of doing inappropriate, illegal relations continuously. Remember that?
Yes. You know why?
What's the link?
What's the link? Because she said, I'm going to expose your career.
Well, that's the special circumstance, but that's not what the evidence shows.
So this would be the perfect motive of what he doesn't want to get out there.
Motive doesn't have to be proven. Motive is not an element of the statute. Motive helps. Motive helps to prove murder, but motive doesn't have to be proven. So even if this ends up being the situation, it doesn't matter. It's meant to show the charge of an illegal relationship with the minor, the illegal, person under 14. It doesn't have to support murder. There's other things that can support that. Now, there is that special circumstance of murder. The prosecution could easily prove murder and not prove for financial gain. They could prove murder and not prove lying in wait. It's still murder. It's just going to make a difference when it comes to sentencing. So again, the way this guy talks, JAYOMA talks, is like, okay, if that doesn't support murder, then the whole case gets thrown out. No, he knows it and I know it, but we all know it. It's not that easy. But some people who maybe just want justice or just have it in their mind for sure David did it. It's like, this guy, no, what? No, they have to prove 3 crimes. One of the crimes they have to prove is that he was involved in an inappropriate sexual relationship with a minor. If they have a video of that and they can prove that he was informed and he knew she was a minor, that's going to be his biggest defense. I didn't know how old she was. He's going to try to say he didn't know. She lied. She was a liar. She was a grifter. She was a schemer. She was a scammer. She was whatever. That's what he's going to say. And he's going to say, I was just this young Christian boy, just like how Diddy tried to act like he was just the victim in all of this. Everyone was trying to get his money because he was a successful black man. That is what David, you can expect, will argue.
I don't see it.
Now his argument is just, I don't see it. Okay, good argument.
So if me and you were in that jury, me and you would be arguing back and forth, trying to come up with a decision whether we're going to vote guilty or not, right?
Okay. Here, we know for a fact that it was not only her and him, and it's them engaging in this, right? We know for a fact. I'm saying we should vote guilty. This is clear motive why he did what he did. Why are you going to argue the opposite way?
That investigation, the murder is too perfect. It's too perfect. 20 minutes passed. There's no other investigation for somebody else. That, to me, is reasonable doubt that somebody else could have done this. And I don't feel comfortable going to sleep at night where there's the actual murder that's out there. And we're just focused on David.
Someone said, you schmiz donated 5, said keyword is beyond reasonable doubt. All of these allegations at this point, JAYOMA is smart as hell to think this way as a defense.
It's just the way I think. And because of that, I get the results that I get.
As this evidence constitutes child sexual abuse material, the photographs themselves will not be presented. While all possible charges that could be proven were not filed, the CSAM is proof of their ongoing sexual relationship while the victim was 13 and 14 years old. I also do wonder if you're looking at potential
So even Jesse Weber, he said it. This is evidence that there was a relationship going on. It says it in the brief. It says we didn't charge him for everything we could have charged him for. We could have charged him for the CSAM. We didn't. Now, does that mean they're waiting for the feds to do it? Does that mean they're waiting? Maybe they couldn't do it because he knows. Who knows? Who knows why? But they even said we didn't charge him for everything we could have charged him with. This is not being shown to prove. We're not bringing this up to prove he had CSAM. We're bringing the CSAM up to prove he had an ongoing sexual relationship with her. It's a video proof of it.
Federal charges here.
That's what they're saying.
Wouldn't that be federal charges with him?
Yeah. Possession of CP.
But not even
federal
possession, but production.
Yeah, production, possibly distribution if it's there, but right now.
But the same way, what did Mark Agnifilo say to Diddy? Yeah, maybe it was domestic violence, but they didn't charge for that. So we're not here for that, ladies and gentlemen. If he was being charged with domestic violence, he would have even admitted and pled guilty, Mark Agnifilo said. So that's what this guy's saying. Yeah, that would be a federal charge, but that's not what we're talking about here. Interesting, he knows how to focus on the crimes that are being charged when it behooves him or the defendant, but not when it goes against the defendant. Then all of a sudden, he don't know about the statutes.
The focus is on the active case. If the Department of Justice files charges against them, which happens sometimes to my clients, I'm just like, okay, then we can move forward. You're going to hire me on the federal case and the state case.
He's like just wants to get hired.
But this is important though, because they're also charging him with, you say you. So would you concede on this as a defense lawyer, where it's like he did have a sexual relationship with her? Would you concede on that, knowing now that they have?
He's gonna say no because he wants to see the evidence.
Actual evidence of him and her in the videos, and it's clearly him and her.
If it's true. Right now, me and you, we don't see it.
Let's say it's true. Would you concede as his lawyer?
If it's him?
Yes.
No, I'll be like, dude, that looks like you. I'm not gonna lie. That guy looks like you. That's what I'll say to him.
What do you mean that dude looks? What do you mean? So are you saying you would concede? Like, what are you saying?
I would say if there is a video or a picture of him doing these sexual things with a minor, I'm going to tell my client, that looks like you. That's it.
So you're not going to say, you're just going
I'm
to
not
say
gonna
that
say
looks like
you.
you.
I'm not going to say it's you. I'm going to say it looks like you.
So would you advise you concede on this front, or would you try to fight it and go not guilty?
Well, fight it. How did
I mean, to be completely fair, like, it's hard to know if you would concede on it or not because you don't know what, like, we don't know, and we probably will never know what evidence they have of this supposed CP, because it's it's criminal to even have it or own it or look at it. I mean, so we're probably never going to see it. So we're going to have to just, I don't know, depend on some type of description of it. I don't know how they're going to handle it truly.
Let's get to that, to the material. Did y'all get it legally?
I don't want to see it by any means. And now he's like, yeah, even if there is, he always comes to that. Even if there is evidence, he doesn't want it coming in. When the evidence is there and it exists and it makes his client look bad, he's like, oh, well, it's not coming in. We're going to get that kept out. No, their rights were violated.
How do you know it's not AI?
Even if it was AI, wouldn't that still be illegal?
Yeah, it would be. It wouldn't be as it wouldn't be as culpable or as bad as like real life. You know what I mean?
I don't know if that's true or not under the law. I would need to see the statute.
First, text messages between defendant and the victim evidencing their sexual relationship, pregnancy, abortion, use of Plan B, emergency contraception. Messages through March 2025 prove defendant continued to manipulate the victim as she messaged, all we do is have sex and just hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself. These messages were obtained from defendant's iCloud data. Defendant's
That's damning. That's damning. He's going to say, I don't know who sent that.
Communications derived from defendant's iPhone and Tesla, which demonstrate defendant's activities from April 22nd, 2025 to April 24th, 2025, including a trip to Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night after the victim arrived at his Hollywood Hills home. Surveillance video of defendant driving his Tesla on July 29, 2025 for the last time before parking the vehicle and leaving on tour at the end of July. So Steve Fisher shared the surveillance video after the hearing on X, reportedly showing the Tesla.
Who the hell?
I'm going to say, I already did a whole analysis on this on yesterday's video. I'm not getting into the details. I'm going to say, I can't tell who's driving that car. And to me, it don't look like anybody's driving that car. So I can't even call JAYOMA to be trolling on this one.
That looks like a black guy.
Surveillance video after and leaving on tour at the end of July.
Chat.
So Steve Fisher shared the surveillance video.
That looks like David to me.
This is a long shot. I can't see nothing.
I don't even see a human being.
It's like I can see his forehead right here.
I can't.
And then I see his hair right here.
I don't see nothing. It just looks dark and blurry.
I see a shadow. And I'm not saying like racial thing, but like I just see a shadow. I don't see a human being at all. I don't see eyes. I don't see
this teeth. Right here is where I started to get a little worried about the prosecution's case. I'm not going to lie. When I saw Steve Fisher release this footage, and I'm thinking, please, God, tell me they have something else. besides this footage to show that it was David, because this ain't gonna get you very far. You can't give somebody the death penalty off of evidence like this. And this is where I started to become worried. Like, do they have evidence of her going into that house? Do they have video showing that Celeste actually got dropped off there? I hope so, because if it's a bunch of video evidence like this, prosecution might be in trouble, and justice for Celeste might be in trouble too.
I don't see noses. I don't see ears.
I hope so.
That looks like a self-driving car.
There are cars that drive themselves in LA. I don't know if it's anymore, but there certainly was a time where you could call an Uber and it's a self-driving one. And there's no driver. It's crazy. I never got inside one of them, but people I know have. It's not that outrageous anymore to say that could be AI or that could be a car driving itself. And if the only evidence they have is this, which I don't think, I think they have other evidence. But the way Steve Fisher acted like he knew for sure that there was somebody with a red jersey driving this car, and then this is the video that came out.
Go back. Play the video. Play the video.
Right. And SF Investigates did say that too. He said, I don't have all the video. I don't have all the surveillance footage. The only footage I have is from the house. They have more than me. The state has more than me, and I hope they do. I hope they have real, like, evidence. Because, I mean, this is real evidence, but girl, like, I can't tell who's driving that car, if anybody. It's the truth.
Am I lying, chat?
There could be more. Exactly.
At the end of July. So Steve Fisher shared the surveillance video.
So you say it's just a ghost? Elon went rogue and drove himself.
I don't see a human being driving that car, JIDION. Like, am I looking at the same thing you're looking at? Are we looking at the same
JIDION has
screen?
had enough. He's done. He's like, you know what? I cannot. He's laughing.
Like, I don't see David.
Cackling.
I don't see a human being, dude.
It's real evidence. It's not that compelling to me. It shows the car moved.
On X, reportedly
somebody
showing
moved it.
The Tesla, one of the last times it was driven, it's believed that Celeste's dismembered remains were inside that front trunk. And the list of potential evidence continues, quote, DNA evidence developed from blood stains collected from defendant's garage.
Listen, I'm not saying it's a self-driving car at all. I'm not saying it's a self-driving murderous car. What I'm saying is, if we're being honest and if we're being aligned with the truth, my eyes, I can't see what or who is driving that car. I just can't. It's not like, oh, yep, got him. That's David. Now, what we can tell is the car was moved. The car was moved on that day. Someone moved the car or no one moved the car, but the car got moved. So that's something.
The victim's genetic profile, proof of defendant's...
Whoa. DNA evidence developed from bloodstains collected from defendant's garage. Wow.
Wait. Are you surprised that a person who lives at a location, they have a DNA of that person there? They live there, right?
Wait, my bad. So...
Of course you're going to see
No, this
DNA.
isn't. This is the victim's.
They said it was from blood, so they have to explain how blood got in there. Now, some people were asking, is there tissue? Did they find her tissue in there? I don't know. I don't know if they did.
DNA. This is the victim's blood.
DNA evidence developed from bloodstains collected from defendant's garage.
Which matched the victim's genetic profile. Blood.
What? With him?
Huh?
Wasn't she with him?
Yeah, on a really lucky internship, I heard.
Hasn't she visited that garage before?
That was sarcasm.
So why is there blood downstairs?
JIDION, I've been to your house. I think I've
This is a great question. This is a great question. Whose DNA is on the body bags? They cut the handles off that body bag and took DNA. They took DNA from the zippers on the body bag. They didn't say whose DNA they found on there. They didn't say whose fingerprints they found on the body bag, if any. Okay, so there's a lot of evidence we haven't been told.
Like, I had a cut in my hand and it fell, like, in the sink.
Now this person, JAYOMA, is saying he was at JIDION's house and he cut himself. and his blood's in the sink. So maybe JIDION's a murderer.
I'm pretty sure you'll find my DNA there. How do we know it's at that time of the murder? How do we know that?
Just so y'all know, I'm not touching up my makeup. I have real bad allergies. I'm allergic to everything, including my makeup, and my nose starts itching. I think I'm also allergic to this thing. So my nose starts itching, and if I scratch it with my fingers, then it wipes my makeup off, and it makes the nose itch even more. So this is how I scratch my nose. And last summer, somebody accused me of doing cocaine. Like, that's why she's itching her nose, because she's doing cocaine. So I took a hair follicle test, which goes back for months, and it was negative. So run and tell that to the new ones in the chat.
I don't know that. Can the DNA expert?
No, Mr. Ortega, I do not want to practice law. Nope. I'd rather just come over here and talk about it with y'all, with my cousins and my people. Okay, I do not want to be going up against people like this guy. No, I don't. And I don't want to turn into a guy like this guy, or a person. I'm not a guy, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't want to turn into a person like this guy.
Testify that that blood is the result of that murder at that specific time, at that specific day? I don't think so.
Collected from
So how do you know it's from that murder?
There was even blood on the ceiling. Wasn't me.
Which matched the victim's genetic profile. Proof of defendant's Amazon purchases and deliveries to his residence, including 2 chainsaws, a body bag, an inflatable pool, heavy-duty laundry bags, a burn cage after April 24th, 2020.
Bought all this after when the prosecutors say that he killed her. So coincidentally, after the murder...
No, that was Victoria, remember?
We're buying chainsaws,
Victoria
body
Mendez.
bags, inflatable pools,
Gotta ask
burn
her.
cages. All after the murder.
This is all like speculation. Like, oh, well, because of this,
No, he lost the strongest argument. Victoria Mendez ordered that stuff. That was his argument earlier.
Did that? Do you have a
The
video?
body was dismembered. And
no,
that ain't speculation.
The body, they already said that the way that the body was dismembered, it looks like it was done with a chainsaw.
I need a video of the actual murder.
I don't.
If you don't have that, then you're asking me to rely on evidence around it, to which
So this is a very common tactic of defense attorneys. They will say that a circumstantial case is not as strong as a direct evidence case. They'll say that this is like a circumstantial evidence, and you just want me to imply all of this stuff. You just want me to make inferences. They'll say that, but it's actually not true. Prosecutors and defense attorneys, if you kind of pin them in a corner, they'll tell you it's a way harder to defend a very good circumstantial case than it is a direct evidence case. Because why? Because these defense lawyers know what to do to get the evidence out. You can have smoking gun email. You can have an admission. But if it was, there'd be a technicality. The cops didn't do the Miranda rights, which isn't a technicality. Constitutional rights are not a technicality. But I'm just saying there might be some reason that the smoking gun evidence gets put out of the case. You can't even show it to the jury. But if you have a whole bunch of little circumstantial pieces, it's almost impossible to keep everything out. And you can still make your case. So he's sitting here saying, I don't have a video of it. That's easy to talk. It's easy to bark the bark. Okay. But that ain't how it actually plays out.
No, you can't say that, chat. What was the dude? There was a case
Oh my
not too long
God.
ago where
Cincinnati said, is Miss Mendez another alter ego? Is he also Victoria Mendez? That's a good question. Please.
dude killed his wife because she was cheating on him, and he dismembered her body, buried it. They never found the body, and they still got him on murder. What is his name, chat? They
Leon.
still convicted him for murder.
No, I don't know.
What do you mean that case isn't the same? Brian, Brian Welshie. You ever heard of that case?
If you're a Victoria Mendez in the chat, sound off.
Yeah. Why didn't they need the body then? This dude right here. They never found the body, still convicted him of murder.
What if Victoria Mendez is his Claude bot?
I have no idea.
So is that an injustice?
I would say it is an injustice for somebody to go to prison for something they did not do. Okay, so
I mean, that's true if they didn't
we're
do
in Texas,
it.
right? We're in Texas. Did you see like a couple months ago, there was it was a 1950s murders case his name is Tommy Lee Walker. Chat, look him up on Google. Tommy Lee Walker. He was convicted of murder in 1950. He was executed.
Victoria was driving the car.
That's him. There is recent evidence to show that he did not commit the murder.
Victoria was another intern.
Okay, you're comparing 1950 to 2025.
Yeah.
No DNA evidence.
He was convicted. It showed that he didn't do the murder. So he went to prison and was given the death penalty.
That's
for
not
something
cool.
He did not do.
That's not right. People shouldn't go to prison and get given the death penalty for something they did not do. That's why David deserves to have a full, fair trial with due process and equal protection. And when the prison doors clank behind him for that last time, that everybody in the community knows he ain't getting out in our lifetime or his. He is entitled to a fair trial, and I hope he gets one. Nobody who didn't do something should go to prison. But nobody is saying David should go to prison if he didn't do it.
1950s.
Yes, 1950s. Those people
And
found out he
JIDION
was
stressed.
guilty. They found him guilty, and they decided his punishment to be death. He died. The last thing he said in court was, "I feel like I was robbed of my life."
He was. That's
what
very
he said.
sad. That is sad.
And he was. And so I see David like that. I see my clients like that. And I'm going to make sure I protect them no matter what. Because stuff like that happens. I can't have that happen on my watch.
What if your client admitted to you that he did it, but he just wants to get off?
So, okay, that's a great question. Because, fine, you know what? What he just said is truly honorable. I can't even argue with that. That's not fair to have somebody go to jail for something they didn't do. That's not fair. So JIDION says, okay, what if they admitted to you they did it? Watch what he's about to say. Because the honorableness might be about to go out the window.
Who said that?
Like, let's say your client said, "I did do it, man, but can you please get me off?"
Yeah, I'll protect him.
So all that just now about if somebody didn't do it and I can't stand idly by while that happens. Okay, but he'll also defend somebody that did do it. Okay, and then he'll know they did it and he'll still protect them. So all that honorable just went out the window, in my opinion.
I did it. I recorded the courtroom hearing.
You have a recording of the courtroom hearing?
JIDION saying, okay, hey, just like I told you I did it in our case where you were my lawyer.
I recorded it. I recorded it and posted it on YouTube.
Of us?
No, like the case you defended me on.
He playing dumb.
Oh,
He
that's
knows.
fine. But you didn't do it. In the eyes of the court, you didn't do it.
In the eyes of the
court. It
court.
was Neon who did it.
He just made
It was
that
Neon
up.
who did it.
Look at him. He's going to do
Not
it.
you. And it was never
Look at him. He's hypnotizing us. Look at him. We're trying.
for you.
Look at him.
25.
You understand me?
Steve also
You understand
shared
me?
photos
It wasn't
of some
you.
of these
You
alleged
hear what I'm saying?
packages. You can see the deliveries are addressed to Victoria Mendez. Not clear why David would allegedly use that particular name. Quote, proof of defendant's purchase and delivery from Postmates of a shovel from Home Depot to his home on April 24th, 2025. Uber records showing defendant's transaction where he ordered an Uber to pick up the victim from her Lake Elsinore home and transport her to his residence the night of April 23rd, 2025. Proof of defendant's lucrative career as a singer-songwriter prior to April 23rd, 2025. Defendant had an album release party on the night of April 24th, 2025 before embarking on an international tour in late July 2025. Text message exchanges between defendant and the victim on April 22nd and April 23rd, 2025, where the victim threatened
I know
to
Neon
expose
gonna get all
defendant
of
and
us in
destroy his
trouble.
career. The prosecution has issued numerous subpoenas and is prepared to proceed with the preliminary hearing. Now, as I mentioned before, the court, again, decided to push this back.
Dang, that's a lot of evidence against David.
Not only did the court decide to push this back, she pushed it back in the court because David's lawyers asked for more time. David's lawyers asked. The judge said yes. Not the hypno-maxing.
Where's the evidence for the investigation for somebody else?
I guarantee you they investigated other people. But I do agree with him that if other people were involved, they should be investigated too. But that doesn't get David off the hook. So, okay, next.
Where is it?
Ay,
It's
Dios
missing.
mío.
You know what? We don't need it because we got the right guy.
How do you know that? You weren't
This
there.
man, no matter what you say, this man is going to get. If he doesn't take a plea deal, he's going to get the death penalty. Your favorite artist, JAYOMA, is going to die.
I didn't say he's my favorite artist. I said there's a couple songs that he likes, that I like, that he made.
You David Stan. David is going to be killed for what he has done.
I think it would be a great injustice if he paid a punishment for something he didn't do.
So if he's...
I agree. I think that's a pretty non-controversial statement. It would be unfair. It would be unjust for anybody, including David, to pay consequences, criminal consequences for something they didn't do. So that's why I want to make sure he did it. But it don't seem like that is what JAYOMA wants to make sure of. He just wants to make sure that the defense wins no matter what.
Guilty. Are you going to be like, damn, they got the wrong guy?
No, I'm going to be like, damn, they should have hired me.
Here we go again.
Would have made a difference.
To May 26th, and the delay was frustrating for a lot of people, including Steve Fisher. He's been very vocal on social media about what seemed to be a lack of transparency, a slow investigation on the part of authorities. Remember, David wasn't arrested until 1 year after, when prosecutors believe Celeste was killed. She was last seen or heard from in April 2025. Her body was found in the Tesla in September, and then David was taken into custody, 10 days ago? So yesterday, after the delay, he tweeted, quote, "From the David hearing continued until May 26. The speedy preliminary was a bluff by the defense. The game of hide the ball from the public has started. The judge agreed to put a protective order on the search warrants and affidavits, as well as the grand jury transcripts. So much for an open and transparent system."
Yep.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? That
So all the search warrants are sealed. There's 54 of them.
Yeah, protective order means they don't want to show it to the public. What are they trying to hide here?
So
y'all, I said it earlier in this video. One thing he's doing a really good job at, I will say, is advertising for his business. People, listen, especially if you didn't do it, imagine being one of the clients that really didn't do it. Like that this guy is he gets people off that did it.
Who's trying to hide what? Is the defense trying to hide, or is the prosecution trying to hide?
It looks like the prosecutor's trying to hide shit. What are y'all trying to hide?
Wait, hold on. The prosecutor's trying to hide? The prosecutor's the one that's getting heat in the media right now from, or at least from the tabloids, from Harvey Levin and Mark Garagos, that the prosecution put this brief out with the evidence. This is after they were basically harassed and goaded into doing that. Like the lawyers were, David's lawyers were like, this needs to be public. It needs to be before a grand jury, and it needs to be public. So not before a grand jury. This needs to be before the preliminary hearing, and it needs to be public as soon as possible. So the prosecutors make this little brief public, and then David's team tries to seal it. So really it's David's team that's trying to keep things secret still, because they tried to seal even that.
It should be public.
It should, I agree. It should be public. I want to see it. This is an issue of public concern. Now, not all of it, please. Just a disclaimer, I ain't talking about all of it. But yeah, the search warrants should definitely be public for the most part. Maybe limited redactions, but yeah, they should be public. Why aren't they public? We all agree. SF Investigates, me, JAYOMA, we all agree. Make them public.
Decide to indict this guy. What was said in that grand jury hearing? I need to know.
That's the thing. I don't know if he was ever indicted. I don't think he was ever indicted.
He wasn't indicted. I will not get indicted. I will shoot him on sight.
They did, but I need to know how they arrived at that point. That's my questioning. How did you get there?
Simple brief to be sealed. After running the worst PR campaign in history the last 7 months, not coming out with a single statement supporting their client, the defense now thinks the public will form a poor opinion of their client if the public sees any of the discovery. His lawyers seem more like publicists than criminal trial litigators.
So, no, it looks like what he's saying is the defense is trying to hide it.
The defense did try to hide the brief.
I have no idea.
This is interesting because y'all saw him argue just now. The prosecutors want to keep it hidden. They want to keep it hidden. This is unjust. Now watch, now that he realized that he got it backwards, watch how he does the change up real quick.
It looks, I don't know.
It says the speedy preliminary was a bluff by the defense. So he's saying that the defense is bluffing about trying to have a speedy trial. The game of hide the ball from the public has started. The judge agreed to put a protective order on the search warrants and affidavits, as well as the grand jury's transcripts. So much for an open and transparent system. David's defense even asked for a simple brief to be sealed. So his defense is asking for stuff to be sealed after running the worst PR campaign in history the last 7 months, not coming out with a single statement supporting their client.
So watch him do the switch up.
Public will form a bad opinion. So sounds like the defense knows how bad this sounds, and they don't want people knowing about it.
Okay, I misread that. So it looks like the
Here we
defense
go.
asked for the search warrants and everything to be hidden. Okay, I think the only reason why I would do that is because if this case goes to trial, that means anybody in that community could be a juror, and if they're watching the news like how we are, they could be tainted by that. So as you can see right now, JIDION, we're talking, right?
Fine. Fair argument. Fine. The jury could be tainted. But when he believed it was the prosecution that wanted to keep it hidden or to keep it sealed for now, then it was an unconstitutional violation of David's rights. But now that the prosecution doesn't want to keep it hidden, instead he misunderstood it. The prosecution actually wants to have them unsealed, or it's actually the defense that's trying to keep it hidden, rather. It's the defense, David's side, trying to keep it hidden. Now, all of a sudden, it's not a violation of his rights. It's necessary for his rights, his constitutional rights to a fair trial, that it stays hidden. And that is really the point yesterday where I was like, all right, last and final straw. I've heard what I need to hear. This guy is not interested in approaching this for the truth. He only wants to play games and get clients, and that's fine. He's allowed, but you have to take everything he says with that lens, in my opinion.
About what has been shown on this Law and Crime sidebar with Jesse Weber, can you imagine if we were called to that trial as a juror? We already have a preconceived notion that he did this without actually seeing any real evidence. And that's dangerous. And I think the defense is trying to prevent that from happening because their minds will be skewed and it could bias the whole entire jury. And it would make the system unfair. Remember I talked to you earlier about how we need to get rid of racist people?
All that's fine and good, but he clocked his own T. Because he misread it in the first instance and said that if it was made to be public, then it would just be a total unconstitutional violation of David's rights. And now it's the other way. It's like, oh no, this simply can't. It would infect the jury. It would, and it's like, oh, okay. So you're not arguing from what you actually think is right. You're arguing from one biased perspective. And he claims he's not biased, but he clearly is.
People who don't like you, people who don't like the charge. What if when the whole 100 people in that jury comes up, all of them already think that you're guilty? There's no fairness there. So I think to keep this protected and not shown in the public, it's to make sure that whenever this case does go to trial, I'm anticipating it is, that the jury members are not tainted by what they see in the news. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you don't
seem this PR is just too bad right now.
Good faith.
Right, because look how you're thinking right now. You watch this Law and Crime sidebar, you're already thinking he's guilty without actually being a part of it.
I'm not.
Imagine if you were...
I'm not thinking he's guilty. I'm thinking he probably did some of this stuff. I don't know what stuff he did. I don't know what stuff he didn't do. And I certainly cannot be convinced by law and freaking crime, please. Like, let's not get carried away. JAYOMA.
Chosen to decide whether he's guilty or not guilty.
If I was chosen, I would look at all the evidence.
Me too.
No, you already have a preconceived notion right now. You already think he did it. You're already saying he should take a plea.
If the prosecutors truly do have the evidence they say they have, and the evidence checks out, oh yeah, I think he did it. But I don't have all the prosecution's evidence. But hopefully we're all going to be able to see a lot of it coming up at the end of this month if they do that preliminary hearing on time.
Right now. And you're just one person. Can you imagine? This video has been shown to millions of people in California. Those are potential jurors. And if they already have a preconceived notion that he did it, it's just as bad as somebody looking you in the face saying he did it because of his skin color.
And this is so out of left field. What?
As a criminal defense attorney, want to prevent.
This has to be what they go to, the lawyers go to when they really just don't have much else. It's like, he's a famous, successful black man. That's what they said about Diddy. That's what they said about Bill Cosby. That's what they said about R. Kelly. They're attacking and targeting this famous, successful black man. Don't worry about the fact that those famous, successful black men were accused of targeting also women of color. Don't worry about that. We're not worrying about that. It's just this one black man is just being targeted. And it just must be what they go. Now, sometimes it's true. Sometimes it's true. I think that was what went on in the Afro Man trial. That's my opinion. I think they were targeting a successful black man in that case. But like that was in context of all the evidence. Like I really don't think they were targeting this man. They didn't arrest him for 8 months, 7 months.
Is somebody who already has a idea that you did it without actually ever hearing any evidence, without actually hearing me be able to cross-examine, meaning ask questions of the detectives who did a horrible investigation because they only focused on David and nobody else. Does that make sense?
He just made that up. He don't even know if that's true.
Coming from, I can see.
Hashtag.
So this is what you would ask for this to be sealed as well?
If the case is going, because I don't know, I haven't spoken to David, but if I can foresee that this case is going to trial, I have to protect something called the presumption of innocence. And that presumption of innocence is going to be tainted because of this video, right? So that means it's going to be even more tainted if bad discovery comes out, because remember, bad evidence comes out. Because remember, the investigators don't investigate to see that you didn't do it. They investigate to show he did do it. And if there's evidence to show that he did not do it, they're not going to focus on that.
That's called black swan evidence. I don't think that evidence ever can exist. However, if there's evidence he didn't do it for real, like an alibi, say, for example, and the prosecution has evidence on it, let's say there was plane tickets that show David was out of the country on the 23rd somehow. We know that's not true because, he doesn't even allege that. But let's say the prosecutors had a confession, a videotaped confession from Neo, for example. That would be evidence David didn't do it. Because Neo would have done it, right? If the prosecutors have a confession from Neo and they don't turn it over to David, that's a Brady violation. It's probably prosecutorial misconduct. They could lose their jobs. They could go to jail, but definitely David would walk free. So he's also kind of misleading Jidion's audience with this as well. Like if the prosecution does indeed and in fact have evidence that David didn't do it and they don't turn it over, that's against the law. Like they would be in a lot of trouble. It's illegal. They have to. It would be a Brady violation.
Because it would just destroy all the work that they've done. Do you think in your case that those investigators were like, well, let's see, did he really post the video? Let's go.
He said Neon.
They didn't do any of that. All they did was say, he did it. There's a video. Let's go.
And one thing I think a lot of people don't know, at least here in Texas, I don't know a lot of other states, but here in Texas, you not only have the right to an attorney, but you also, and they don't tell you this, you also have the right to a private investigator to investigate your crime as well, because it is not the prosecution's job to show reasons why it might not be you. So if you're in Texas and you're being accused of a crime, not only do you have the right to...
Not to show, he's right, but the prosecutors do have to turn over the evidence. They don't have to show it in court, but they do have to turn over the evidence. And basically what Jidion said just now is the whole reason why, 25 to 50% of JAYOMA's argument falls apart to me. JAYOMA's 25 to 50% of his argument is they didn't investigate anybody else. But they don't have a duty to. Now, would it ultimately hurt the case? Yeah. Would it ultimately be completely unethical to go for like a death penalty, a death penalty here without having even investigated if anybody else did it? Absolutely unethical. But just as Jidion said, they don't have to investigate everybody. They don't especially they don't have to show the jury why it's not this person and not that person. That is not a requirement. Now, would it behoove them to do so because there's going to be like a little JAYOMA walking over and doing what, messing the whole scene up? Yeah, they better be prepared to explain if they looked into those parents who were under investigation. It would behoove them to explain, yeah, we looked into Neo and he didn't do it because of this, that, the other. We were able to eliminate Asia. We were able to eliminate other select. Yeah, they're going to need to do that if they want to convince a jury, but it's not required.
Attorney, but you also have the right for somebody to look into the case as well. You can explain that, right?
Let me tell y'all, you have a right to an attorney, but it does not mean you have a right to a good attorney. It does not mean you have a right to an excellent attorney. True. It doesn't mean you have a right to the best attorney.
This is true.
They're just going to give you an attorney.
That's true.
And those attorneys who are on there, they are taking those cases and you're not paying for it.
And they're very busy.
You will find out
overworked
real quick the caliber of those attorneys who are free, given to you from this court. It is in your best interest to hire a good attorney that you have investigated to make sure he is a winner. He will fight for you no matter what. Because if you allow your life to be put into the hands of somebody else that you did not choose, you will find out really quick why they're there.
You get what you pay for, as it were.
People choose me because they know what I can do. They call me because they know what I can do.
So here we go with the advertisements again.
So that's the only PSA I can give to everybody that's out there.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, I had a chance to speak with Steve as well as certified death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan last night on my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, and they talked more.
So that's pretty much all the evidence and stuff. So you now hear everything, right? This isn't speculation anymore. This isn't you know the facts.
Well, he's gonna say he doesn't.
You're gonna come to your senses and say, you know what? I can say he. Is there any doubt in your mind that, like, okay, now he probably did it after hearing all of the stuff that the prosecutors have?
There's still that doubt. It's just those 20 minutes, man. Those 20 minutes, man, things can happen in 20 minutes.
True, things can happen in 20 minutes. And what he's saying is the 20 minutes that went by from 10:10 p.m. when Celeste was dropped off at David's house to 10:30 p.m. when David texted, "Where are you?" Again, I'm hoping the prosecution has indisputable proof, video evidence of Celeste getting out of that car, walking into David's house, and never walking out. There you go. As far as we sit right now, we don't know what proof they have. I'm assuming they do have proof, though. I am assuming they do.
A lot of things can
So
happen.
let's say that 20 minutes didn't exist. What would your mindset be on this case?
He's going to go to another
My
piece of
mindset
it.
would still be like, well, prosecutors have to prove it to me. Like, you have to prove this case to me. That
They
it
do.
was him and nobody else.
They do have to.
And
That's
there's
true.
a doubt in my mind, like, meaning I think somebody else did it. Right? And it's reasonable. Then they didn't prove their job. They didn't do it right. And because of that, I have to find them not guilty. It's in the when you're a juror, you have a jury charge that gives you instructions on how to look at the evidence and decide whether you can choose guilty or not guilty. Those instructions are pretty much this, and it's pretty much general for every court case. The prosecutors have to prove this case, not the defense. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's
Meaning,
true.
You have to know for sure that he did this. If there is a doubt in your mind that he did not do this, that somebody else did it, then you have to find him not guilty. Does that make sense? If you feel like there's somebody else, it could have happened. Something happened, it's reasonable.
Poor JIDION. And the thing is, too, like, JIDION normally doesn't cover court cases, and especially, like, criminal trials. Now, he does get people convicted. He has contributed to, like, getting predators convicted, and huge shout out to him for that. That is something we do need. We need men out here who are doing that. But I think he just feels so, like, overwhelmed and confused by everything he was just now, like, confronted with. Like, I don't think he's remembering, like, what are the 3 charges? Sexual relations continuous with a minor under 14. Murder. Mutilation of a body. A lot of the stuff that JAYOMA just said could be true, and still David is guilty. Nothing that JAYOMA just said tears the case apart. But look at poor JIDION. He looks sad. He's like, and you know, I bet that he is in like a complicated position too, because a lot of times he'll go out here and try to catch these predators, and then he has like pretty rock solid evidence that this predator came out here. Sometimes it'll be obvious and rock solid evidence that the predator has like cheese pizza material on their phone, and the cops just won't take him to jail. So JIDION has seen firsthand, up close and personal, how you can try to get a predator who's preying on children arrested, and just no justice ever happens. So I wonder if, you know, in this moment he's thinking like, this is how those people get off. And then if you remember, this was his lawyer. This is how he got off. Again, he was not accused of being a predator. He was accused of recording in a grand jury proceeding or something like a camera. I don't think that's the same type of crime accused of. And he got off. But I do think there's some conflicting emotions kind of going on with JIDION here.
You have to find him not guilty. Those 20 minutes are very telling. The cutting of the fingers is very telling. It's too perfect. The motive of Celeste, her name is Celeste, motive is there. David up and coming.
Motive is there for Celeste, sure. Motive is there for gangs, sure. But you know who else motive is there for? David. Because there was something that she was threatening him about in those text messages. That's a motive too. So what's interesting to me is like, you know, I can say that. I can say, yeah, I could see how it could be a gang. I could see how Celeste could have been, you know, being even used as a pawn in a game to extort David by a gang. Maybe a gang got her like they got Nova or whatever. But none of that has anything to do with whether David murdered her or mutilated her or carried on in an inappropriate sexual relation.
Who else wouldn't want to score?
Which are the charged crimes?
Score off David. Who else wouldn't want to take advantage of him? It's a lot easier to maneuver that way instead of just wearing a ski mask and pulling a gun up on somebody. You get paid off more. Shannon Sharp is a prime example.
Shannon Sharp is a great example because if y'all recall, I covered this Shannon Sharp situation and I did say that. I said, this is a gray area case. We're going to have to see the evidence because you want to know why? Apparently, they were playing R-word fantasy with each other. They were doing race play. So he specifically hired her from OF or, you know, engaged in a relation with her from OF to do a certain type of sexual role playing, which was like the non-consensual, you know, whatever. And that creates a gray area because then how are you going to later say which one was the one where you actually were saying no when y'all already said no doesn't mean no as a part of your relationship? It is a gray area. I talked about honeypots during that time. I talked about Bree Stern, about how these apparently Eastern European looking models end up honeypotting and blackmailing these men. And I got a lot of heat from y'all because y'all were like, why are you defending Andrew Tate? I wasn't defending Andrew Tate. I was talking about things that really happen in the real world. It really does happen. And these are the defenses that these guys could use. And also it could be the case. Were you in the bedroom with them? I wasn't. And when you put these things before a jury, it does create reasonable doubt, especially whenever Shannon Sharp was paying this girl like $20,000 per meetup. Like, what were they doing? And what was she, first of all, agreeing to in the first place? Now, that case has been dropped. It has been settled. But, you know, this is me basically just trying to show, like, I'm not trying to pick on JAYOMA. I am very open-minded to what possibilities could be going on, and I don't believe every single person who says they a victim. I don't automatically believe them, and I never will, because I have been lied about in court documents by multiple people under penalty of perjury. I believe it was a gang. I believe it was a scheme to harm me and my reputation and to bankrupt me. So yeah, just because someone came out and accused somebody of something, I'm not going to just believe it because I personally have been a victim of that. All that being said, I'm not going to go out of my way to act like, you know, I don't see what's sitting right in front of me. And what's sitting right in front of me, David, it does not look good for him.
Sharp is not a prime example because he was in a relationship with at least a grown woman. Celeste
True.
was a little girl.
That's another very good and important distinction here is like Shannon Sharp was engaging in a somewhat consensual relationship, at least for some time, because this person was a grown-up legally. Now, she was like 25, he's in his 50s. Maybe y'all think that's gross, but it's not against the law. Any relation with Celeste after the moment David turned 18, meaning that type of relation, you know what I mean? You know, that type was illegal.
What I'm saying is he's an open lick. Anybody who has money like that.
So now he's being targeted because he's, you know, rich, I guess. Okay, so now it's that. It's just, the thing about it is, JAYOMA seems to just be coming up with any and every defense. There's no way he would be able to argue all of these to a jury because some of them are incompatible with each other. Is it that he was targeted because he's an open lick? Is it that it didn't actually happen? There's like a few different things that he would have to like basically pick a hill.
A success like that is an open lick. And David is an example of that open lit as well.
Chat, man, let me know. Did he change any of your guys' mind? I don't.
He did change some of their minds.
But, I am happy that we could get a criminal defense lawyer's opinion on this. We see now how. I'm not gonna lie. I think that his defense is gonna use some of these tactics. So
they are
worse. A lot of us.
They're gonna go after Celeste bad.
Future, man. So this is EDP Watch Nation and. JAYOMA, I appreciate your time, man. I know you're lying your ass off right now, but I do appreciate your time.
I never lie.
Neon did not do it. It was me. All right. Peace out.
He's confessing.
He doesn't mean that. That's not a confession.
Man. Wow. But the crazy thing is like, I saw my chat go from us being in unison, like, David's guilty as hell, to where I literally saw people genuinely changing their mind. Like, I saw it while we were on stream today, man. You guys probably saw it in here. But, like, I know I saw some people mad that, like, I had them on and everything and stuff like that. And to anybody that was mad, bro, like, if you're, like, listen. If you were mad at what he was saying on my stream, imagine how mad you're going to be when this goes to trial and it's going to be televised.
That's why I did this video.
See how his defense lawyers work.
This is how it works. It sucks. It's sad, but that's how it works.
You think you're mad now. Wait till you see this genuinely in action to where, like,
it's bad.
This is for all the marbles. We're going to really see.
And they're going to be making David seem like this poor, innocent kid that got sucked in by the industry and didn't have anyone on his side, and he was all alone, and he was just this young, naive church boy, and he was just going praying, and this little city girl was a Jezebel. I mean, oh my God, it's going to be so bad. I can't even imagine what they're going to do because my mind don't think like that, but theirs does.
Who's going to pay the big bucks for what reason? We're going to see if his defense, because one thing JAYOMA said that I have to agree with is it only matters in that court.
The only thing that matters really is what happens in that courtroom. And JAYOMA said that himself. All the stuff that he went on there and yapped about yesterday also doesn't matter. That's why he wants to get in that courtroom, because then it would matter. But until or unless that happens, it doesn't matter what he said either. Does the prosecution have evidence that beyond a reasonable doubt that David Anthony Burke willingly, knowingly participated in an ongoing sexual relation? I'm calling it that, but I do know that that's not the, word. I'm calling it that for purposes of where we are. Does the prosecution have enough evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to prove that David was engaged in a continuous blank relation with Celeste? Yes or no? If yes, he's guilty. If he gets found to be guilty of a continuous sexual relation with someone under the age of 13, it kind of stops mattering as much if he mutilated a body. Okay, but that's a whole nother charge. So the second charge, the question is yes or no. And does the prosecution have enough evidence, and is the evidence going to make it in, that David murdered Celeste? That's their hardest thing to prove. And it's going to be even harder to prove if they're going to do this whole death penalty song and dance, which could be a reason for them strategically not to go for it. But do they have the evidence that he murdered Celeste? It seems like they have a lot of evidence, and it seems like they were waiting to make this arrest for a long time because they were waiting to get the evidence. If I had to guess, they probably got him on a wiretap saying something. Number 3, yes or no, does the prosecution, and will the prosecution rather, have enough evidence to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that David mutilated a corpse? Yes or no? Nothing else matters. Was Celeste extorting him? If she was, let's say she was, doesn't that only just give David even more motive to murder her? So even if they are able to make her look like she was some scamming, scheming little 13-year-old extorter, well, there you go. You just duped your own, you played your own damn self because you just gave a whole nother motive to kill her. Extort him with what? How would she even have, JIDION asked it, how would she even have proof? So for them to prove, for them to come into, for the defense to come in, like for example, they could shoot their own selves in the foot. They could kill their own argument because they could say she was this little scheming little scammer and she was scheming and scamming. Okay, yeah, but she ended up dead. And the person she was supposedly scheming and scamming is your client. So now you're just giving more reason for her to have for him to have killed her. Also, scheming and scamming for what? What was it that she had on him in the first place that was bad enough to even count as extortion? It can't be he didn't know how old she was. Because if he didn't know, he would just say, fine, call the cops. You lied, you liar. No, he wanted to hide something. So by them making Celeste look bad, it could turn back around and actually be evidence for them. It's a motive. And what do you mean scheming and scamming and extorting? If you didn't do nothing wrong, how could she extort you? For example, let's say a 13-year-old out of nowhere walks up to you in the Wawa, in the the ShopRite, in the Whole Foods, and says, give me money or I'm going to the cops and I'm telling them that you XYZ LMNOP'd me. If you never saw that kid in your life, you might call the cops. Don't bother you. Get away from me. But if David did, you could see how him trying to harm her could still end up coming back around and kicking his own self in the can. You know, like basically playing his own self, ruining his own case.
What happened, whatever happened, does not matter. It's sad, but it's true. What matters is what happens in that courtroom. What they say happened in the courtroom. It matters what the prosecution say, and it matters what the defense say, and it matters on who the jurors.
And it matters what evidence is allowed to come in. Because now we've gotten a preview. They're going to try to keep a lot of this evidence out. Luigi Mangioni's lawyers, Mark Agnifilo and Karen Agnifilo, they got out the so-called manifesto. I don't think they're going to be able to use that, or maybe they are. Whatever it is, they got some stuff out. They got the death penalty off the table. I mean, there's certain evidence that they're not going to be able to use. They tried to keep out the whole backpack. Imagine if that would have happened. Now, I know y'all have different feelings about Luigi Mangioni. I'm just saying. Karen and Mark Agnifilo came very close to keeping the whole backpack out. That had the gun, that had the manifesto. Like, they got very close to keeping the whole thing out. You don't know what's going to come in on evidence.
Decide is right. If the prosecutors are right or if the defense is right. That's all that matters. That is all that matters. So we will see, man. We will see. And man, I'm actually nervous because, you know, like I think you brought up a lot of good things, man, you know.
Okay, so that was the video. I definitely was annoyed and aggravated yesterday for obvious reasons when I saw that JAYOMA character doing what he was doing on there. And there was like 7,000 people in that chat. Some of y'all were in there. And like I had actually sent y'all over there. I had no idea that that's what was going to be going on over there. I really did not. And it got my blood pressure up as well. But there were so many things that he was saying in there that I could tell was just really frustrating JIDION and distressing him. And some of this stuff is like, yeah, I mean, that kind of sounds bad, but like, so what if she was extorting him? Like, then why didn't he call the cops? Since we're doing the whole, why didn't she call the cops? Why didn't he call the cops if he was being extorted? This powerful, you mean to tell me that a 13-year-old little girl can extort a powerful, major record signed musician? The whole thing about, why didn't they look into anybody else? They probably did. This has been going on for months. So hopefully y'all are now also, you know, a little bit stabilized after that whole thing. Thanks so much to All Paul's Groomer for gifting 1 membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to the other Alexis for the $10 super chat. Thank you for always coming with the logic. All of these distractions are fueling the internet discourse into oblivion. Right. And just remember, what was he charged with? 3 things: not kidnapping, not taking her across state lines, none of that. Did he have the relation? Yes or no? Did he murder her? Yes or no? And did he do something with that body? Yes or no? Now, I totally do agree. It's a good point. It's a fair question. Has everyone else been adequately eliminated? I don't think so. They said they might still be arresting people. So let's see. Thank you to a Dr. Tarantism for the $2 Australian. A hung jury is a draw, not a win. Thanks to Rom Rising, the bags will probably have his DNA, and if so, that would be a slam dunk. Now, does it have anybody else's DNA? That's what I want to know. But if it's only David's DNA on the whole entire handles of the bag, the body bag, I think we at least can say he disposed of it. You know what I mean? Thank you to Melanated Wealth for the $5 super chat. For them to make accusation like this so publicly, so confidently, are they required to have proof of this information? The prosecutors, I mean, yeah, they claim they have proof of it, though. As far as JAYOMA, no, he doesn't have to have proof of anything he just said. He was just talking hypothetically. As, you know, as irritating as it could have, you know, been, and as bad faith as I believe it was, yeah, he's allowed to say it. Thank you, Becca, for the £9.99. Really enjoy your content. Watching from Wales. Shout out to the Welsh cousins. Thank you to Melanated Wealth again for the $2 super chat. Mr. Smart Dumb is literally breaking my brain, y'all. Thank you to Doctor for the $2 super chat. There's no way an 11-year-old was mistaken for 18. Yeah, that's going to be a hard one to prove. David's going to have a hard time, you know, convincing a jury of that, I will say. Thank you for the $2 again. The Tesla has its own cameras. We'll see if they got the video recordings from that. Some people were saying that those self-delete, or if you don't pay for a subscription or something, but we'll see. We'll see. It wasn't me. It was Patricia, Rom Rising said. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you so much. Yeah. Celeste Blood for the $1.99 again. Celeste Blood was in the garage. Wasn't me. Oh, she must have cut her hand. Thanks so much to Kelly Alicia for the $2 Canadian. I think Victoria Mendez is Celeste's fake ID name. Could be. Thank you to Lisette for becoming a new member. Thank you to Melanated Wealth for the $5 super chat. So when someone is found not guilty, are they saying we could not prove he did do it as opposed to he's innocent? Not guilty just means the prosecution did not meet their burden to prove. Did not meet their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury's satisfaction. Doesn't mean they're, yeah, I mean, technically, yes, it does mean they're innocent because everyone is legally innocent until they are proven in a court of law to be guilty. And if they are not proven in a court of law to be guilty, yes, it is the same thing as innocent. David's lawyers, great point, Dr. Tarantism for the $2 super chat. David's lawyers haven't even denied the S crimes. No, they have not. And it's kind of like how Diddy's lawyers didn't deny certain things, right? Like they didn't deny domestic violence. They didn't, but the difference there was, or there was many differences, but one difference there was they didn't deny domestic violence, but domestic violence wasn't officially charged as a crime. Here, David is charged of 3 things: the S crime, the mutilating the body, and the murder. David could get off for murder and still be found guilty for doing an S crime and mutilating a body. And they may even concede that. They may even plead to it and to drop the murder. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the $2. Thank you to Melanated Wealth again for another $2 super chat. Thank you, cousin. My petty cash pot is empty. Well, listen, I hear you. You've been making it rain in here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Sammy Small Boy for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate you carrying me through my work day with these lives. I am a dog groomer. Fun. Oh, not as fun as it sounds. Okay. I was like, oh, fun. She's like, nope, it's not. Okay, all right. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you to Doctor for the $2 Australian again. Thank you. Who calls an Uber after a child lies about relations? Somebody who wants to murder her, maybe? My cuss jar is full. The defense did and the judge denied. Okay, I do feel the character assassination. Yes. And I've heard defense lawyers say this as well, and prosecutors say this as well. They've said that in their long years of prosecutions, one thing that never goes over well is to blame the victim, especially when they're a minor and they're already dead. So I don't think it will go over well, but sometimes it's the only thing that they have left to do. Like in Diddy's case, that was pretty much the only thing that they could do. But yeah, so I have been on here for 5.5 hours again on a Saturday. So it's 7 o'clock at night. I'm going to go, and I'll see y'all soon. Facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. And everyone, including David, is innocent until proven guilty. Please do not send any hate to anybody I mentioned in this video. This video is meant to report on matters of public concern and give my opinion. This is not legal advice. If you find yourself in need of legal advice, please do go consult an attorney in your jurisdiction. I am not your lawyer. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.